It is the second season of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. After a hugely successful 2023 season, we are back. We have more cars. We have more rounds. Yes, we're up from 6 to 8 rounds for this 2024 season. Bigger and better. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Autodromo International de Algarve, or we might just say Portimão. It is me, Brian Oliver, with Dave Richardson alongside me. We've got Piers Pry in the pit lane. Great photo, Dave. You brush up very well indeed.
Hideous is not really the expression, is it? Absolutely awful. But there we are. Very kind for my photograph and yours to be shown. But yes, here, this wonderful Algarve International track. Portimão, of course, renowned for so many things. And here we can give you our track guide. 4.665 kilometers. There are 15 challenging turns for all of our drivers. Elevation change of some 30 metres. It was established back in 2008 and, of course, has had the motor racing glitterati on its tarmac over years and years and years and has become a firm favourite. And, of course, the climate is very, very appealing to winter series and for just getting out there with a climate which is going to allow you to go out there. This is what the weather conditions are like. It's going to be overcast and cloudy for much of the day today. There is just the odd potential of a little sprinkling of rain as well. Just bear that in mind, as if we needed any more drama when it comes to the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Do bear in mind that the weather could throw a curved ball into the situation as well.
It's going to be an action-packed day. Lots of racing to come today. For the first time ever, the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe is being streamed live around the world. Lots of racing to come. But before all of that, we're going to have qualifying. We're going to have 2 qualifying sessions across 2 divisions. So the cars are divided into 2 divisions. We have the club division and we have the sport division. And within those divisions, we also have the categories as well. We have the AMs and we have the GT4 categories in the club division. We have the Pro and the Pro-Am categories in the sport division. And they are going to be qualifying very shortly indeed. 2 15-minute qualifying sessions coming up. Weather is dry and we are ready for qualifying.
So qualifying 1 for Sport Division about to get underway here as the cars come out of the pit lane. You can see now, of course, having the benefit of being here, we know just how undulating this Portimão circuit is. And one for the drivers to really get keyed in to make the max of this tarmac. Interesting, track limits may be something of an issue to keep an eye on with regards to not only the race but also qualifying as well. Just keep an eye on that, and we will keep a weather eye on the track limits, because what you don't want to do is go and set a blistering lap and then to have that lap disallowed because you've gone over the white lines with all 4 wheels rather than just 2, Brian.
No, absolutely. This is a critical time. You can see the clock is running. So it's a very short and sharp qualifying session. To just explain what is going to happen, we have 2 rounds that are happening today for these cars. Round 1 and round 2 of this 8-round series. This is qualifying for round 1, which will take place this afternoon. Then we are going to have a very short break, and then we'll be qualifying for round 2 straight afterwards. So very, very important for these drivers. Firstly, to get a quick lap in. Secondly, most importantly, to keep it out of the gravel trap. But with just 12 and a half minutes remaining, finding space out on the track, getting the tyres into the window, and then getting that hot lap in is going to be absolutely critical, as you've already mentioned, Dave. Really, really important on track limits, because you can throw everything at it, but if you exceed track limits, you will get your time deleted. Also, just to point out that tyres are heavily regulated here. The drivers are allowed 2 new sets of tyres. That has to last them for all of qualifying and for all of the race. The drivers will need to plan carefully when they're going to go and when they're going to push.
And this is where the teams play such an important part strategically, because, as you say, track space is going to be absolutely at a premium. And therefore, this is where you're reliant, dare I say, because the teams have all got the track maps, the live data tracker as well, so that they can see where the traffic is not, etc., etc. So ease up now, let that car pass, because you're going to then have clear tarmac in front of you. Is just an example of some of the conversations that could be going on. There, you can see it.
Yes, absolutely. So finding that space, the car's very close together out on track at the moment, as you can see. We've got a lot of good names here in this category here for this today's racing here in the sport division. A lot of drivers who are preparing for other championships later in this year. Now, it's been called a training championship. It's been nicknamed that. And the line has often been summer wins are made in the winter. But actually, a lot of drivers are not here to make up the numbers. They do want to get training for other championships, but they are here to win. They're not here to make up the numbers. Look how busy it is out there.
They're also here to really, really impress this premium manufacturer, Porsche, whose motorsport pyramid is renowned the world over. And of course, you and I have had the benefit of talking about Porsche for many, many years, and seeing some of those illustrious names that have come out of and continue to contest in the higher echelons of Porsche championships. So what's critical right now, though, is we keep our eyes on the times, because they are beginning to come in now. This short, sharp qualifying session that Brian indicated, where getting that lap time in is going to be oh so critical. Robin Knudsen then 1:55.551 is the first meaningful time for us to look at, but expect that to be blistered very, very quickly. And almost as I say it, the Proton Huber competition driver Josh Stanton has done that with a 1:51.467. Very, very quick.
Keep an eye on Ariel Levy in all of the practice sessions, in all of the testing. He has been at the top of the timesheets. The Israeli driver, very, very popular, and he has been running in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany, Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux in the last couple of years. He is going to be a contender. He is in the Team GP Elite. He's moved to that team this year and has got eyes on big titles. He will be looking to get into something like the 144s once his tyres are in the window. So as you can see, Josh Stanton's 1:51, not representative at the moment, but the times will be coming down.
But it's a nice early banker that he's put on tyres that are not up to temperature yet. So do bear that in mind as we watch Hugo Ellis, or we were watching Hugo Ellis driving the number 54 car. Currently running, where was it? P11, I think, and Josh Stanton still at the top of the timing chart at the moment, with only 8 3/4 minutes remaining. When you mentioned earlier on, it's going to go awfully quick. This is very much the point, and as you also predicted, Ariel Levy, then one to keep your eye on, has already posted a 1:46.808 and is P1.
And he's still winding it up. I still expect to see a couple of seconds to come off that time. Keep an eye on Marco Giltrap as well in the number 84. He's also with Team GP Elite, the team from the Netherlands, headed up by Torsten van Haasteren. Their cars are always quick. They are always winning. You just saw Alex Tauscher there as well in the black and white car just on the inside line. So much talent in this field at the moment. So many drivers that are going to be pushing to get to the top.
It is a packed track. And as you can see, what we alluded to earlier on is that during this qualifying, track space is going to be oh so important. And trying to find that when you've got some 28 cars competing is always going to be difficult. At the moment, no one is troubling the Ariel Levy time of 1:46.808. The next closest is Marco Giltrap, as you can see, who's some 1.4 seconds down on our current P1 driver. And Hugo Ellis, another one to keep your eye on. And Christoph Langer, also another driver to keep your eye on as well. Alexander Tauscher, P13 at the moment, Brian.
But still plenty of time to come for him. Now, Sasha Norden is currently showing in 16th place. He was purple, as in quicker than anybody else, just a few moments in Sector 1. So he's pushing hard in the number 21 car. He's been on the back foot. Now, the very popular driver from the Benelux series, Porsche Benelux, had a big accident yesterday. They tried to repair the car, were unable to do it. He is in a brand new car, the JW Race Service Porsche, with Sasha Norden at the wheel, but he is pushing forwards and he is going to be moving up the timesheet shortly.
And also moving up the time sheets, Marco Giltrap then, who has gone fastest with a 1:44.851. 1:44.851, some 8, very nearly 9 tenths quicker than anybody else, relegating the early pace setter Ariel Levy down to P3. Hugo Ellis up to P2. And make that Sasha Norton right now, who has just vaulted Hugo Ellis to go P2. Josh Stanton now goes to P3. So it's Giltrap from Norton, from Stanton, from Ellis.
But keep an eye on Ariel Levy. He's the quickest of anybody in Sector 1. He's gone purple. He's got those tyres into the window. So into Sector 2, he will be going shortly. So Ariel Levy now responding to the time that was put up by Marco Giltrap and Sasha Norton. Josh Stanton up there as well in the number 95 car.
So then expecting it to change every single lap that is put down. And at the moment, just keeping an eye, track limits are turn 1 and turn 5 is where we are seeing problems for track limits. Now, turn 5 is when you run downhill into the Torre VIP turn, which is turn number 5, and then you run uphill. And turn number 5 is where track limits, and turn number 1 also where track limits are beginning to be something of an issue. We haven't seen any lap time deletions yet, I don't think, but yes, we have. We've got 5 lap deletions. And I did say right at the beginning of this session to keep an eye on that, because it will be critical. As you predicted, Ariel Levy now goes to the top, takes 6 tenths out of the Marco Giltrap time, and posts a 1:44.193 with exactly 5 minutes remaining.
And it was Ariel Levy who did have a lap time deleted. It exceeded track limits on turn 1. That was earlier, so he's responded now. 1:44.193. That is pretty well matching what was his best during free practice and during testing yesterday and the day before. So Ariel Levy, he's been a man on the mission since he arrived at this circuit, and he continues to push hard in the Team GP Elite car.
And Team GP Elite honouring the P1 and P2 positions at the moment, with, of course, Ariel Levy and Marco Giltrap both running for the same team. Then it's JW Race Service, and then the Team Parker Racing, currently P4 with Hugo Ellis, and Team Parker Racing, of course, from the UK, and great to see them here. And there you could see just an example of how difficult it is sometimes to keep the car absolutely between those white lines. You try as a racing driver to use every single centimetre of tarmac you can, and a little bit beyond as well.
Yes, indeed. Using every scrap, because every last inch counts when you're out on the track. To remind you, we have the pro cars. The leading pro driver is Ariel Levy in the Team GP Elite number 78 car. Also in the Pro-Am category running in this, it is Alex Ryman, and he's currently in 11th place, but he's the fastest of the Pro-Am drivers. It is a 1:46.003 for Alex Ryman. So he is well clear of second in the Pro-Am, Jules Grau, who is currently in 16th place with a 1:47.062.
I wonder if Jules' father, Roger, has made his way here to... I haven't seen him, to be honest, here in Portimão. He, of course, was competing in a really rather big endurance rally just a couple of days ago. So Roger, I've known for many, many years, is also an established racer, and, of course, the family renowned for... great ability on a racetrack. Alexander Tauscher has now gone second fastest, and there are merely 5 100ths between Alexander Tauscher and Ariel Levy, who are P1 and P2 at the moment. It's Team GP Elite, then Proton Huber competition with Alexander Tauscher P2.
Ariel Levy and Alex Tauscher, 2 of the real up-and-coming superstars in Porsche racing. We've seen him in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany, and we've also seen Ariel Levy in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux, as I've already mentioned. Both of them are using this as an opportunity to warm up for the season. But I reiterate what I said earlier. They are not here to make up the numbers. They want to be crowned champions of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And it all starts here in this qualifying session. The first of 2 here at the Portimão race circuit is Ariel Levy, currently on provisional pole position, a 1:44.193.
Keep your eyes on Sebastian Freymut as well, another driver that, if we were to offer predictions, which we're not, is one that is going to feature in the top 6. Certainly he's there at the moment in the top 5. So currently running some just under half a second down on the time posted by Ariel Levy, who is still P1, Alexander Tauscher P2. There are no purple sectors at the moment, Brian, which to me suggests that the drivers have banked what they're going to bank, and we're not going to see much change now across this particular qualifying session before the veritable flag comes out in a minute and a half's time.
And just to remind you, this is the long game because we have another qualifying session immediately after this, and that'll be for round 2. As we see the 84 car, Marco Giltrap, into the pits, where you can see he's decided that he has given it his all. He's not going to be coming out again for this part of qualifying. He'll be out a little bit later for the second round qualifying. So Marco Giltrap currently in P8. Here's Ariel Levy. He has also done all that he's going to do in this part of the qualifying session. So 144.193. That is the benchmark set by that car there.
It's great to have these pictures of the drivers coming in, and there you can see Ariel Levy, of course, the Team GP Elite, just getting feedback from the driver. Big thumbs up. And great to have those images, Brian. Good work down there. Love to see the pit lane in action. We've got 40 seconds, just under, remaining in this Q session, which has been led by Ariel Levy, Alexander Tauscher, and we now have a new one in P3.
Albert Cirqui. So great to have him here in the number 37 car. The driver from Italy in the B driver Porsche up into P3. That's a great position. And then it is Philippe Ugran who is in 4th place ahead of Sebastian Framer. So it looks as though we have a top 5 because there's nobody improving. We are now getting to 0 on the clock. So the cars that are on a hot lap at the moment will be able to complete that lap. Then it will be back to the pits, a very quick turnaround before we start the qualifying for round 2, which will also take place this afternoon. It's Ariel Levy who is fastest, so 144.193. It doesn't look as though anybody is going to be able to do anything about that. Ahead of Alex Tauscher, 2 really talented drivers starting on the front row of the grid.
I guess neither of us are surprised, and Ariel Levy then, from a psychological point of view, having gone out there, done it, and has posted P1. Good for Alexander Tauscher as well. And there, once again, we go back down into the pit lane to keep an eye on everything that's going on down there. And it's really, really nice to be able to do that so we can bring these images to you. And there you can see the ID Racing Christoph Langer. And the rubber being exchanged, Brian, right now, ready for, the round 2 Q session.
And you saw there, Christoph Langer, he's been coached this weekend by Alex Fack, another driver in Porsche Carrera Cup, one of the real up-and-coming stars. He won in Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup in Silverstone last year. He's here on coaching duties for Christoph Langer. Of course, Christoph, a real character in Porsche racing, who is seen around the circuit quite regularly. Right, let's have a look at the result after round 1 qualifying. It's Ariel Levy who starts on pole position. Alex Tauscher alongside. It's Albert Cirqui, who is the 3rd ahead of Philip Ugran, Sebastian Framer, Angus Whiteside, and then Halbert Matisse, Marco Giltrap, Sasha Norden to P9, despite that new car, and Horst Felix Belbermeyer. Great having him here ahead of Hugo Ellis, Pietro Armani, Robin Knudsen, and Louis Rousset in 14th place in Martinet by Almaraz. So as the top 14 are on the screen there, that will be the top 14 places for round 1, which takes place after lunch today. So it's a very quick turnaround here for these cars. Any drivers that have any technical issues at all, they're not going to have time to sort this out. The teams will be working hard. The cars are going to be back out on track again in just a few moments to qualify once again, but this time for round 2.
What I love about this is the theatre. Forgive me, I come from a showbiz background. You may have seen me on stage, you know. But short, sharp qualifying for me, there's nowhere to run and hide, Brian. You've got to do it, and you've got to perform straight away, haven't you? Although it was really, really interesting when you look at P3 in that particular qualifying session, came very late on in the session. So, you know, there are arguments, and I've spoken to so many drivers about this. Do you bank it? Do you then just ease up? And and rely on the lap you banked, or do you go for it right at the end of the session? And everyone has perhaps a different a viewpoint on what's best. And actually, there are so many other things that can factor, and you can go into it with any kind of strategy that you like, but it could all be thrown awry by something that happens. You and I have seen so many qualifying sessions when there's been, a yellow flag zone or even a stoppage during qualifying, and all of a sudden you've got to build everything up back again. So I think if it was me on my bicycle, I'd be out there trying to do it early on and know that I've got something reasonable banked on the timing screen.
Yes, absolutely. Right, so our pit reporter, Piers Prower, great to have him here at Portimão this weekend. He's here with Ariel Levy. Piers, how you doing?
I'm doing great. It's what a qualifying session, first one of this season. I thought I'd grab a word with our original pole sitter, Ariel Levy. Ariel, P1 for race number 1, great start to this season.
Yeah, it is a great start. It is everything new for me, the livery, the team, the people around me, and I think it's the best way to start, I guess.
The car must feel really good, and it must be great to drive around this awesome track. Good, feeling confident for the second part of qualifying?
The car is feeling really good. I believe that I actually did not extract 100% of it yet. So yeah, I'm really looking forward for the second part of qualifying.
Ariel, thanks for chatting to us. We'll chat to you after, hopefully. Dave and Brian, back to you.
Wow, very interesting. Thanks, Piers, for finding that out. And Ariel saying he thinks he can extract more from that Team GP Elite car. So there's more to come from Ariel. We've perhaps not seen the fastest time yet.
I have to tell you that Ariel has been quick from the moment he set foot on this circuit the day before yesterday. He is a man on a mission. He took his first win in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux at Zandvoort last year, and it was really like the cork coming out of a bottle because he's found a new level of aggression, a new level of speed, and he's really responding. This year, Team GP Elite, he's in the top team. They say when the tide goes out, you can see who's swimming naked. Well, he's got nowhere to hide here this year because with Team GP Elite, he has one of the best cars in Porsche Cup racing. And he is going to be a contender in all the championships that he competes in. So we are now getting ready for qualifying 2. The clock is running, as you can see. So we're qualifying now for round 2. To remind you, in the sport division, we have 2 races today. Race 1 and then race 2 later on this afternoon. So the qualifying session you just saw was for round 1, which happens this afternoon first. And then this next race will happen later on. Cars coming back out on track. It will be a brave man who bets against Ariel Levy getting a double pole position here this afternoon. So cars out on track now. 14 minutes of this session that will be remaining. That time now to get the heat back into the tyres and back into the brakes. We're looking at turn 5 of the circuit, a very difficult corner on the circuit.
I can speak with some experience about turn number 5 because your entry into turn number 5 gives you a perfect exit. And if you can get that right, it is possible through the kink, which is turn number 6, to put a move on. But it's not always possible, that's for sure. As we see the cars then, some of which are still making their way out of the pit lane right now. And Piers Prower down there doing a great job for us in the pit lane. Thanks for your input, Piers. We'll be hearing lots from Piers across the course of the racing and, of course, the qualifying sessions as well. So with a couple of minutes of this qualifying session already done and dusted, the clock is already into the 13th countdown, as it were, and time will run out. So get the car out of the pit lane as quick as you can. Try and find some clear tarmac out there on this really rather undulating 4.6 kilometre track.
We've got a problem there. It's a car that's come out of the pit lane. Now, what do we say about cars getting their tyres into the window? There's a car that has put the heat on coming out of the pit lane. It's spun across. It looks like it might be Cengiz Oguzhan. Yes, it is. It's Cengiz Oguzhan, who is in the number 8 car, the Team GP Elite car. You saw him just lighting up the tyres on the exit to the pit lane, and the car just spun around. Fortunately, he's managed to avoid making contact with anybody.
Absolutely, and it spat him out in a position where he wasn't going to be harmed by anyone else because the likes of Senna Van Solen and Hugo Ellis and Ariel Levy hadn't made their way, hadn't completed a lap yet. So luckily, No one else involved in that, and he was able to get the car pointing in the right direction again and will continue, although I'm sure it was a heart in the mouth moment for him. But just proof that, these tyres have got to be worked and to bring them up into that operating window.
So cars out on track at the moment. The 1, 2, 3 on your timing screens don't mean anything at the moment because this is very much an outlap, getting heat into the tyres and into the brakes. Thomas Winkler, Senna van Solen and Robin Knudsen are also out there on track. There is Ariel Levy. He is the pole sitter for race 1. He's looking to make it back-to-back poles.
And as we heard from Piers, he is absolutely convinced that he can find just a little bit more. Will we see that in this quali session? Well, only time will tell as we watch Marco Giltrap, of course, from the same team, and he's out there on track as well. So cars jostling for position, trying to get the tarmac that they want. Thomas Winkler at the moment is at the top of the timing screen, but as Brian has indicated, at the moment the timing screen bears little resemblance to the times that we will see shortly when all the cars are out there and also everything is up to temperature and you can begin setting real times. So the number 84 car that we watch right now, Brian.
Marco Giltrap, so he's come a long way from New Zealand. He is the champion in the 2023 Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge, and he is preparing for a European career. So Marco Giltrap, in fact, I should say the Sprint Challenge Australia, and he is here wanting to stretch his legs in Europe. And it has to be said that if you want to be really cutting it in racing, you need to be good in Europe. And that's exactly what Marco Giltrap is doing. Expect to hear his name and see that car a lot throughout this year.
You make a very fair point because the tentacles of Porsche Motorsport are global. They are worldwide. And of course, this part of the Porsche Motorsport pyramid. And what you're saying is absolutely right. Perhaps arguably it is supremely competitive in Europe. That's where you need to be to pitch yourself against those that are the best at the moment. Talking of being best at the moment, Sebastian Freimut has gone to the top of the chart momentarily, but the time is not a meaningful time yet. It's a 1:50.586, so expect better times to come from our drivers. But it is Sebastian Freimut, Marco Giltrap and Robin Knudsen, with Ariel Levy currently running P4, Brian.
Marco Giltrap is the first one to turn the wick up, though. He has gone quickest in Sector 2, and he is pushing now, but finding space out on the track. Again, you can see how busy it is. The circuit, which is 4.653 kilometres around. Lots of undulation, lots of blind crests, but they need to find the space as well. You don't want to be tripping over another car while you're trying to put in your hot lap. So getting the tyres into the windows, getting that space, they've got to do it, but they've got to do it in 9 minutes and 15 seconds and counting. Look how busy it is there. Now, Marco Giltrap in amongst the traffic, so that is not going to count for anything at the moment. He was turning the wick up, but he's backed out of it. He's going to be winding it up again the next time around.
One or two drivers falling foul of the wrath of the race director with regards to track limits. We'll keep our eyes on that as well. And as you can see, cars going side by side here with such a short window in this qualifying session. There's only 8 and 3/4 minutes remaining. Marco Giltrap now. Ariel Levy goes to the top with a 1:47.940. So once again, it's a Team GP Elite P1 and P2 currently with Marco Giltrap, the very car that you're looking at now. Running in P2, and again you could see Marco ran the car a bit wide there. Now the thing is, it's not done necessarily by marshals looking at what drivers are doing. Bear in mind, race control just down the corridor from us, they've got so much data that is sent back to them that they can soon identify if someone has taken the limit with regards to track limits.
And they have a view from every angle. Drake Janssen jumps to the top of the timesheets for Red Ant Racing, another great legendary team, Red Ant. Great to have them here, 1:46.883. So we're still a little way off what will be a competitive time. So these are very much just building up the speed, out laps, and then the push lap. Josh Stanton in the number 95 car for Proton Huber competition, the driver from the UK, who is the AM champion, was the AM champion in Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain in 2022. Currently to the top of the time sheets, but still plenty of time to come. Ariel Levy getting the heat into the tyres. you really only get one real crack at this. You've got to get the tyres into the window. Then it's that big push to get yourself up there, but you really don't have many opportunities for it.
No, and of course, you know, the thing is, what you need to do is not only get everything up into the operating window, as you so rightly said, if you then find that your complete lap is horlicked by another car that wasn't where you expected it to be, because maybe they're slowing, anticipating their next lap being the hot lap, you know, it can ruin everything that you've tried to do, as Ariel now goes back to the top of the chart with a 1:44.225. Marco Giltrap just 6/10 behind, and that's the way it looks, P1 and P2 at the moment. Hugo Ellis just vaulted up to P4 now. Senna Van Solen, who I expected more from, is now running P6.
Yes, Senna Van Solen still very much getting used to driving a Porsche in the number 12 car. Alberto Cerqui in 4th place has now just been leapfrogged by Marco Giltrap. Sebastian Fremer, he's a driver who's been there or thereabouts for a couple of years. He is 4/10 down from Ariel Levy, but it's very much as you were in terms of the fastest time. Just looking to see where Alex Tauscher is. Of course, he was second. He's currently in 20th place at the moment. He was second in the qualifying for round 1. So keep an eye on Alex Tauscher, because he's not done yet, and he will be very shortly looking to turn the wick up.
Pietro Armani is another one that's turning the wick up as well, especially through Sector 2 at the moment, where that has been turned purple. Purple sectors, of course, mean they're going quicker than anybody else. So Levy, Freimut, they are, make it Freimut now, who is P1 now. I can only assume that's because of a track limits infringement and therefore a lap time deletion for Ariel Levy.
Oh, the lap track limits catching people out, and this is very, very critical, because Ariel Levy, he's now back down into 15th place, having had that track limits infringements. I said keep an eye on Alex Tauscher though. 1:44.294 moves Alex Tauscher to the top, but that is Tauscher into the gravel. He keeps the power on. He's able to rejoin, but a hairy moment for Alex Tauscher shows how hard he was pushing.
Wow, you're absolutely right. Absolutely on the edge, Brian.
And Ariel Levy, 1:44.099. That is almost into the 43s. That is a very quick lap for Ariel Levy. He jumps to the top. Marco Giltrap in that P3 ahead of Sebastian Freimut and Alberto Cerqui in Cerqui down to 6 now. So the times all the while changing. Up into P3 is the number 94 car of Hubert Matisse, and he is 0.373 down on Ariel Levy.
A time in the 1:43s is not beyond the realms of possibility necessarily in the next 4.5 minutes that are remaining here. This is the second qualifying that we are enjoying right now, and we're watching the car of Ariel Levy then for Team GP Elite, who has posted that time of 1:44.099. Are we going to see a time into the 43s? We watch Stanton there, who's running in the P10 at the moment, some 1.162 down on the fastest of the drivers. So Levy, Matisse, then it's Giltrap, another car out into the gravel, going to be able to get it pointing in the right direction off the gravel. But of course, all of the gravel that is brought on and back onto the tarmac is going to play not necessarily into the hands of those drivers that are also on track, because you can't help but distribute it from the splitter across the track, Brian.
And it's on a fairly scary part of the track as well as they come up over the blind crest. It doesn't look like he's damaged the splitter. If he does, it really is game over in terms of a competitive time. That was Anthony Imperato for Ombra Racing, the driver from the USA. Still looking to move further up the grid, but a moment there would have been yellow flags waving, so that may well have caused problems for drivers who were on a hot lap. You realise that with such a short and sharp qualifying session, everything is absolutely critical. You can see that Matisse Robert in the number 94 car is in second place, 0.373 behind Ariel Levy, ahead of Marco Giltrap. Now Levy and Giltrap are into the pits. It looks like they are done for the day in terms of qualifying.
Which makes me think that perhaps we are not going to see a time into the 1:43s, because we've got less than 3 minutes of the session remaining. No one at the moment is going purple through any sector. So has Ariel done it again? Well, in about 2.5 minutes' time, we'll be able to confirm or deny that. It's Levy from Matisse from Giltrap, and they are the top three as we speak.
And the fastest of the Pro-Am drivers, once again, it's Alex Ryman for S1 Racing. He's in P14 at the moment, but fastest of the Pro-Am runners are 1:45.499 for Alex Ryman. So he has been very quick in both the sessions. Second in the Pro-Ams, Jules Grau, once again, he's 22nd overall in the number 77 Team Race Art car. But overall, quickest Ariel Levy for Team GP Elite. Does not look like anybody's going to eclipse that. There are no purple sectors flashing up at the moment. Less than 2 minutes remaining as we see somebody smoking a tyre as Mathis Riobert comes through as well. Really, people still pushing, but the temperature is so much lower today than it was in testing yesterday.
It makes a difference.
And it really does make a difference. And you get the feeling that traction is very much at a premium.
Alex Ryman then from S1 Racing, who is the best of the Pro-Am drivers. He's parked the car in the pit lane, as indeed has Ariel Levy as well, and so too Marco Giltrap.
Alex Tauscher has had, I believe, his lap deleted because his time is now at the bottom of the timesheets with a 1:52. So Tauscher, now I haven't seen 13 flash up on our timing screen, so it looks as though he has had a lap deleted.
With due respect, the timing screen would need to run to 24 monitors to get all the warnings up there, because there are a lot with regards to track limit excursions, so it's very, very difficult. But
yes, he has. It was turn 1. Sorry, I've just seen it. Car 13, lap time deleted. So Alex Tauscher, who starts on the front row for round 1, will be starting stone last for round 2.
Which is brilliant for us, because by Jiminy, there's going to be some overtaking potentially.
Yes, and Alex Tauscher, well, yeah, once he sees the red mist, there's no stopping him, and he will be pushing hard from the back of the pack. There's Thomas Kangro, the driver from Estonia, in Porsche Estonia, who is running out on circuit at the moment in the number 48 car. He's currently in P18. The clock has got 22 seconds remaining on it, but there are very few people improving. A personal best has come from Alberto Cerqui, and he is looking to improve in the number 37 car. But apart from that, not too much happening. There is Alex Tauscher. I should think there will be steam coming from his ears at the moment after such a strong Q1. Now this.
And Piers would be a very brave man, wouldn't he, to try and approach Alex right now, I would suggest. So, yeah, Alex Tauscher, you and I both know he is absolutely potent, no question about that, but just proves the point. And interestingly, it was turn 1 and turn 5 during Q1 that were the primary places where track limits were not adhered to. Turn 15 has also reared its head as well, the final turn on the track. So there's the Christoph Langer car being pushed back into the pit lane. The clock is down to 0, Brian. We, of course, will bring you the results of that Q session in due course. Confirmation as soon as everything has been ratified. You can see drivers jumping out of the cars, and their quali session for both rounds 1 and 2, Brian, now done and dusted.
Yes, and what an entertaining... I tell you what, my feet didn't even touch the ground then. That was half an hour of just pure action, wasn't it? Lots of excitement, lots of drama already. Track limits, well, as you've already mentioned, that's very much the issue. And drivers having the laps deleted. Here is confirmation of the result of qualifying 2, Ariel Levy. He is on pole position for the second round, a 1:44.099, double pole for him, ahead of Gilbert Mathis in the number 94 car. Then Marco Giltrap, Alberto Cerqui ahead of Louis Rosset, Sebastian Framer, Hugo Ellis, Horst Felix Felbermar in P8 ahead of Philip Ugran. Then Robin Knudsen, Senna Van Solen, Pietro Armani, 13th Giuseppe Ghieri, and Josh Stanton rounding out the top 14. It's all set fair for what is going to be a very, very dramatic race. In 15th, Angus Whiteside, another of the British drivers ahead of Sid Smith. Sasha Norden in that new car in 17th, ahead of the leading Pro-Am qualifier, Alexander Ryman for S1 Racing. Anthony Imperato is ahead of Thomas Kangro. And then it is Derek Janssen, I beg your pardon, in 21st, ahead of Jurien Bach. And then Fernando Monnier in 23rd place. Jules Grau next in the Pro-Ams, ahead of Thomas Winkler. Chenzik Ogzan and Christoph Langer rounding out the top 27, and then bringing up the rear of the pack with his lap time deleted. Alex Tauscher for Proton Huber competition. He will be a man on a mission. So the cars back into the pit lane now. What an entertaining qualifying session that was. And we've got it all to do again now because we're going to have the club division coming up very, very shortly. But we take a look at the cars in the pit lane at the moment. And I think Ariel Levy is going to take a bit of beating all day.
Yeah, although the thing is, you can never write anyone in or off because you don't know what's going to happen in the race scenario. But certainly, based on form guide from Quali, Ariel Levy can do and have done no more than he has done. You can see some of the next division lining up, the cars in the pit lane there. And, we know that P2 is going the way of Yoba Matisse, and I think Piers Pryor has managed to catch up.
We have down in the pit lane, and we've got Matisse Jobert. Matisse, P2 in the second part of qualifying. Good session for you.
Yeah, good session. We have to work. Not a really good first part of qualification with P7, I think, with a lot of traffic. But the second part was better. We have to work and keep pushing to take the P1.
Keep pushing, but 2 top 10s. Of course, that's a really strong start to this season. 2 good qualifying positions for both race 1 and race 2, but Ariel Levy is looking hard to beat with a double pole.
Yeah, but we can beat him.
You can beat him. Great to hear it. Look forward to you racing him in the race, so good luck later on. Thanks for chatting to us. Back to you in the comments box, Dave and Brian.
Cheers, Piers. Well done, friend. Yeah, we can beat him.
Yes,
of course.
That's what we like. Absolute confidence here at the Portimão circuit. Really, really good stuff. And as I've said already, these drivers are not here to make up the numbers. It is very much seen as a training series, but the drivers, well, they are here to win. They say summer wins are made in the winter. And with the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, certainly last year, the drivers that figured at the top of the championship went on to figure very strongly in their respective championships throughout the year. None more so than Robert De Haan. He became the Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux champion. He won the championship here last year. He's guested in Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup. He is an absolute superstar up and coming. And he started Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe as where he started to get up to speed last year.
Track time, seat time. 2 of those things are absolutely critical to your career. The more you can do it, the better, theoretically, you should be, unless you have absolutely zero aptitude for motor racing, which is precisely why the likes of you and I are talking about it rather than being in a car doing it. On account of the fact we'd be rubbish. So, you're absolutely right that the more that they can do, the better. And this Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe's so important.
Okay, we're getting ready for now the club division qualifying 1 coming up. So as the cars come out on track, ready for club division qualifying, it is incredibly close. I have to tell you that 15 cars were within 1.5 seconds of each other in that first qualifying session. That's how close this is. This is going to be competitive too. This is made up of the AM drivers and also the GT4 RS drivers. So 2 divisions once again and a repeat of last time. This is Neil Lofterod, who's come out of the pit lane exactly what happened before. Light the tyres up, the car just spears off across the track. Now that's bizarre, happening in exactly the same place.
It's almost like a photocopy, isn't it? It's exactly the same place, and basically you're right. Just give it a bit too much on the loud pedal. The tyres are not up to temperature. They're always going to spit you out, and that's precisely what happened. Thankfully, Brian, it happened early on in the session, so once again, you've not got cars that had completed a lap that would have been coming down that hill towards.
Get the feeling that the teams might be on the blower to warn drivers about this, that it is slippery coming out of the circuits. We see Dominic Bastian in the Speed Lover car, and also Felipe Wills is there as well. So both the Speed Lover cars in the pits at the moment. So the club division is made up of, as already mentioned, into 2 categories. The AM drivers who are 40 years plus. The cars have ABS, unlike in the previous division where the cars had no ABS. In here, ABS is permitted. We also have the GT4 cars, so we have the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car that you're looking at there, and also the Porsche Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport, or the Club Sport without the RS, and that makes up the GT4 category within this division.
I love those cars. I also love our PA, Chris, who's just brought me a cup of tea. Bless him. I mean, we get looked after here in Portimão. So here we go then. Very much looking forward to this qualifying. Boy, are we bringing you some entertainment and action. It's non-stop here. As 12 and a half minutes, or as near as makes no difference, is on the clock ready for this qualifying session. The club division cars are out there and they mean business.
So very much as you were before. It's get out there, get the space, get the tyres into the operating window, get the brakes up to temperature, do not exceed track limits, do not light it up on the pit lane exit, and get that hot lap in. This is going to be very, very competitive. We have less than 12 minutes, so already 3 minutes of the session are gone. Less than 12 minutes remaining. This is going to be for round one of the club division race that is coming up this afternoon.
Nicholas Sarlens, we were looking at then, the Belgium racing driver, driving car number 99, really distinguishable because of the very, very dynamic green and black colour scheme across that car. We can see it now, and you can see them vigorously weaving from side to side, driving temperature into those tyres. What you do, you're on and off the brakes, Brian, because the heat dissipating through the rims actually heats the tyres up as well. So you'll see weaving and also braking at the same time to really bring those tyres up to temperature. So we keep an eye on that very, very distinctive liveried car that I was talking about just moments ago. Love this undulating Portimão circuit here. And we will see some meaningful times very, very shortly, because already we're into just 11 minutes of this quali session remaining for our club division here in the Porsche Sprint Challenge, Southern Europe.
So, 10 3/4 minutes of action, and remind you, this is just part one. Tyres are limited. They can't just keep throwing rubber at this and just keep banging in the hot laps. It is limited to just 2 new sets of tyres for the both quali sessions and for both races. This is the first of 2 qualifying sessions for the club division as we look at car 99, Nicholas Sarlens, out on track.
So, talking of tyres, as you were, tyre longevity is something that's also going to be thought about by the teams and the drivers as well, because, you know, you've got races to come. Of course, being P1 in qualifying is absolutely critical, but also being P1 at the end of the race is also critical that you haven't taken too much out of the tyres, Brian.
Yes, absolutely. It's not all about qualifying. You could take too much out in qualifying and then suddenly find you've got nothing left for the race. This is the long game. This is teaching drivers to think big, to think across the entire day. And look, again, lots of traffic out on track. Nicholas Sarlens trying to find space out on the circuit.
We like them big. Seb Hopkins is the best of the Porsche Cayman drivers at the moment in the GT4 category for Team Parker Racing. Currently sitting in P7 overall, but P1 within that subcategory, if you like. So, Prado Costa has now gone quickest of anyone, and a 1:55.287 is the best time at the moment in our club division qualifying 1. So, I remind you, the mix of AM drivers, we've got, of course, the Porsche Cayman 718 GT4 cars out there as well, which are absolutely awesome cars. All this is part of the brilliant Porsche Motorsport Pyramid. Prado Costa from Robert Sulmer then, and Ian Loggy, who is currently P3. Seb Hopkins now goes right to the top in that Cayman, Brian.
Yes, great to have Seb Hopkins here in the treble to the Team Parker Racing. He's, of course, in the GT4 category, so he is quicker than the drivers in the AM category, but as we've already mentioned, still trying to get heat into the tyres, and a lot of the drivers still winding it up, getting them into the window, and then it'll be the big push lap. But Seb Hopkins from the UK, you already mentioned Ian Logie. Great to have him here. We've seen him in British GT racing last year. He is a real entertainer, and he is here again this year. Really good to have Logie on the grid.
I agree wholeheartedly. Nicholas Sarlens then, the Belgium racing driver who we see centre screen right now in that number 99 car is P1 by dint of that 1:47.084, which at this stage of qualifying, may I mention, is a full 1.271 seconds quicker than anybody else. So his move going into that turn to get the inside line proved to be beneficial.
Yes, he's a driver who knows his way around here. He's got some experience. He was in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux in 2019. He finished in 10th place. He's also been in the Porsche GT3 Cup Challenge Benelux in 2017 and 18. He returns to Porsche after 2 seasons in GT2 racing. You get the feeling that the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree, and he's back in the Porsche fold once again.
You're absolutely right. At the moment, we have got in P2 overall, it is Seb Hopkins, one of the Team Parker Racing drivers, driving the Cayman. Second overall is 1.27 seconds down on the fastest driver, and that is Nicholas Salens. But by far and away, Seb Hopkins is the quickest of that particular category, ahead of Graham King, I think it is, who is P2 in that category at the moment. So we keep our eyes on both of the categories, and you can see indicated very nicely on the bar to the left-hand side of our graphics there. If it's coloured white, it is because it's a GT4 car.
Yes, so good to see Seb Hopkins up there, but now the times are starting to come. It's Nicholas Salens are currently quickest, but Robert Silmer drops up into second place. Well, not for long, because Ian Logie, we said keep an eye on him, just 0.19 behind Nicholas Salens. So Robert Silmer down to third. Felipe Wills in fourth place ahead of Paulius Zadeka. And Mihalov, who was running in second place for a while, but he's about 2 seconds slower than the fastest time at the moment. So he's got a bit of pace that he needs to find. Then, as already mentioned, the fastest of the GT4 cars. In 8th overall, Seb Hopkins is 3.22 slower than pole position time set by an AM car. So cars out on track at the moment. Nicholas Salens is quickest with less than 6 minutes remaining.
May I make mention of the fact that Ian Logie is, of course, being engineered by HP Racing International. We waxed lyrical about Harold Krochik a little bit earlier on, doing a very, very good job in terms of engineering that car to P2 at the moment. Salens, though, at the moment is unbeatable. I say that as Ian Logie now goes purple through Sector 1, Brian.
Yes, Ian Logie lighting up the timing screens. He's gone quickest in Sector 2 as well. So car 717 now making his bid for pole position. Nicholas Salens looking over his shoulder. The HP Racing International Porsche. Car 717, the green and black car there. Quickest in Sector 1. Quickest in Sector 2 by some considerable distance. If he can hang it all together now in Sector 3 as he comes into the final stage, keep it all together, then he could be snatching that pole position. Nicholas Salens looking to respond though, as he tries to hold on to that pole position, going wide. Stay within the track limits, please. Across the line we come. So Nicholas Salens across the line, and Ian Logie, who will be quickest? Ian Logie, 1:44.981. What a stunning lap that was for the British driver in car 717.
And stunning that we actually were talking about it as he did it. However, it was short-lived, Brian.
Oh, Nicholas Salens, I said he was responding. That's exactly what's happened. So, it is Scotland versus Belgium. Ian Logie versus Nicholas Salens for that pole position. Salens in the traffic. He moves past Dominic Bastian off the racing line. Here's Ian Logie as well. 2 cars looking pretty identical, of course, both for HP Racing International. I beg your pardon. Nicholas Salens in Belgium Racing. They look very similar, those cars do, in the green and black. But Ian Logie for HP Racing International. Harold Project will be rubbing his hands together as he sees car 717 trying to dial it up. Now, Logie, quickest of anybody once again. No, not quite in Sector 1, a 33.236 in Sector 1. So he was purple on the last lap, but this time around, has he taken too much out of those tyres too early on? 3.5 minutes still remaining.
And this is the conundrum, isn't it? Do you take everything out of those tyres for qualifying and try and get as far up the grid as you can? Or do you conserve some rubber so that you're in a position potentially to do some overtaking in the race? Of course, there'll be lots and lots of overtaking come what may, but of course, every single piece of rubber that you keep on those tyres is going to pay dividends for you in the race.
Yes, and just to remind you that every car in the AM category is absolutely identical apart from setup, and every car in the GT4 category is identical. So overtaking, not always easy. Now, Portimão does present some good overtaking opportunities, but if you're starting a long way down the pack, you're going to be on the back foot. Now, who was that? That looked like Corrado Costa to me. or was it? It looked like car 24 off the track, but he's rejoined, so no harm done. We're still keeping an eye on Ian Logie. He's not able to do anything about Nicolas Salens. Two cars running together on track. You saw how hard Logie is pushing. Saw the car just snaking slightly under braking. Meanwhile, in the GT4 category, Seb Hopkins is quickest. He's 11th overall with a 1:48.355.
I think you called it correctly. I think it was car 24. I was looking at the data map just as you were calling it, and the car had momentarily stopped, but it could have been when it went past the sector line, so I might be wrong in that. Nicolas Salens then, P1. Ian Logie, P2. And there you can see the number 717 car of Ian Logie then, who has provided such scintillating action during this qualifying. It's been seesawing between himself and Nicolas Salens with regards to who is going to be P1 in this session, which has just 2 minutes remaining. Just 2 minutes remaining. And as you mentioned, Seb Hopkins remains the quickest of the GT4 drivers.
We saw Ian Logie drop from that pole position. Looking at our timing screens, he had a lap deleted. And I think it was his quick lap because it was a 1:44.981, which was deleted for exceeding track limits on turn 1. So maybe that is what caught Ian Logie out. A real shame for him because he'd thrown everything at that lap and it would have put him on pole position.
Yeah, but you say that caught him out. Do you know what? It didn't, because everyone else is in the 45s. You know, if you're going to gain that much time, then, you know, you're going to get your wrist slapped, aren't you? And that's proverbially what has happened. So really, really unfortunate, but he knows there's plenty in that car. Bark Autotech Racing, another one of the teams down there in the pit lane.
Yes, Sinter Blitzen we saw there just in the pit, so clearly he's done for this session. Of course, just a moment to take a breather before we back out for qualifying 2 in a few moments. It is Nicolas Salens on provisional pole position. Ian Logie into the pits. So it looks like he's done for this session. He threw everything at it. He put in a time that was quicker than a 1:45.133, but he exceeded track limits on turn 1, and he is down to P2. Robert Sulmer also in the pits. He is in P3. Looking at the timing screens, there are no purple sectors at the moment, so I think certainly the first part of the grid is fairly settled. Felipe Wills in 4th place, car number 50 for Speed Lover. Great to have him here in this series this year. He's been around doing Porsches for a couple of years, and he currently is in P4.
Yes, 5 or 6 of the drivers have made their way into the pit lane now. They feel that they have given all their best when it comes to this qualifying. Bear in mind, this qualifying for round 1. Qualifying for round 2, like a young whippersnapper, champion at your heels, is going to follow very, very quickly. Nicolas Salens, in my opinion, his time is not going to be vaulted. It's definitely not now, unless anyone was on a hot lap, which I can't see that anyone is posting purple sectors at the moment. So I think his 1:45.133 is assured. And there we can see Philippe Wilson, the Speed Lover driver, who is currently P4. Is he improving? Don't think anyone is improving. So the order that you can see on the left-hand side of your screen is, I think, pretty much as it's going to be when it comes to confirmation in but a few moments' time from now.
Jürgen Vollert was pushing hard, doing personal best, but nowhere near enough to get on the front row of the grid. And there is Ian Logie for HP Racing International, and there is the aforementioned Harold Prochik, a real character around the raceways, and the Harold Prochik there just chatting to Ian Logie, no doubt talking about that issue with the turn 1 track limits. He will be thinking about what might have been. It was so close. The time that he put up was in the 1:44s, but it was taken away from him for exceeding track limits, and it meant that Nicolas Salens will start on pole position for round 1 in the club division later on this afternoon. Of course, all the drivers get to do it again in a few moments because there are 2 races in the club division today, and that was the qualifying for the first race. Qualifying for the second race will come up in a bit. Ian Logie, the Scottish driver, will climb from the car, no doubt take a very short comfort break, and will be back in the seat in just 3 or 4 minutes. The rest of the cars now circulating, peeling off back into the pit lane because the checkered flag is out. And it is Nicolas Salens who will start on pole position for round 1 of the club division this afternoon, with Ian Logie for company for HP Racing International. Robert Solmer and Felipe Wills will start on row 2, ahead of Paulius Sadeka, Javier Ripoll Jr., Michal Mialov and Jürgen Vollert, ahead of Limol Yuka Erola, Niels Lofterod, who did a good job to come 11th after that spin that we saw at the start of the session. And then Seb Hopkins, the leading GT4 driver, ahead of Marabi Mekbabishvili in 13th and Kamal Perian in 14th. So in 15th, Corrado Costa for Enrico Fulgenzo Racing, ahead of Dominic Bastian, Andrea Barati and Ernst Interblitzen for Akbach Autotech. And then it's Graham King, another of the GT4 qualifiers, ahead of Alexander Dobik, and Henk Norrell and Jules Marion bringing up the rear. 22 cars out in the qualifying session. We get to do it all again in a moment.
Oh, I can't wait. Brilliant was that. We love the as I said earlier, the short, sharp nature of the qualifying sessions here for the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And great job done there by a number of the drivers. And bear in mind, they've, as Brian has said, got to do it all over again for round 2 in just a few seconds from now. My goodness me. Talk about we don't get a chance for a breath. Certainly that's the situation for those drivers as well. Let's go down into the pit lane. Hot rocking is Piers Pryor, doing great work for us, Piers.
Yeah, I thought why not get down to the Belgium racing garage and grab a word with our pole sitter for race number 1 in the club division, Nicholas. Great start to the season. That must have been a good lap.
Yeah, it was a really good lap. We had some struggles yesterday with the car, but today the mechanics did a great job and the car was great. I'm really happy.
Great, and we've got another session coming up immediately. Radio, so we'll just run with that. Ian Loggy actually got a faster lap time, we got it deleted, so track limits definitely something to think about.
Track limits is definitely hot here, so we have to be very careful. But I have been very careful this morning, and we're going to see later on what we're going to do.
Brilliant, well we look forward to the race. Thanks for chatting to us. Brilliant, well, back to you in the comments box, guys.
Oh, well done, Piers.
Yeah, thank you, Piers. Doing a good job. We're going to have him running around all day today. He's going to be doing some grid walks as well later on and bringing us all the information. So top job, Piers. Thank you very much. Right, we're getting ready for our last qualifying session of the day. It's Club Division Qualifying 2 coming up in a few moments. And it's going to be interesting to see whether Ian Logie can make amends for what was a difficult session 1. I mean, he'll be happy with an outside front row start, but he will always be thinking about that pole position that got away from him. We know who the man to catch is, don't we? Nicolas Salens. He looks like the man who is on a mission. He's sounding confident in the car when Piers was talking to him as well.
But very, very aware of the fact that there is just millimeters between being hero or zero. You know, these track limits are very, very critical, and well done to all the drivers who have managed to keep it within the white lines, because, if you can be quick around, but you're quick without having to make the track a little bit bigger than it is, then fair credit.
Absolutely. So silence falls across the pit lane at the moment. It is only a brief silence because we have another 15 minutes of quali. You can see the green flag is now waving. So 15 minutes of quali coming up, qualifying 2 for the club division.
Here we go, as the cars make their way down the pit lane and then out, and you begin to run downhill heading towards turn number 1, which of course is the right-hander.
So I just saw that. Robert Sulmer, did you see? He put the power on coming out the pit lane. The car, look, and again! 3rd time this is happening. So who is that? That's car 15. That's Ernst Interblitzen. This is happening. 3rd time. We almost had it a 4th time.
Yes.
Cars lighting up on the exit of the pit lane. There's something slippery there. There's a bump in the track. The tyres are cold. You see the cars spinning across the home straight.
As you say, it's happened, and it's not happened only once. And you would think, and again, if that had happened later on, now, thankfully, this particular qualifying session is not as populated as some of the ones that we saw earlier on in the day. But if you'd had a pile of cars coming down the start-finish straight, really on power, that could have been... There we are. It didn't happen, so it doesn't matter.
But isn't that fascinating? 3 cars, 3.5 cars, because we saw one almost do it, didn't we? Pleased to say that there are no pit stops in this race, so we won't have this issue when the racing starts. well, not scheduled pit stops anyway. So there's that little factor that's not there. But it really is something that has been occurring. There's someone else who's spun as well. Is that car 24? Yes, it is. Corrado Costa. So the Enrico Fulgenzi racing car, well, he was in the battles a little bit in the first qualifying session. So once again, having a bit of a moment. The temperature here is nowhere near as high as it has been during testing and free practice here at Portimão. And you wonder whether this is catching some of the drivers out. Cold tyres.
There's no question about it. The car is going to behave slightly differently because we've lost some of the degrees that we have had. And therefore, the behavior of the cars is going to be different. That's something that needs to be taken into account. And we've seen 3.5 times, as you mentioned, where it has caught some drivers out. We'll see. Hopefully, everyone has settled down now. And already, we've had 2.5 minutes of this qualifying session done and dusted as we watch the cars then making their way around the track now. Expect some hot laps to come in very, very soon. Do bear in mind that you have both the AM drivers and also the GT4 drivers that are out there as well, driving the Porsche Caymans as well. We'll keep our eyes across who's doing what in which during this qualifying session, of which right now, just 12 minutes left.
As already mentioned, different to the sport division, these cars have ABS, and I'd say that's going to be very useful here on this circuit, an undulating circuit. It's said to resemble the Nordschleife and Spa-Francorchamps on account of its undulating nature. There are a number of blind crests here. It's a challenging circuit for the drivers. Lots of undulation, but plenty of overtaking opportunities as we look at Ernst Inderblitzen. No harm done. The car's pointing in the right direction. It looks like it's got a wheel in each corner, so all good there. Car 63, Robert Sommer coming over the hill. Lots of blind crests. I always think that when you're motoring towards a blind crest, you've got to have an awful lot of courage about you.
Oh, absolutely. And we take our hats off with a veritable talent that we have, because absolutely brilliant that these drivers entertain us so well. And the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, certainly the prospect of this wonderful series, really have been looking forward to it. Of course, as part of the pyramid of potential Porsche stars. So, right. Settling down now, first 5 minutes done. You can see the drivers vigorously weaving from side to side, driving the temperature into those tyres so that they can set their laps, which is effectively, Brian, going to be for their round 2, this qualifying session.
It is. So this is a completely independent session from qualifying 1, which we witnessed a few moments ago. It's very much as you were, and Ian Logie will be thinking about how he can beat Nicolas Salens. Of course, there are another 19 drivers out on track that would like to interfere with the two of them as well. At the moment, Michal Majolov is at the top of the timesheets, but he's well below what would be a pole position time. Building the temperature up in those tyres. You've got a number of out laps, then that all-important push lap. And when you get onto that push lap, you need to have the space, you need to have the temperature.
Ian Logie then has gone quickest thus far, but as you say, sometimes how you warm these tyres up is crucial as well, because a slow warm-up actually sometimes can be really beneficial rather than being too aggressive. You know, the heat cycle that you're putting the tyres through. Of course, all this is discussed by the teams and the drivers as well, how to get the max out of it.
As we watch Jürgen Vollet, yes, it's not just a case of getting in the car and hitting the accelerator and going flat out. It is very much about thinking. These cars, you can really hustle them across the curbs, but you've got to treat them with respect as well. We'd also mention they all have a front splitter on them, and if you run off wide and you run through a gravel trap and you damage the splitter, then your qualifying session is over because you lose seconds without a splitter on the car.
Yes, it has to be said that the Porsche front splitter is it's renowned throughout racing, isn't it? Because you're right, you lose that, you've lost your qualifying, you've lost your race, depending on when you lose it. So Jürgen Voila then for lap time performance, currently P1 with a 151.340, 151.340. However, there are a number of drivers, including Ian Logie then, who are setting purple sector times. Ian Logie, I would suggest at the conclusion of this lap, is going to go straight to P1. We pick the car up now. Car number 717. Keep your eyes on this bit of traffic ahead. That could really damage his potential opportunity to be P1. Momentarily, Seb Hopkins goes to P1 in the GT4 category. But keep your eyes on this number 717 car, which I think could be heading towards P1 as Michal Majolov has gone P1 currently. Let's see what he can do.
Across the line they come. Robert Sulmer ahead of Ian Logie, but it doesn't look as though it affected him too much. A 1:45.974, so that's still well below, or well above, if you want to put it, what he did on the lap that got taken away from him in the previous session. But he'll be reasonably happy with that. A 1:45.974. Now, will he keep the power on? He's got Robert Selmer in front of him. He can really do with that car being either a long way ahead or a long way behind. He wants an open track in front of him, but Ian Logie will continue to press on. Seb Hopkins up into P3, the fastest of the GT4 cars.
And critically for Ian, I was watching. Whoa, as around has gone the number 15 car.
So Ernst again. Ernst Interblitzen having a fairly lively day at the moment. He's has spent more time on the track going around him than him going around the track, but he is going to try and rejoin, avoid getting collected. Now, where is he out on the circuit? It's out just approaching turn 5 on that downhill section.
Dodgy.
So yeah, not a great place to lose it.
I was just going to mention that I was watching Ian Logie on the track map. Because I was fearful of track limits, but absolutely clean and tidy during that lap. So that P1, that's why it stands. That 1:45.974 was absolutely authentic.
Yes, it was, and we're just keeping one eye on our race control screen to make sure that nobody is exceeding. In fact, Ernst Interblitzen was the last one to have a time deleted for exceeding track limits. So Ernst Interblitzen having a fairly lively day. There is Ian Logie. Now, that was wide. Coming out of the corner. Was that out of turn 14? I think it was. He's still got the 63 car, Robert Sulmer, ahead of him. He's going to be fed up with looking at the back of that car. He could really do with a bit of clear air. Now, there is the potential. He could be picking up a slipstream, of course.
Yes.
But I don't know how big the slipstream effect is here at Portimão. He has a look to the inside into turn 1. He's now got that space. So Ian Logie continuing to press on. A 1:45.102 is his quickest time. Critically, though, that number 63 car is the car that is in P2 in the time sheet. So he is the car that is trying to steal the pole position away from Ian Logie. I'm looking to see where Nicolas Salins is, and he has yet to put a time on the board.
Leaving it late, which is always of concern.
P8 is where he is at the moment, so some 2.8 seconds back from pole position time. So yeah, Nicolas Salins still with a lot of work to do.
So Logie then ahead of Sulmer and Wills. They are the top 3 currently, and they're all in the 45s. In fact, the top 3 are the only drivers in the 45s. They are the ones that have made the most thus far, and we watch the top 2 right now on screen as they ran through that turn, running downhill into the left-hander. Here we pick them up once again here at this wonderful Algarve circuit, 4.653 kilometres of tarmac.
So, with just over 5 minutes remaining of the session, Ian Logie currently on provisional pole position, keeping an eye on Nicolas Salins, though. He's gone purple in Sector 1 and Sector 2, so keep one eye on car 99. Nicolas Salins, he's currently in P9. If he can keep it all together, he could launch himself to the top of the timesheets. Once again, Ian Logie, Robert Selmer running together on the track, have been running pretty well for the whole session together, but we've got one eye on car number 99. He's into Sector 3, the final sector at the moment. He's been purple in Sector 1 and Sector 2. Out of 15 he comes. He's going to cross the line in just a few moments. Where will car 99 be? Will he jump up to the top of the time screens? We're waiting for him to come up over the crest hill. Here he is. Across the line comes car 99. Pole position! 1:44.950. That was a stunning lap. Now I'm looking nervously at the race control screen just to make sure he hasn't exceeded track limits, but that is a stunning lap from Nicolas Salins.
Provisional P1 for Nicolas Salins then, Brian, then with his enthusiasm unchecked like a bottle uncorked, as you could tell. He watched virtually the final sector in its entirety, and Nicolas Salins doing everything exactly right and delivering that 1:44.950. There is merely a 1/10.5 between him and P2, though, so it's still all on to play for. But I would suggest that Nicolas, having left it later in the session, of course, he is inevitably going to use less tyres than Ian Logie, who we think has been out for longer in the session.
And he's probably spent more time getting it up to temperature, getting the tyres in the window. There's arguably more rubber down on the track, which would give you more grip as well. So running it late is always a risky strategy, because if there's a yellow flag or you exceed track limits, then suddenly you've blown your chances. But Nicolas Salins looks like he's timed it well. 3.5 minutes remaining of this session. Looking at the timing screens, doesn't look like anybody else is going to challenge that at the moment. The only driver into the 144s is that car there, the man to beat. He's already on pole position for round 1 in the club division, which comes later on this afternoon. Is he going to make it a double pole, as Ariel Levy did earlier on in the sport division? Could it be a double pole? Felipe Wills going wide out of the corner there. Nicolas Salins keeping it within the white lines. Really doesn't need to do anything else, and I'm wondering whether he will peel off into the pits. No, I don't think he will. No, he carries on around. So Nicolas Salins continuing to push, looking to improve even further. You'd think maybe with that time he'd want to possibly come into the pits, save the tyres, but he can see that Ian Logie is only a tenth and a half behind him, so maybe he doesn't feel as though that's a big enough cushion.
Maybe so, maybe so. We can't tell what's going on in the mind of these talented drivers, but what we do know is that Nicolas Salins has done enough thus far. Thus far, with 2.5 minutes remaining in this session. Just to keep an eye on GT4, it's Seb Hopkins, who is the best of those GT4 runners at the moment. He's running P12 in the session overall, but of course it is P1 in his particular category, ahead of Graham King, who is P2, just to keep you up to speed with those GT4 cars.
You can see Michal Malov, you saw in the picture that was just inset there. He's into the pits, as are a number of the cars, but still Nicolas Salins and Ian Logie out on track, still looking to improve. Now, Nicolas Salins, he has not improved on this lap. He's not improved on his sector time. Still very quick, though, 33.125 in sector 1, so very quick, but not a personal best, and certainly not the quickest overall. Doesn't really need to do much more. Ian Logie is the one who's got it all to do, but he's running out of time. 1.5 minutes of this session remaining. Once the checkered flag comes out, the drivers will be able to continue for the remainder of that lap, and it will count.
If you were Belgium racing, wouldn't you be saying now park the car? Nicholas, there's no one is going to trouble you, park the car.
Yeah.
But obviously we don't have the benefit of knowing exactly the communication traffic between driver and team. So Nicolas Salins then with that very impressive 144.950.
Now he does it. Peels off into the pit lane. So Ian Logie into the pits as well. In fact, maybe that was Logie that came into the pits. It doesn't help having the front two cars green and black, does it?
Yeah,
Can we paint one of them
similar.
yellow or something? Into the pits is Ian Logie as we look at Felipe Wills, still out on track, still looking to improve, and not improving any further than P5. Having said that, speed level Porsche in P5, that is a good result for him if things stay as they are, which seems likely with 40 seconds remaining.
The more that we look at right now, and driving for Team Parker Racing, and of course Team Parker well known within the Porsche circles with regards to engineering some fantastic racing cars, that's for sure. Nicolas Salins then with 21 seconds remaining. I can't see any purples across the timing screen that we have in our comms studio. Therefore, I don't think the times that we have currently are going to necessarily be enhanced or bettered by anybody else, Brian.
Yeah, you saw Ian Logie once again chatted to Harold Prochik, his team boss in the pits. The only driver that is improving at the moment is Felipe Wills in P5. He's done a personal best in sector 1, but he hasn't improved in sector 2, so I don't think we're going to see any changes. Checkered flag is out, so any cars that are on a lap at the moment may continue, and the lap will count as we watch Paulos Sadeka in the number 2 car just circulating around towards the start-finish line, and his time will be good for P4. So the Team GP Elite driver doing very well at 145.727. That is just nearly 8/10 slower than pole position, but a very good time for him as well. Once again, very, very tight on the grid.
So the checkered flag being waved, as you can see, and most drivers choosing to indicate right and pull into the pit lane and bring that session to a close. Don't think there's anyone else that is going to try and cross the timing line, even though they were on a lap. There you can see the really rather successful Belgium racing Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car then, and of course the talented driver that is Nicolas Salins. The AM driver who has delivered the only time in the 144s, a 144.950, and that gives us P1 for round 2 of this Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe to come a little bit later on today. So pit lane is effectively closed. It's Nicolas Salins from Ian Logie.
So cars in parc fermé conditions rolled back into the garages, getting ready for their race coming later on. The GT4 champion from last year, Joe Warhurst, he went on to be the Porsche Sprint Challenge GB Pro champion. Once again, just showing how these drivers can use the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Championship to get up to speed. But this is such a competitive championship. We're going to have a look at the times. It was Nicolas Salans on pole position with a 1:44.950, and Ian Logie alongside. It's a repeat of the first qualifying session. Robert Sulma and Paula Sedeka on row 2 ahead of Felipe Wills. Javier Ripoll Jr. in 6th place ahead of Mikhail Milov, ahead of Limol, Jürgen Vollet, Marabi, Mekbabishvili and Corrado Costa. Seb Hopkins was the quickest of the GT4 runners and 12th overall, ahead of Dominic Bastian and Andrea Moratti. On 15th place, Niels Lofterod. He had a lively session, didn't he? Ahead of Graham King in the GT4 category. Yuka Irola and Ernst Inderblitzen, another driver who had a very lively session, ahead of Alexander Dobik, Henk van Norrel and Jules Marion bringing up the rear. 21 runners and riders for qualifying 2 in the club division, Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And it's looking good and exciting. Racing this afternoon is going to be epic.
Oh, I think you're right. Yeah. We use qualifying as something of a teaser, really, for the races to come. And yes, the qualifying has been very entertaining across everything. So, yeah, very much looking forward to the races to come of this Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, first rounds 1 and 2, and of course the first event here at the Algarve International Circuit. 15 turns awaiting those drivers when it comes up to racing in anger a little bit later on today. So, as we've mentioned earlier on, the temperatures are perhaps not quite where we expected them to be. There's a bit of cloud around, and earlier on, when you saw the weather graphics, you would have seen that there is just the potential threat of a little bit of drizzle to come a little bit later on today. Hope that is not the case and it remains dry. But you can see it's still really rather cloudy, as you can see on the screen, as well as we can see out of our window as well. That's just the way it is here. This Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe kicking off this weekend and kicking off our international motorsport. So Ian Logie then done a good job, and right now he is chatting to Piers Pryor.
Yeah, we're down in the pit lane once again at the HP Racing garage. Ian Logie, 2 very solid qualifying sessions to start this Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Championship. Sum it up for us.
Yeah, it's a nice championship, lots of cars. I think in total there's something like 48 cars here this weekend, so good championship. The competition looks pretty strong. During the free practice, etc., I thought I had a few tenths on everyone, but some of the guys have really upped their game, and I'm going to need to be quick if I'm going to win any of these races, so it will be head down from P2 in both races. Pity about the first qualifying. I had track limits, or I was, I think, 3 or 4 tenths on pole, but track limits are track limits, as we know.
As we know, but two second place is very, very close at the front, so I'm looking forward to some good racing. What's your expectations? What are you hoping for? What were you coming here to do this weekend?
And one thing and one thing only, to win.
There we go. We love to hear it. Of course, I've seen you around the UK. First time I've seen you abroad. Last time I saw you, I think you were driving a McLaren. Now you're in a Porsche. Very different cars to drive, but you jump in loads of different cars. You take a while to get used to, or is it pretty much straight away nowadays?
It's pretty much 10 laps and we're nearly there. It's LMP2 next week, which that's going to take a little bit more getting used to. Yeah, I think if you're in and out of different cars, you get used to it very quickly.
I bet you do. Anyway, good luck for the races. Thank you for chatting to us, and we'll see you going off P2 twice, which is a good start to the season, I'm sure. Cheers, Ian. Right, back to you in the comms box, and we're shortly going to be heading off for a lunch break, I believe.
Thank you, Piers. Yes, lunchtime is beckoning, but there's going to be no break for you because we're going to be sending you down the pit lane to get some interviews. So it'll be really good to hear what the drivers are going to say. It's been a very, very exciting morning. 4 qualifying sessions compressed into a very short period of time. The racing this afternoon is going to be epic. We're going to have 4 races, 2 for the sport division and 2 for the club division. Both races, all 4 races, will be 30 minutes in duration. It is the first weekend 4 in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. We've got 8 rounds in total, 2 rounds today, rounds 1 and rounds 2. We head off to Estoril on Saturday, so only a 6-day break for rounds 3 and 4. And then it's Valencia on the 24th of February, and then it all comes to a close the week after that in Barcelona on the 2nd of March. A short, sharp championship. Porsche racing at its very best. Some great drivers are going to be going door to door. As we look now at the beautiful Algarve International Circuit, the wonderful scenery, and in just a few moments, we're going to be heading back down to Piers in the pit lane. So it's been a great morning, hasn't it, Dave? It's been really entertaining.
You know what? Sometimes we watch qualifying sessions, we look at qualifying sessions, and they deliver plenty. But of course, it is the racing, if you like, is the main course, and that's what we're very much looking forward to. And that racing to come this afternoon, yes, going to be absolutely awesome. I think epic is the word you used. So yeah, very much looking forward to that, and a really, really good number of cars to entertain us across this Portimão circuit, which is very challenging for the drivers. And of course, qualifying is one thing. When it comes to panel rubbing racing, it's altogether something very, very different. And as Ian was saying, as Piers was speaking to him, every driver will be hoping to step up into the races. And of course, the adrenaline drives, and all of a sudden, the aspirations to be towards that podium and potentially the top step of it becomes ever present in the mindset of each of our drivers.
Yes, absolutely. And whatever's happened this morning, it's about just putting that to the back of your mind, whether you've had a good one or a bad one. You think of Alex Tauscher, he's had a bit of everything. He starts on the front row for his first round and then the back row for the second. It's now time for that reset to gather it all together. Teams cannot do lots of work on the cars. The cars are in parc fermé conditions, so very limited. They can check tyre pressures. They can't do a lot else. So the cars are pretty well set now to join the grid and to get going in what will be in less than an hour, the first of the 4 races this afternoon. So we just wait for a few moments before we head down to the pit lane. You can see it's quite misty here in the Algarve, certainly something very different to what we've been enjoying in the lead up to today. The Porsche Pyramid, as we've spoken about already, a great opportunity for the drivers to get themselves up to speed before the winter finishes. Right, it's time to head over to Piers Pry. He's in the pit lane. Over to you, Piers. The lunch break is all yours.
Brian and Dave, thank you so much for taking us through the qualifying sessions. Very much looking forward to getting the racing underway after the lunch break. And I'll be keeping you entertained for the next half an hour or so, trying to grab a word with as many people as we can. Actually starting towards pit exit with the GP Elite team, had a very, very strong run in the sport category, of course. Ariel Levy getting a double pole position, very, very fast. I was hoping to get a word with him, but speaking to the team, apparently lunch is the priority at the moment, so no drivers kicking around in GP Elite. But let's have a wander down the pit lane. Of course, a huge pit lane here at the Algarve International Circuit in Portimão. Great to be here. Much nicer weather than when we've come from, Alpha Live in the UK. Oh, by magic, we've got a driver, Sid Smith. Now, Sid, you are driver the number 55.911 in the sport category in the pro class. Sid, I know you from GB4 this year, which is a single-seater championship in the UK. Yep. You had some good results this year. Very, very different to the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup 992 car.
Yeah, well, as you can see, it's a bit of a change from a single-seater where we're relying a lot on downforce and not so much the power-wise, but now it's quite a different turn of events. I can't say I'm disappointed by it at all, but it's such an awesome car and such a cool experience. Obviously, we've committed to the Carrera Cup GB calendar, so for this is kind of like testing for us, like really competitive testing, where you kind of get more out of it than just kind of doing laps. You get to have the whole quali and the whole race situation, so I'm absolutely loving it. It's such a cool car and such a cool place to be, so yeah.
Very, very cool car. Loving the new livery. I believe I heard or saw on social media that one of your mates who's also a driver helps in the livery.
Yeah, so it was me and Gordy Much who came up with the livery, so we've been working on it since we knew it was all confirmed, and I can't say it was an overnight thing, but we've been working on it for absolutely ages now, and it's as you can see there, it's come out really nice. I'm really happy with it.
Yeah.
And it's the first time I've been to an international track as well, so got some cool pictures going around this track as well. It's just an iconic sort of situation.
Oh, it's a great looking car. It definitely stands out on circuit. Of course, is the colour scheme inspired by anything?
Yeah, so obviously our title sponsors Green Recycling, and obviously going along with their kind of brand identity and stuff, they're green, so we thought we might as well base delivery around them. And yeah, it definitely stands out, so I think we've done just that, and the standing out and making themselves kind of stand out to the viewers. So yeah, that was kind of inspired, and then we put some like kind of silver accents around it just to make it pop even more, really.
Brilliant. Well, let's talk about the driving on circuit now. Last time I spoke to you would have been, what was the last round GB4?
Brands Hatch, I believe.
Brands Hatch.
Yeah.
Bit of a different circuit here. The scale is enormous. I've never been here before. My first time in Portugal. Must be awesome to drive one of these cars around here.
Oh well, yeah. Like I say, it's the first time being out the UK. Well, to drive a car anyway. So, and to come to a track like this, a big GP track. Obviously, I've done Silverstone GP in the UK, but coming abroad is just something really special and nothing I haven't done before. So, it's really, really awesome to come here, and especially doing a car like that. It's kind of a dream come true, really. Like you kind of arrive to turn one, the car, and you're thinking, wow, it's just amazing, really. But yeah, I'm absolutely loving it.
Well, it's great. Of course, you're getting used to it pretty quickly. We saw quite a few drivers spinning on the exit of pit lane. You weren't one of those, so I hope and wish you the best of luck in the races, and we'll see how you get on.
Yeah, thank you very much. Hopefully for better races than the qualifying we just did.
Brilliant, Sid. Thanks for chatting to us. Let's keep on wandering down the pit lane. Of course, Team Parker from the UK. We've got a number of drivers over here, a lot of Brits, including Seb Hopkins. Seb, let's see if we can grab a word. I'm not deliberately choosing all English drivers just because I'm obviously from the UK, but we're Team Parker, of course, UK based. Seb, you are not driving one of the 911s. You are driving one of the GT4 RS cars in the club division. The cars are a bit different to the 911s, but you're putting it right up there. I mean, the start of both qualifying sessions, you were right up the top and then just trickled down as, of course, the 911s got their tyres in. But talk to us about your experience this weekend so far in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe.
Yeah, it's going really well so far. Obviously, the Cayman's a bit different to the normal RS, from where this is the kind of Sprint Challenge spec, and so kind of in the straight lines, we're actually pretty much the same, even a little bit faster than the Cup cars, but obviously they've just got a lot of the edge in all the corners from where they're aero and they're wider and things. But yeah, it's going well.
Going very well indeed. Not a huge amount of GT4s this weekend, only 4 of them, but it still looks pretty close in qualifying. But I was briefly chatting to you earlier on. You're right in the mix of those 911s, and with those sort of car disparities, it's going to make the racing pretty interesting.
Yeah, we're going to have to see, really. It's going to be interesting. Obviously, you know, it's a bit of a shame that there's not as many GT4 cars, but I think, you know, at the moment we're just here to kind of learn and, you know, get some track time for the actual season coming up ahead. But no, it's all good, and I'm sure the race is going to be interesting.
Great practice, of course, this in the what is normally the off-season. The weather in the Algarve a little bit better than it is in the UK, as from what I hear back at home. But you're pretty used to this, the GT4 car. Maybe not in the same spec, but you've driven it before. Tell us about what you've done up till now.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm in car racing. I did 2 years Jess Juniors, and then with Team Parker in 2022, I raced the Cayman in British GT. Obviously, that is the actual GT4 spec, so quite a lot slower than this one now. Last year I raced the Aston Martin GT4 in British GT, and then I'm back in this car, and we'll see what I'll be doing this year. But obviously there's a fairly big clue what I'll be doing. But
can you give us a scoop?
Well, I'm going to be back to sprint racing in the UK, so yeah, I think the eyes are on to do the Sprint Challenge in the UK, and you know, hopefully do well in that.
Oh, amazing. Well, Seb, we'll look forward to seeing how you get on. Maybe we'll see you on the podium, because I'll be running that podium here for the circuit, and Brian and Dave will be running that through you on the stream. But thanks for chatting to us. Good luck this weekend. Maybe we'll chat to you again later.
Cool. Thank you. Cheers.
Brilliant. Well, that's great to hear for some British drivers, but this is a very, very international grid, and I'm sure we've got viewers watching this from all over the world, and I'm hoping to grab a word with someone later down the pit lane who is not even from the European continent. We're walking past one of the Italian teams, of course, 2 911s here. All of the cars now still in Parc Ferme, I believe, for the club division. As you can see, the little hats on top of the car. Parc Ferme, after qualifying, the cars must be untouched so that the teams can wheel it over to the scrutineering if they call it up, and make sure that everyone is within regulation. All of these cars, of course, completely spec, exactly the same in each of the different classes. These 911 GT3 RS 992 cars are awesome. I mean, let's look at the rear of this. I mean, the diffuser underneath here, the engine, 4-litre flat 6 engine. You can hear them screaming past as they come past the start-finish line, which is excellent. And it must be amazing to drive. We heard from Sid just a moment ago that, you know, it takes a bit of getting used to, but amazing cars. I'm kind of jealous, actually, if I'm completely honest, but hey, we're loving life here in the Algarve. I've got a big contingent of German and Benelux drivers, including Freimut here. He was very fast in the pro category. One of the most striking liveries that we've seen, and I must say it's probably one of my favourites. And it's interesting to see that all the cars, even though they are so identical in terms of their specification and they have to run the same bodywork, everything, there's a number of different liveries that have been chosen, different cars, different colours, different styles, and it makes it a lot easier for us who are commentating or at least calling the sport to identify them. And then we move down. We're now in the Huber part of the pit lane. They've got quite a few cars out. Of course, we saw Nekvabishvili in there. He was very quick in that club division, and Sulmer as well, also going very fast earlier on. And as we head towards now garage number 20, we have, I believe, is that Niels? I can't remember to pronounce your surname. Tell us who you are for those at home.
My name is Niels Lofterud. I'm Norwegian originally. I'm living in Switzerland now for the past 30 years.
30 years, so you get it's Norwegian, Swiss. But Niels, we saw you out on that club session just then. Talk to us about your qualifying session.
Well, you know, I just got into the car 2 days ago. I've never driven a 911 Cup.
Yeah.
I've never done a race before. And I started, I've been here now for 2 days for training.
Yeah.
Started the first day with 5 spins. The second day with 1 spin, and after that I started to get a grip of it. And today, you know, just follow the flow, and I'm here. That's what counts for me, more or less.
You're here and you're having a good time.
For the experience, yes, of course.
Amazing, amazing. You, what are your hopes for this weekend? Are you just coming to get used to the car? Of course, it takes a while to get used to, I imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. I was driving I used to drive a GT4, the old one, and when I asked Alex Fach about the GT4 RS, he said, "Nah, come on, now it's time to change and get serious."
It's a bit quicker.
It's much quicker. Well, the new one, the RS, has a lot of power too, but I was thinking, you know, starting racing, and then he said, "Come on, let's start in the GT3 class."
Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. We'll see how you get on this afternoon for your first race in the 911. Yes. What's your plan? Are you just going to go hell for leather, or?
No, I'm just going to enjoy it, honestly.
Well, I can see you're enjoying it with a smile on your face. Niels, thank you very much for chatting to us.
Thanks.
Brilliant, and it's great to see so many drivers this weekend effectively having their first experience in the 911 cars. And I've spoken to a number of drivers up and down the grid who are having their first race weekend, some of which are actually getting to grips with it very, very quickly. We're now over towards, we're sort of getting towards the middle of the pit lane. Leo Rousseau, of course, was quick in the first session of the sport. And we also had to the right the number 94 of Mathis Joubert, who we spoke to at the end of the second sport qualifying session. Mathis, a French driver, a very successful kart racer, and he's clearly moving his driving technique over towards the Porsches. I believe he is planning to do a season in the Carrera Cup somewhere in Europe this season. This championship is perfect for the drivers who are doing a whole season this year, either in the Porsche Benelux Series, another Sprint Challenge, potentially Carrera Cups. We've spoken to some British drivers who are potentially doing the Carrera Cup UK. And yeah, it's exactly why we're here. A lot of the drivers, it's an opportunity not just to get some track time on circuit for just laps and laps and laps, but race experience in the winter, which is so important. Brian and David spoke about that earlier on. We've got the number 50 there of Wills, who is towards the front, I believe, of the AM category. Nicholas Sullens as well. It's been great to see the cars go around, and I'm hoping that everyone at home is enjoying the Alpha live stream, which is the first time we've covered this championship this season. And I think behind me, actually, I've just walked past someone from the Belgian racing team. Belgian Racing, what do you do here? Tell us who you are.
I'm Nicholas Salins. Last year I've done the GT2 series. And this year I'm helping here this weekend with Belgium Racing with the 99 car.
Yes.
Because they do the championship with another driver, but I had the chance to do it this weekend and I took it.
Nicholas,
I'm very happy.
I spoke to you just after the first part of qualifying. Didn't recognise you without your race gear on. Nicholas, very, very good qualifying. Up there in the first part as well as the second part. Ian was really quick, pushing you all the way, but double pole position. You must be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I'm very happy. The team is also very happy. This track is really sensitive for track limits, so we had to do very, very careful, but we have done a good job and the car did great, so we're very happy.
Very happy indeed. Obviously Belgium Racing are doing a great job given the car you need. What sort of things you've been working on in terms over the last couple of days in the car setup, or is it mostly in yourself?
But yesterday we had a struggle with we wanted to change the wheel, but the wheel was stuck. So we had to finish the session like 20 minutes before time. It's a problem that Porsche recognized, but I'm still not so very happy with the situation because we are here to drive the whole weekend. And let's hope they find a solution because I think other teams have had a problem as well. Yeah. And but luckily today we had a lot of more fun. No technical issues and the car was great.
The car was great indeed. Yeah. Talk to us about the 24 season. Of course, we're doing the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe now. We've got 4 rounds or 4 events until the start of the season. But what's your 2024 looking like as a whole?
I have no idea yet. I still have all my cards in my hands. I have several teams contacting me to do whatever, and I'm going to see. The GT2 series is a really nice championship. The Porsche Cup also. It's all good. So we're going to see what we're going to end up this year.
Brilliant. Well, thank you for chatting to us. We hope that the races go well. It should be pretty good from pole position, but I'm sure you'll be pushed all the way.
Thank you very much. See you later.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Great to chat to our double pole sitter in the Pro-Am category. No, not the Pro-Am, sorry, the Am category. And we're going to walk down towards the start of the pit lane. I think we've got number 37, Alberto Cherqui, is going to have a word with us. Yeah, 37, that is correct. I'm just hearing in my ear. Alberto, thank you very much for having a word with us. Alberto, talk to us about your qualifying and ahead to the races.
Yes, I just finished the quali. Race 1 start from P3 and race 2 start from P4. It's a hard quali because the distance from the other guys is very close, so it's important in the race 1 to make a good start, and I hope to do my best during the race.
Of course, and it is a standing start as well, which is not the easiest in these cars.
No, absolutely, because it's very difficult to work with the clutch. So it's important make a good start.
And I'm sure that the listeners at home can hear through your accent. You're from Italy originally, yes. And you have done a lot of racing in this car in Italy.
Yes, I won the Carrera Cup Italy 2 years ago, and it's my first time in Southern Europe, also in Portimão with the Porsche. It's my favorite track. Yes, it's beautiful and nothing. Just fun and try to do my best for the Carrera Cup Italy. Also 1 or 2 race in Super Cup.
Yeah, of course, that would be amazing to see you out in that. And hey, even better that you can watch back your races on the live streams, right?
Yes, of course.
Brilliant. Well, anyway, Alberto, thank you so much for chatting to us. We wish you the best of luck. 2 good qualifying and starting positions. So we'll see you maybe on the podium.
I hope.
I hope. If we do, we'll see you up there. Thank you very much. And also, someone else from B Driver. I was walking up and down the pit lane earlier on, and of course we are in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, but we haven't just got viewers from Europe, have we?
No, we have viewers from India, so they are my parents. They're watching live, and also my friends from Italy, from Bologna, so it's a bit of mixed audience.
Tell us about who you are and what you do for the B Driver team.
So my name is Darshan Kadaya. I'm the commercial director for this team. So I take care of the business side and the sponsorship, money side. I talk money.
You talk money. Great to be part of this championship here in Portugal at the start of the year.
It is great. It's a bit chilly, but it's
chilly. This is warm for England.
Okay. I'm happy for you then. I'm happy. For me, it's a bit chilly, but it's great to be here, and we are learning a lot. I mean, as you know, a lot of these teams are using this championship to learn, to improve, and we are the same. We are doing the same.
As are you, and Alberto's doing a great job for you.
Yeah, he is. I mean, if you look at our times, he's been improving all over the session. So we are very happy, and we're looking forward to the race 1.
Brilliant. Well, thank you so much for chatting to us. We'll see how Alberto gets on later on, and the B Driver team will be cheering him on, I'm sure. We're getting towards the middle of the pit lane. I can see some drivers in the background waiting for me. We'll get to them at some point in the near future. I really like the striking liveries here of the Ombra Racing team. And Philip Ugran is another driver that's come from other championships on the left, the number 9. He's actually been racing LMP2s in the previous year for Prema. He'll be racing LMP2 this year in United Autosports alongside Ben Hanley and Bent Viscal. So he's got a busy season ahead of him, and he's using the winter in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe to get some extra track time. And we've got another driver. Hello, I can't actually see your name. Tell us who you are.
My name's Sasha, here with Sprint Challenge, of course. Very happy to be here again this year. Drove here last year, really enjoyed the series, so happy to be back, happy to learn some more and get ready for the summer.
Sasha, I recognise you now. I'm sorry, there's a lot of drivers to learn, but Sasha, you were really quick in qualifying.
Yeah, qualifying was a little bit worse than I would have liked. There were definitely some good laps, but it was difficult to find a position. It was very busy on track, so yeah, we'll just have to try hard to gain the positions back in the race.
But you were very quick in qualifying, which was good because I know yesterday was not an easy day for you. I heard you had an incident.
Yeah, yesterday unfortunately I lost the car in turn 8, dipped a little bit of the back wheel into the gravel, but the car managed to be back here, so yeah, very excited to keep going and keep pushing.
Yeah, the team did a great job to get the car back up and running. Just to put a word out to your team, shall we?
Yeah, it's amazing. Switched teams this year, and yeah, had an incident on the first day, and they instantly managed to fix the car. So I'm really excited, happy to work with them, and ready to go.
Brilliant. I can see on your car you've got Track Racer as one of your sponsors. Track Racer, of course, make racing simulators. Have you been practicing in the sim?
Of course. There's nothing else to do during the winter, so yeah, definitely a lot of time spent in the simulator, and yeah.
Yeah, and you're racing, of course, in the pro category. You're not new to this car. You've raced it before in other championships. Tell us about what you did last year and what you're going to do in the future.
Yeah, so I drove a Pro-Am in Carrera Cup last year. And now this year we're going to try it again, but this time in the pro category. And yeah, we're going to keep going, keep pushing and improve.
Well, if the pace is anything like it was in qualifying, I'm sure you'll be well up there. So what would a good race one look like to you?
Starting P9, so of course going to try for top 5, and yeah, for race 2 starting P17, so definitely trying to get back into the top 10.
Amazing. Well, we'll see how you get on with that. Thanks very much. Maybe we'll see you on the podium. And we've got some more drivers behind us. We're going to have and go and try and grab a word with number 10, which is Pietro Armani, who is racing for the Ghisani Arco Motorsport team. Number 10, here we go. Is Pietro around? Pietro, could we grab a word? Pietro, talk to us about how your weekend's going so far. Great to be here at Portimão circuit, and tell us about your qualifying.
Thank you. Yeah, the qualifying went quite good. We had some problem on the car, but we fixed it. So yeah, we are going quite well.
Quite well. Where are you starting? Remind everyone at home where you're starting for race 1 and race number 2.
P12 in race 1 and P11 in race 2, I think.
Yeah. So 2 top 10s will be a good result for you, I imagine?
We are quite fast in the race, so we can do a great job.
Yeah, and it looked difficult in qualifying with the new tyres, getting them warmed up, because a couple of drivers spinning on the exit of pit lane. It must have been pretty tricky on the first lap.
The condition of the track was quite tricky, so we had to fix also the pressures of the tires. So okay, we did a great job, I think. So yeah, we will see the race.
Brilliant, Pietro. Thank you so much for chatting to us. We'll see if you can get inside the top 10 a couple of times. It's great to see so many drivers from so many different nations. Of course, we spoke to some Brits, some Italians. We had, of course, the Norwegian driver who actually lives in Switzerland nowadays. And we're going to head down towards the beginning of the pit lane, looking for Jurien de Back, actually. Yes, Jurien de Back from the Netherlands. Jurien, we had a chat with you yesterday, but we're going to grab a word with you again today. Talk to us about how the weekend's been going.
Yeah, I think yesterday we had a pretty good test day. Learned a lot, and today, yeah, going on new tires for the second time. So, yeah, learned a lot, but I think, yeah, throughout the race, want to go as much to the front.
And much to the front, of course. Where are you? Remind us where you're starting for both races and where you think you can get to in the race.
So I'm starting P21 in race 1 and P22 in race 2. And of course, yeah, we just need to survive first corner, and then let's see what we can do.
Yeah, survive first corner indeed, but it's so close, isn't it? I mean, you say you're P21. I mean, you're probably like just the gaps between the first and 21st, not even that big, is it?
No, it's crazy. It's really close, but yeah, we just need to fight and let's see what we can do.
Yes, and this is... tell us about what you raced last year. I believe you've done some racing in Porsches before, maybe not exactly this car, and then what are you doing the year coming up?
So last year I did the Sprint Challenge Benelux with the GT3, and this year the Carrera Cup Benelux, and then the Southern Europe whole season.
Brilliant, and so you're pretty used to the car, you're getting bedded in, and you're feeling a bit more confident as with every session, I imagine.
Yeah, of course. I think every session you're learning, getting better and better, so that's really important. We're having a great learning curve, so that's good.
Brilliant. Jurien, thank you so much for chatting to us. We'll see how you get on in those races. Brilliant, and we're going to head down to one of the first garages. I believe we're going to have a word. Is it going to get Angus? Yeah, Angus Whiteside. Angus, can we have a quick word? Very quick word. I can see you getting ready for the race number 1 very shortly, but we grabbed a word with you yesterday, but we haven't shown that yet, so we're going to grab a word with you again. Talk to us about how quali went. You were close to, the times are so close, and you were hoping to get towards the top 5. Didn't quite get there in the end.
No, so the team said, like, what's the feedback? And I said, it's just there's an overall lack of grip. So I drove the car like it was yesterday, my mistake. So I just kept chucking too much speed into corners, like rear everywhere, front wouldn't go in. It just wasn't as positive. So basically it's on me, but P6 is still good, but P15 for quali 2 was no good. We just kept getting caught out with traffic. So yeah, it's tough, but we'll come through. It's fine.
Very tough, but that's the reason why everyone is here, right? Because it's so competitive, and you can't really get a championship that this close in the winter, where without this championship, people would just be testing, right?
No, yeah, exactly. So, Carrera Cup is the hardest single-weight championship in the world, so everyone here is at a good level, so it's good to keep us sharp for the summer, so I'm excited to see how we get on in the race.
Yeah, you mentioned the track conditions slightly different to they were yesterday, a little cooler, a bit more cloud cover, and that really affects the way the tyres work, right?
Yeah, it's... in the UK, it's more substantial because obviously you've got a lot of you get dewy morning, stuff like that, so you expect it to be damp, but here it's still bone dry, so I'm like, well, I'll just go out and send it and see what happens. It's just like, you just turn immediately and it takes more laps to get the tyre in, and the guy's like, what's going on? I'm like, mate, it just won't turn on. Like, I don't know what we're going to do. So, yeah, we look through the data, and like I said, just chucking too much speed into some places, so yeah, we know what to do for the race.
Know what to do for the race indeed. Of course, new tyres and quali. Did you use 2 new sets, or is this all under wraps?
Yeah, 2 new sets.
2 new sets. So everyone, I've heard from up and down the pit lane that basically everyone went 1 new set for the first part, 1 new set for the second part. But we've got to do 2 races on the tyres, so 1 full race and a qualifying session. Is tyre management going to be something in your mind?
People always say to me tyre management, but I just kind of nod and go, okay. Like, what do you want me to do? Like, I'm going to go as hard as I can. If it locks up, it locks up, but I'll try my best not to. So I know people are making mistakes out there because it is very easy to lock here with all the undulations and you're braking a lot with the wheel not quite straight, so it's easy on this car to bite that inside wheel, but yeah, it'll be fine.
And a good race would look like, 2 good races to you, what would it look like?
P1 and P1.
Well, we'll see how you get on with that. Race 2 will be difficult, but race number 1's definitely on.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks so much, Ben.
Brilliant. Angus, have a good race. And if you have a peek, our cameraman Laura, peek through the garage there, you can see there's a simulator at the back there. So I think some of the drivers may be getting a little bit of cheeky practice in before the first race. So maybe we'll have seen some of those drivers on there, and who knows, maybe it'll help them out, maybe it won't. Of course, with the simulator, the Algarve International Circuit is on most pretty high-end simulators. Of course, the Set of Corsa Competizione is one of the most famous ones. It's a really good model. We've walked all the way from the start to the end of the pit lane, grabbing as many people as we can. Why don't we start having a wander back through and see if we can grab some final words with some drivers before we get ready for race round number 1 of the sport division, because that is going to be where all the attention is in just a few moments' time. I don't actually know how long we've got left. How long have we got left, Ian, before we need to... Something about 4 or 5 minutes, which is going to be good fun. I can't wait for the first race. How close qualifying has been is going to mean that the racing is going to be nip and tuck. Interesting, actually, that we heard from Angus. The weather is actually slightly different to what it was yesterday. The wind has moved round slightly from yesterday as well, a bit of a tailwind down to turn 1, which means that maybe slipstreaming into turn 1 won't be as strong as it would have been if it was a headwind. But even though these cars, they're not single-seaters, they don't have massive wings, the wind can definitely affect them. We also heard from Angus that he's making sure that we don't lock the tyres as well, because with these Porsches, they've got of course, being Porsche 911s, the engine right in the rear of the car. The front of the car is very much unloaded, so it's so easy to just snatch a front wheel when you're braking and turning, which Angus also mentioned that it happens a lot around the circuit. Turn 4, then turn 8 and 9 as well, of course, braking and turning, which is really where the drivers can gain and lose a lot of time and potentially also struggle with the under-rotating. If you flat spot a tyre, it really, really hurts the speed. Walking past the onboard team, of course, we mentioned briefly earlier on, Philipp Ugran. Again, Philipp is an LMP2 driver normally. Very, very different to these Porsche 911 cars, but he's been very, very quick in the race, and we'll see how he gets on. It's been great to walk up and down the pit lane. I think it's about time that we started getting ourselves ready for Sport Division Round 1. I can't wait for this. Brian and David will be taking you through at the start of the race, and I'll be in the pit lane if anything goes on around here. So let's head over to Sport Division Race 1.
Thank you, Piers.
He was very formal, wasn't he? David and Brian.
David,
thank
hello,
you,
David.
Piers.
Hello, David. Thank you, Piers. Sorry, I crashed the ident there. Terribly sorry. Welcome back. Well, we've been off for a quick bowl of soup and a sandwich. A great job from Piers down in the pit lane. I'm going to watch some of that back on YouTube later on as well, because this year, Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe is being streamed live, and it's great. We know we've got lots of people watching us around the world, people who love Porsche racing. There is nothing like it. It's been my privilege to be involved in Porsche Carrera Cup over the years, commentary on that, to be involved in the first ever live broadcast of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Is an absolute privilege. This morning has not disappointed. It's looking good this afternoon, isn't it, Dave?
Yeah, very much so. And of course, as you alluded to right at the start of our programming today, that this very much is seen by the drivers that are contesting the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe in whatever category. It's a valuable time inside these cars to mount a serious assault on whatever traditional campaigns that they will be going for during the months which are a little bit warmer back home in other parts of Europe. So yes, very much part of the pyramid, if you will, of Porsche's, as I said, motorsport tentacles, which stretch right across the world. And as you were saying, you know, we can go back to me being involved in the Carrera Cup to some absolutely wonderful drivers that are household names now, which when you nail your colours to the Porsche mast, Brian, you have got a great opportunity to have a fantastic motorsport career.
Yes, and you look at some of the real up-and-coming drivers. Well, up-and-coming, Thomas Preining, the DTM champion. Well, there's one who came through the Porsche ranks. We've got an eye at the moment on the likes of Bastian Buus and Maurice Schuring. And those who follow Porsche racing will have seen them coming up through the ranks. This is such a critical series. It's a great launchpad. And looking at the talent that we have within this series. So many drivers that are going to be knocking on the door. Also, a lot of drivers that have been there or thereabouts for some time. We talk about the likes of Nicolas Salens and Ian Logie, who we saw earlier on, who have been racing for a number of years, and they're still at the top of their game, providing such good racing.
And part of the attraction is these wonderful cars. To be involved with the brand, I mean, these cars, you just don't sit in it and become successful. I remember talking to a very, very well-known Porsche driver who said, you know what, you really have to wring the neck of these to get the best out of them. And that's very, very true. And we see that. And that's why it's such a compelling product around the world, because not only to compete in, but also to be a fan of, which ultimately you and I are. Yes, we get the opportunity to broadcast about it, but actually we do that because by and large, number one, we are fans of the racing, and the racing does not disappoint ever.
Well, this is one of my absolute passions. I'm very fortunate to cover a number of different classes in motorsport, but absolute honesty, the Porsche racing series are my favourite, and I'm not saying that because I'm commentating on Porsche this weekend. It is such close racing. These cars are so brilliant at racing door handle to door handle. The races are 30 minutes, short, sharp. No BOP, no pit stops. It's like an explosion, and that's what we're looking forward to this afternoon. It's 30 minutes of pure energy in each of these races. It's proper racing.
And they come thick and fast this afternoon. You're not going to have time to almost take a breath, Brian.
Yes, absolutely. Proper door handle to door handle racing. Right, Piers Pryor, who has done a wonderful job during the lunch break. His work is not done yet. He's down on the grid. He's going to bring us the grid walk. Over to you, Piers.
Brian, thank you for flattering me. I try my best. I'm trying to do my best so I can come back again next year. But anyway, we'll see how we go with that. We're going to start walking down the grid. We haven't got all of the cars yet, but the atmosphere.
Okay, looks like we've got some technical issues, so I reckon it's just Piers who's just got to have a cup of tea. I mean, he has been working hard, bless him. He deserves a bit of a drink. We'll get back down to the grid in a minute. It's the first of a couple of grid walks we're hoping to do today. So we're back up into the commentary box.
Well, the thing is, he sprinted, didn't he? Tripped over one of his wires. Bless him.
Same.
Doing a great job. So the cars are beginning to line up then, and this is when the anticipation begins to build, even though there's quite some time before the cars will set off in anger. The sense of anticipation does build when you line up on the grid. Now, of course, there are those that will be very, very satisfied with their qualifying performance. There will be those that will perhaps be a bit dissatisfied. You will recall when Piers was talking to Ian Logie earlier on, he said, and I thought he was very diplomatic, he said track limits are track limits. I had a 44, but track limits are track limits, you know, and so there will be those that feel that they're hard done by, but rules are rules, as they say. And, of course, they will try and seek retribution, if you will, when it comes to the race.
I would agree with Ian Logie. The fact is, if there was a concrete wall around the side of the track, you wouldn't be crossing that line, would you? Your car would have 3 wheels or less on the wagon. And that is why track limits are so important. Right, I think we've got Piers back on the line. If you put 50p in the meter, Piers, back down to you.
Yeah, I got my wallet out and there wasn't much in there, but a bit of shrapnel will sort us out until we go green. But anyway, we're here with Sebastian Framert. Is it Sebastian? Yeah, Sebastian Framert. Sebastian, P5 on the grid. It's a good starting position, but I know you can go forward. You've had really good pace in practice.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah. I lost a little bit in the third sector in quali, so hopefully I can fight to the front and get a podium.
Have you made any changes to the car between qualifying and the race, or pretty much send it as it is?
Car is pretty much as it is. It's quick, so let's see what comes out.
And the start is going to be very important, I imagine.
Yeah, well, we have a lot of because in Germany we do a lot of standing starts anyway, so I have a lot of practice, so should be no problem. Standing start and then go to the front.
Well, good luck. Thank you very much for chatting to us. We'll see how Sebastian gets on in that race. He's going to get some water on board, of course. They get very, very hot in the cars throughout the race. I remember chatting to a couple of the drivers after qualifying, and it was very toasty in there. Some of them have air, or at least the air blowing in there, which is very nice, I'm sure. Let's see if we can grab a word with our driver who is starting in 6th place. Oh, we've already spoken to Angus, actually. Let's grab a word with, let's go to Marco Giltrap. Marco, all the way from New Zealand. Not far off in qualifying, only 6/10 down in 8th position. Marco, can we grab a word? Yeah, we can. Great, excellent. Marco, we're a long way from New Zealand, but you're doing pretty well.
Yeah, no, just stoked to be here. My first time in the 992 and the New Generation Cup car, so going well so far. We had a bit of a tough quali 1, but quali 2 was a little bit better, so we'll be looking to go forward from here.
You say a tough qualifying session. I mean, 8th on this grid of very experienced Porsche Cup drivers is pretty good. And you were right up there at one point, and then, yeah, as you mentioned, race 2 much better. You were right at the top for a moment, then just dropped down. I think it was at 3rd or 4th place you ended up in. So race 2 potentially a podium. What can you do in this one?
Yeah, I think it's just going to be sort of getting to know the field and seeing if we can move our way forward. I'm sure everybody will be sort of looking to hold on to where they are, but if we can just get a good start and then see where we are after about 2 laps.
Brilliant, Marco. Thank you so much for chatting to us. Amazing to see some, well, that's a worldwide grid, I suppose, isn't it? We've got drivers, of course, we spoke to from Europe, New Zealand. We've got a Venezuelan driver, I believe, in the club race coming up. We've got about 5 more minutes until we are going to go green. I'm going to see if I can wander in and grab a word with one of our Porsche Carrera Cup UK drivers, Hugo Ellis, the number 50. Hugo, can we grab a word? I think we can. Can we drop it in here? Yeah, brilliant. Hugo. Of course, you're no stranger to this car, but potentially this circuit's a bit different to the ones we drive in the UK, right?
Yeah, it's a little bit bigger.
And sorry about that, just getting my mic caught in the net. Hugo, what do you reckon you can do in this race from 11th position? I suppose the top 10 is your primary goal, but can you go any higher?
Yeah, for sure. I think on old tyres we're quite fast, so just need to make up some places on the start and then just crack on.
Crack on indeed. And do you reckon that time management is going to come into the race at all? Maybe some drivers did a few more laps in qualifying. Is that going to make a difference in the race?
Oh, for sure. Every lap's going to be a couple of tenths.
Right, every lap's a couple of tenths, so that's going to make a big difference. We'll see how Hugo gets on from there. Thanks very much for chatting to us, Hugo. Of course, we've got a large UK contingent we just spoke about in the pit walk with Team Parker down here. And I reckon let's grab a word with some more drivers. We're getting towards the middle of the grid here. We've got Leo Rousset, another French driver, a few French drivers on the grid this weekend. And it would be great to grab a word with Senna Van Solen, I think, if Senna's happy to have a chat. Do you reckon we could chat to Senna? Yeah, brilliant. Senna, another one of our young drivers, I believe, is from the Netherlands. Senna, we've got a big grid of cars here this weekend, very, very strong as well. Let's tell us about what you think you can get done in this race.
So yeah, it's my first race in this Porsche 911 Cup car. Yeah, we are starting from P15, I think. Yeah, no, P14. And my goal is to drive to top 10, something like that. And yeah, we will see what we are going to do in this race. It's quite a long race. First race of the year. So I'm very excited for this race.
Senna, the grid is so close. I mean, you're just about a second from pole position. You're all the way down in 15th. But I suppose that's probably why a lot of the drivers are here. It's such close racing in January. You're not going to get that anywhere else, really, are you?
No, that's also one of the reasons why I love Cup racing, because all the cars are the same. So yeah, we will push this race and enjoy.
What's the plan for the start of the race?
Yeah. I don't have a plan. I will see what's going on in the first couple of corners and then full push to the front.
Full push to the front. I like the sound of that, Senna. Thank you so much for chatting to us. And it really is so close between all of the drivers. And again, another mention, it's just so close, and that's why a lot of the drivers are here. It's good to see the team camaraderie there, Senna getting a nice high five from either a family member or a team member. We're going to keep walking down the pit lane. We're getting a long way down now. I say a long way. It's a big grid of cars. We've got in total, I think, 28 in this race. It'd be great to grab a word. Why don't we grab a word with Josh Stanton, another one of our Porsche Carrera Cup UK drivers. Josh, can we grab a word? Is that right? Yeah, brilliant. Josh, another UK driver.
How are you?
I'm great, thanks. Oh, I didn't even hear that. I'm great, thanks. No, I don't often get asked how I am, but how are you doing?
Yeah, looking forward to it. Should be good. First race of the season. Looking forward to getting stuck in. Need to go forward a bit, but yeah, it'll be good.
Getting stuck in is a phrase that I think is coming up a lot. A lot of the drivers are looking to move forward. Of course, not everyone can. What do you reckon your best chance of moving forward is?
Well, I think it's going to be quite a scrappy first lap. Everyone getting kind of the pre-season cobwebs out. So hopefully capitalise on a bit of that, get a good start and see where we end up after lap 1.
You mentioned those pre-season cobwebs. Of course, with pre-season cobwebs, that's kind of why we're here.
Exactly, yeah. So hopefully we get a good launch and then get in front of the cars in front, see where we end up after lap 1, and then we'll go from there.
Josh, thank you so much for chatting to us. That's the 1 minute board, so I better get off the grid, otherwise we're going to get run over. Back to you, Dave and Brian, in the comms box.
Thank you, Piers. Good job done, and great to hear from some of those drivers. A lot of drivers who are just going to go for it. I think that the final comments about, well, it's the start of the season, there might be a few cobwebs. Well, if everybody takes that approach, it could be a lively first corner, couldn't it? You can see Ariel Levy, our pole sitter, on the right-hand side of the screen. Alex Tauscher pointing inwards. Of course, they're going to have a formation lap, and this will be a standing start. The first of 2 races in the sport division for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2024, round 1 of the season. We are so excited to get this race going.
And as the lights go out then, formation lap will get underway. As you can see, the car's roaring away now, and as Brian has pointed out, then pole position on the, depending on which way you look at it, on the right-hand side of the track. Now, of course, turn number 1, which is a right-hander, then theoretically, if you get a good start from P2, then you could be in with a shout going into turn number 1. Let's take a look at the starting grid in full with Brian Oliver right now.
Ariel Levy, a pole position of 144.193. Saw that earlier. Alex Tauscher alongside. And they're going to be fighting all the way through that first corner. Alberto Cerqui with Philip Ugran alongside. And then it's Sebastian Framert and Angus Whiteside who make up row 3 of the grid. On row 4, Albert Matthews and Marco Giltrap all the way from New Zealand. And Sasha Norden in that new car alongside Horst Felix Felbermeyer. Keep an eye on him from 10th on the grid. Hugo Ellis and Pietro Armani lined up on row 6. On row 7, Robin Knudsen has Louis Rousset for company, and Senna Van Solen has Antonia Imperato alongside him. Alex Ryman, the fastest of the Pro-Am drivers, starts on 17th with 18th Giuseppe Guerrieri. On row 10 of the grid, it's Josh Stanton, we heard from him just now, and Fernando Monnier with Jurien Bach and Dreke Janssen on row 11, Thomas Cangro and Jules Grohl on row 12. And on row 13 of the grid is Christoph Langer, Thomas Winkler, Chenze Oguzan and Sid Smith bringing up the rear of the pack. It's 28 runners and riders for this. It will be a 30-minute plus 1 lap race. Short, sharp, a burst of energy. This is going to be very exciting. Our pole sitter, Ariel Levy, now leading the cars around turn 15. We are at the Algarve International Circuit in Portimão, a circuit that is 4.653 kilometres around. That equates to about 2.891 miles, 15 turns, 6 to the left and 9 to the right, running in a clockwise direction. One of the characteristics of this track is the massive undulation, blind crests all the way round, particularly on turn 8 and turn 10. Plenty of overtaking opportunities into turn 1. This is going to be a thriller.
Very much looking forward to it. So if you're on the front row of the grid, one of the disadvantages you have is you have to sit there the longest before all the cars line up in their grid boxes, and you await the veritable green flag from the marshal at the rear. You can see drivers still weaving from side to side, driving some temperature into those tyres ahead of the start of this first race of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe here. We're live from Portimão, as my colleague alongside me has pontificated. And there we go, there's no need for laughter. There is the number 32 car of Knudsen then, moving into his grid box. Now, you have to be millimetrically perfect into your grid box, otherwise that causes all sorts of problems for race control. And we have seen on a number of occasions drivers that have been penalised for not lining up quite correctly. So final few cars then line up. It's a great grid of cars, you know, really healthy interest in this Southern Europe Porsche Sprint Challenge in any event. So stand by, we await the green flag from the marshal at the rear of the pack, and we will be ready to go racing.
Alex Tauscher will have in mind that he's going to be starting race 2 from the back of the pack, so he needs to do it all here. Now, looks like we've got a problem. There's a marshal out on track. So clearly there is an issue. I think it was some debris. Picking the flag up. Okay, well, the debris had a green bit of cloth on it. There we go. Good job. Are we ready? Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2024 is go! And it's Ariel Levy off pole position. Sebastian Framert moves to the inside. Alex Tauscher to the inside into turn 1. There's a car that hasn't got off the grid, but 3 abreast into turn 1. It's Alex Tauscher who's beating Ariel Levy off the line. Brilliant stuff. As Alberto Cerqui also there as well. He made a good challenge. Now it's Levy to the inside. Tauscher trying to fight back round the outside. The outside becomes the inside, but it looks like advantage Ariel Levy. It looks like they've all made it round the first few corners.
As I mentioned, Alexander Tauscher could be in the gun position if he gets a good start. He did initially, but right now he could find that P2. Belongs to somebody else. And Ariel has gone around.
No! Well, so he lost it there on turn 5. You saw the number 78 car getting spun around. It was contact from behind. The stewards will be taking a look at that. This hands the lead back to Alex Tauscher. Sebastian Freymut in 4th place. He's challenging hard. Alberto Cerqui's there as well. He's in that 2nd place. But Ariel Levy, after such a strong qualifying session, now at the back of the pack. He's experiencing what Alex Tauscher will have in race 2 of the week, of the day. Rest of the cars coming through over the crest of the hill, filing through. Looks like everybody has survived.
Well, as is always the case, of course, everything runs high at the start of the race. And going into turn number 5, you may recall I said that that's one of the pinch points of this circuit. It's a great opportunity to overtake, but it's also a great opportunity for you to pick up just a rub from a panel from another errant car trying to make haste, and that's precisely what happened and took our erstwhile race leader back down the pack. So you have to be very aware of that. In the meantime, trying to escape up the road and put the first lap in the book as the cars around turn number 15. It is Alexander Tauscher leading from Cerqui, from Matisse, from Freymut, from Giltrap, from Felbermeyer, and Ariel Levy is going to make his way back from P7 in the pack now.
What a lot of work he's got to do from there. Now, Matisse Hjober, he's got a bit of work to do, but he's made a good start. He's into 3rd place, but keep an eye on Alberto Cerqui in 2nd place. It looks like he is going to be putting the pressure on Alex Tauscher as he leads this race. So Tauscher not having it easy at the front. The rest of the cars coming through in single file. Here's Alex Tauscher up over the crest of the hill. Alberto Cerqui now filling his mirrors, then a gap back to the Matisse car. Then it is Sebastian Freymut. Marco Giltrap also there. He is running in 5th place at the moment. And Horst Felix Feldmar, we said keep an eye on him. He is up into 6th place already.
Alex Ryman then is the best of the Pro-Am drivers at the moment. He's running P15 overall, but P1 in class, ahead of Jules Groels, who is the 2nd fastest of the Pro-Am drivers, running in P2 currently.
So, up over the crest once again, this undulating circuit. So, we have 3 minutes of this race under our belt, 27 minutes of competition remaining. Alex Tauscher will need to think about tyres, he'll need to think about strategy. His first race of the season. It's been a long winter waiting for the green flag, but now he is racing and he is leading the first race. Alberto Cerqui in 2nd, Hubert Matthews in 3rd place, Sebastian Freymut in 4th, then Marco Giltrap, Ariel Levy. He did recover well from that spin. He didn't drop to the very back, but he's still got work to do from there. Then Horst Felix Felbermar. Keep an eye on Sasha Norden in 8th place. He's a very rapid pilot. Started on the back foot after damage yesterday. And then Philippe Ugran in 9th place ahead of Hugo Ellis, rounding out the top 10.
All the strategy and all the plans that Ariel Levy had have gone out the window, and now everything but the kitchen sink is going to be thrown out the side of his car. He's already disposed of 1 car. He's got another 5 before he can even get on terms with Alex Tauscher. And as you so rightly said, with a race that is merely 30 minutes plus 1 lap long, he has got his work cut out. We can see him there. He's chasing down the car of Marco Giltrap right now. He's next in the target sights of the deposed car of Ariel Levy.
And Ariel Levy has his sights set on the front. He is the quickest man on the track. A 1:44.908 last time around, as we see Hugo Ellis moving to the inside of car 52. But Ariel Levy, the quickest man on the track, the only one in the 1:44s. He's making his intentions known as he tries to push forwards to that battle at the front. But it's Alex Tauscher who has a comfortable gap at the moment, over half a second. So he's managing to fight off Alberto Cerqui at the moment.
Cerqui is biding his time, Brian, in my opinion. He's lulling Alex Tauscher into a false sense of security. I feel sure that he's going to pounce like a viper if an opportunity occurs. Now, Tauscher has got to be pinpoint perfect in every single turn to not make any mistakes whatsoever, as Ariel Levy really turns the wick up right now and tries to convert P6 into P5. What's preventing him doing that? It's the Porsche-sized Marco Giltrap car that is right in front of him. But look how close they are, and now he has done it.
Brilliant stuff. Ariel Levy, a man with the bit between his teeth. Of course, they are both running for the same team, Team GP Elite, car 78 and car 84. So Levy's found a route past. Ahead of him, Sebastian Freymut. Now Levy, Freymut, and indeed Alex Tauscher have had a number of battles with each other in Porsche over the last couple of years in other series, but they're here together in the same race this weekend. and it's Ariel Levy pushing forwards. The first three, though, have broken away a little now. So it's Alex Tauscher leading the way, Alberto Cerqui, and then Mathis Jobert in third place.
We've had confirmation from race control that I think the contact came from Cerqui on the car of Ariel Levy. Now that will be investigated and looked at under no illusion of that.
So second place might be under dispute. If the stewards believe that Cerqui did take Ariel Levy out and did cause a problem there, he may well receive a penalty. You can see on your picture on the left-hand side, that's Senna Van Solen. He had such high hopes in the team Race Art Porsche, but the car now being pushed back into the garage. The team will get to work on that. They haven't got long before race 2 of this afternoon, and they will want to get him back out on the grid. Whatever the problem is, I expect we will find out. Maybe Piers will have a word down with Senna Van Solen and find out what is going on with that car. Meanwhile, the other three are breaking clear at the front. It's still Tauscher from Cerqui and from Mathis Cadreau.
Yes, and coming up under real pressure now is Framut. You could see that Ariel Levy is almost welded to the back of the Framut car. But after saying that, coming back now is Marco Giltrap, who's narrowed the gap and is perhaps taking advantage of the little stream that he can get off the back of the Ariel car. Tauscher still quietly just nibbling away at the gap and increasing it a little bit over Cerqui. It's now, he's gained 3/10 in that lap because he's up to a second's margin now between P1 and P2.
Keep an eye on Mathis Jobert in third place. He's looking like he's lining up Alberto Cerqui. You see the silver car and the purple car. That is your second and third place. And of course, while the second place driver Cerqui is defending, this is allowing Alex Tauscher to stretch his legs a little at the front. He feels a little bit of relief as the second place car suddenly has to drive very defensively.
Yes, all of a sudden, if you're having to drive using your rear view mirrors, of course, because you're under pressure, as certainly under pressure the number 31 car, as Ariel then ticks another one off the list of those that he needs to get past to get into the gun seats, if you will, for this race.
So Sebastian Framut, the German driver, relegated a position. Ariel Levy coming back. He has been the man to beat ever since these cars arrived here in Portimão a couple of days ago. He has been at the top of the timing sheets. He started on pole position. There was contact at the start of the race. We're keeping an eye on whether there's any kind of penalty that might be awarded or whether the stewards decide it was a racing incident. You can see the pace in that Levy car. He's leaving Sebastian Framut behind, and up in that fourth place is moving forwards and now heading towards Mathis Jobert.
But he has got quite a gap to get into the provisional podium places, but he will make short work of that, I'm sure, over the 21.5 minutes and one lap that remain. Meantime, Alexander Tauscher doing everything that he needs to do. Alberto Cerqui then, as you quite rightly say, his rearview mirrors are full of the Mathis car, and that's preventing him in terms of narrowing that gap between P2 and P1.
So the race settling down a bit now. 9 minutes gone. So 21 minutes plus one lap. An awful lot of action still to come. Along the pit straight here at Portimão we come. You can see Sebastian Framut just looking out behind Ariel Levy, but Levy, the quicker of the two, just breaking clear. To remind you, if drivers take too much out of their tyres too early on in this race, it might bite them as this race winds up. So Ariel Levy, he's got to play the long game. He can't just go hell for leather and hope for the best. He's got to look after those tyres, and it might be he decides a P4 or a P3 is as good as he's going to get out of this race. Alex Tauscher knows that later on this afternoon he's got a lot of work to do. He is going to stretch his legs. You can guarantee Alex Tauscher will give it everything to bring this home on the top step of the podium.
Yes, of course he will. And, you know, when you're in that P1 position, of course, you do keep a weather eye on perhaps what's going on behind you, but you need to focus and concentrate on nailing every apex and doing everything right at the front of the pack. And that's precisely what he's doing at the moment as the cars climb uphill once again. The undulating nature of this Algarve International Circuit is very, very difficult to manage, particularly with some of those blind crests as well. Ariel Levy definitely one to keep an eye on then. He's moved up 2 or 3 places since being nerfed out through turn number 5. And of course, at the very, very least, I would suggest that he will be looking for a podium out of this race. Let's watch him right now as he's beginning to break away just a little bit from Sebastian Framut, the car that's centre picture right now, which is being chased down by Marco Giltrap and Felbermeyer as well just behind.
course, Felix Felbermayr, a very competitive young driver, comes from a dynasty of racers. His father and his grandfather, legendary racers, and now Horst Felix in his second season in Porsche racing. He's been running in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany, Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux, and here he is in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, making his move in 7th place.
Dare I be the one that brings some ornament into the soup here, because Alexander Tauscher has been the first driver to be warned with regards to track limits. Now, I hope that I'm right in saying this, that race direction generally will give 3 warnings, but on that 3rd warning, you get potential for a penalty. So Alexander Tauscher needs to keep it within the white lines, Brian. Of course, he's got completely clear track ahead of him. What he's trying to do, and he's being somewhat successful in that, is maintain a gap between himself and Churquin.
I should think the Proton Huber team are on the blower to him right now, letting him know about that. But it's hard to keep a man down when he's going for it. And Alex Tauscher, a real racer, and he's going to want to push as hard as he can at the front. And again, I don't wish to keep going on about it, but you keep thinking in the back of his mind, he knows he's going to have a difficult time in round 2. Absolutely. So he's going to be going hell for leather here. It would be tragic if he lost what could be a win or a podium as a result of track limits. You can see the 1, 2, 3 have spaced out a little. It is Tauscher from Churquin and Matisse.
You're absolutely right. He needs to make hay while the sun shines, doesn't he? And max his haul out of this particular race. Now, Levi, who I mentioned, has got some 2 seconds to make up to get on terms with Matisse, which is what he needs to do. It's certainly well within target sides, but already we have only remaining 17 3/4 minutes plus 1 lap. So the sprint race format of these wonderful Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe races means that it goes over and gets over very, very quickly indeed, as Churquin, now I reckon he's got a penalty, because I think he's dived into the pit lane, Brian.
So Alberto Churquin, now we're just looking here to see what is occurring. Drive-through penalty for causing a collision. So Alberto Churquin for that collision with Ariel Levy at the beginning of the race. The stewards have looked at it and he has got a drive-through penalty. This is a tragedy for him. He can see the rest of the field coming through. He's currently up to the pit exit now. He's going to join pretty well in last place, and that takes the heat off Alex Tauscher.
What it does, of course, it elevates Ariel Levy now into P3, so he's got that podium place. He'll still feel that even though a drive-through penalty was given, of course, it's ruined his race relative to what he could have. However, don't bet your bottom dollar against Ariel perhaps being able to take P2 or indeed P1 out of this. Let's see how he does it.
So, just holding it all together, keep it within the track limits. We're getting close to halfway point of the race already. Ariel Levy doing a great job coming back after a really awful first lap of the race. But still a long way to go yet in the Pro-Am race. It is Alex Ryman. He's currently in 17th place overall, but leading in the Pro-Am category, second in the Pro-Ams, and in 23rd on the track is Jules Grohl, ahead of Chenzing Oguzhan and Thomas Winkler. Those are the 1, 2, 3, 4 in the Pro-Am category. But our focus very much on Alex Tauscher and Horst Felix Felbermayr using plenty of the runoff area. The stewards will be looking at that. Marco Giltrap, the driver from New Zealand, in a solid 5th place. And you get the feeling that Felbermayr is really hanging it out as he tries to challenge the number 84 car.
It's great for us to look at, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant, but not necessarily the way to go around the track without attracting the attention and the unwanted attention of the race stewarding panel. Now, Tauscher has got some 1.99 seconds margin. Here you can see plenty going on further down the order as well.
That is Robin Knudsen, who is going wheel to wheel with the number 95 car of Josh Stanton. So Robin Knudsen, side by side to the inside he goes. A little bit of a rub, but it's advantage car 32 at the moment. Josh Stanton trying to come past in a car that's pretty identical to the one being driven by Ariel Levy. So we know there's pace in that car, but very much in the wars.
Robin is racing. Bring it on. We love it. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Wherever you look through the pack of cars, there's plenty going on. This is a fight that's going on for P14 and P15, would you believe? Oh, yes. So it's not just at the front of the pack, all the way through the pack. There is plenty going on. Just under 15 minutes plus a lap remaining in this first of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe races that we are delighted to be here bringing to you from Portimão this afternoon.
Down the hill they come once again. It is 25 points for a win, and points are paid down to 15th place in each category. So everyone in the Pro-Am category will score points if they finish, and the top 15 in the Pro category will score points as well. So every last point counts.
First track limits penalty has popped up on our timing screen, and it is a 5-second time penalty for Alberto
Chirqui.
Whoa!
Oh my goodness. So car 37 penalty for track limits. So his afternoon is going from bad to worse. So first he's under investigation and receives a penalty for causing a collision, and now it's track limits as well. So car 37 is going to be scrapping around, probably out of the points. He's got a lot of work to do in 13.5 minutes. That's not the case for Alex Tauscher. 1.7 seconds over Mathis Joubert in second place. Ariel Levy, great recovery from him. It's a podium position, and he won't be too happy about third place, because he certainly had his eyes on top step of the podium.
Well, there you go. Never rains, it pours, doesn't it? So Tauscher leading 1.772 seconds is the margin at the moment, ahead of Matthias Joubert, and then Ariel Levy then into P3. Is he narrowing that gap? Yes, he's bringing it down a little bit as we look at the best of the Pro-Am drivers, the S1 driver that is Alex Raymond, doing a great job there. Running in P16 overall, if I'm not mistaken, but P1 in the critical Pro-Am Class 2.
Yes, Alex Ryman, he guested at the Sachsenring in Porsche Pro Cup Germany last year. I mean,
what a track.
Yeah, what a way to make your debut in Porsche racing, because that is a challenging track. Not dissimilar to this in terms of undulation, although they do run an anti-clockwise direction there. But yes, he's one of the real up-and-coming talents, Alex Ryman. Really excited to see where he goes from here, and he's currently leading in the Pro-Am category. There is a lock-up for car 29. It's Louis Rosset who locks up a wheel going into the corner. He doesn't lose any positions, but he might have got a flat spot.
Yeah, and the vibration that will come from that flat spot. We heard Piers Pryor talking about that earlier on. You know, when you pick up a flat spot in these cars, it is like a pneumatic drill through the steering wheel in terms of trying to control the vibration.
Yeah, and you can do a lot of damage with that vibration as well. And of course, it doesn't help with your pace as well. I don't know why that's funny. So the lockup giving him a nice 50p shaped tyre. No such problems at the front at the moment. Now, Alex Tauscher, I don't think he's had any more issues with the stewards at the moment. So you get the feeling that Proton Huber competition have been on the phone, and they've said to him, keep it on the track, son. He is nearly 2 seconds ahead of Mathis Joubert in second place. Ariel Levy is 2.847 behind, ahead of Sebastian Freeman and Marco Giltrap.
There are now another 5 drivers that have been warned with regards to track limits, and because they put the numbers up on the timing screen, and me without my glasses, I can't believe which drivers they are.
Grandad.
They're up. There are 5 drivers that are being warned. We'll bring you the information if those warnings turn into anything more dramatic than that. But at the moment, the drama is not there for Alex Tauscher, doing a good job. Very nearly 2 seconds ahead of Matthias Joubert now, doing a great job running in P3. Here's Ariel Levy. So, those cars that have been warned, 47, 32, 95, 88 and 54. Yeah, take the bullets out of that one, if you will.
Yes, excitement. The stewards have got their work cut out, haven't they? So, top 15, still in the points, obviously. 15th, down 15th is paid, and then Alex Ryman, the leading of the Pro-Am drivers. Alex Tauscher, at the moment, looking like he has this under control. We're looking at Horst Felix Felbermeyer in the blue car there in 6th place. Marco Giltrap up ahead of him. Great to hear from Marco on the grid earlier when Piers caught up with him. They say that racing in Europe is an eye-opener, and I expect his eyes are being very firmly opened at the moment. Horst Felix Felbermeyer, I don't know if he's raced at Portimão before. I don't think he has. So this has been a learning curve for him on such an unusual track as well. Behind them, in 7th place, Sasha Norden. We mentioned this earlier. Now, Sasha received heavy damage, rear-end damage, yesterday in testing. They tried to repair the car, they failed, and they had to draft in a new car. Sasha, a very competitive driver in the number 21 car, and very much expected to be a title contender in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, on the back foot with that unknown car.
this battle for P5 is beginning to heat up once again, isn't it? With Felbermayr really trying to take it to Giltrap now. And this is for P5 and P6 at the moment. P5 sitting with Marco Giltrap, but Felbermayr running in P6 currently. A great battle that is going on for P5 at the moment as we continue to watch. There is barely the width of a piece of A4 paper between the two of them, and that looks like it's going to continue for the next few turns as well as Felbermayr keeps the pressure on.
Further back, Alberto Chirqui has been fighting his way back. He's found a route past Sid Smith, so he's now up into 20th place, but he's still 5 points back from a points scoring position. So Chirqui, he's going to be picking up the scraps today at best, but he will continue to fight. Of that, there is no doubt as we look at Marco Giltrap and Horst Felix Felbermayr still running together on the track. Felbermayr putting the pressure on. Here is first, second, third place, the man who has been stealing the headlines, Ariel Levy, with Mathis Jobert just ahead of him. Can Ariel Levy get up onto the second step of the podium? It would be a heck of a result after the start of this race.
He carries so much more speed into the turns. It was a question of when, not if, Ariel Levy starts challenging for P2. We're going to keep an eye on that because it is going to be very exciting before the end of this race, which will come in 8 minutes and 1 lap's time. So this is the battle that is going on for P2 right now. So Ariel Levy then, who was nerfed out around turn number 5, that put him way down the order, and he's had to fight his way back by quietly chipping away at those cars that are in front of him. Right now, I have to say, really impressed with Matthias Jobert, who, even though the pressure of Ariel Levy right behind him, he's not put a wheel wrong and is continuing to try and maintain that little margin of comfort between himself in P2 and that of the P3 challenger, Ariel Levy.
Yes, and that is the discipline, isn't it? Being able to drive fast, but not just be so focused on your mirrors that you end up sticking it in the gravel trap. So, Matthias Jobert in that second place. We know how quick Ariel Levy is around here at Portimão, and we know that he's going to be putting the pressure on. But Matthias Jobert doing a great job, just holding it all together, but all of this playing very nicely into the hands of Alex Tauscher as he continues to stretch his legs. 2.136.
Yeah, it's a good margin to have. I've often asked racing drivers, what is the comfort margin you're looking for? And there is no answer to that. Yeah, that's right. But he'll be pretty satisfied with where he is at the moment. His pace is good. He's untroubled by anyone behind, and he's got no back-marking traffic ahead of him for the moment, and we've got just under 7 minutes and a lap remaining. So it's all down to these two in terms of putting that fight on. Sebastian Framert running in P4, then it's Marco Giltrap. Felbermayr is P6, Norden P7. That's the way it looks currently, and the best of the Pro-Am drivers remains Alex Ryman.
Pietro Armani has found a route past Hugo Ellis. That is for 10th place. We've got a battle here. It's Robin Knutson and Anthony Imperato in the 32 car and the 91 car running together. So that is for 13th and 14th place. It's gone the way of Robin Knutson, and he has taken that position away.
Alexander Tauscher has just received another warning with regards to track limits. Now, it becomes critical because, Brian, what happens, I'm not teaching a grandmother to suck eggs, but of course, as the race goes on, so the grip available to you from the tyres reduces, and therefore it's even harder to keep it within the white lines. Alex Tauscher has got to be careful here.
You're looking at Giuseppe Ghieri fighting for position, running side by side, just about keeping it on the circuit as well. But as you already mentioned, the grip is starting to run out as we look at Josh Stanton in the number 95 car. He is in the last of the points-paying positions in the 15th place. Alex Ryman is the leading Pro-Am driver just behind them, but the fight continues down the hill into the corner, fighting up and down the field, but still Alex Tauscher at the front. Be careful of those track limits. He's got less than 5.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining of this race to hold it all together. There's Robin Knutson in the number 32 car. Anthony Imperato behind him in the 91 car. So Josh Stanton in there as well. So fighting for those last few points.
Absolutely critical, fighting for those last few points, and Alex Tauscher with a 1.6 second margin over Matthias Jobert at the moment. That's the way it's under 5 minutes plus a lap remaining now. How is Ariel Levy doing in his battle to get on terms with Matthias Jobert? Well, I can tell you that the margin between the two of them is relatively small, about 6/10 5/10 right now.
When looking at Alex Ryman, he has been very impressive. We said keep an eye on him. He's leading the Pro-Am race, but he is cashing Josh Stanton, who is in 15th place, Anthony Imperato, who's in front of him as well. They're all compressing. Robin Knudsen there at the front of that queue. This could all kick off. Alex Ryman, he's in a different race to the 3 cars in front of him, but that doesn't stop him wanting to get past. He's probably got a point to prove.
Absolutely. At the end of the day, if you've got a car in front of you, it's a target, isn't it? You've got to, whether you're in the same category or not, it's completely academic. If you've got a car in front, you're going to try and overtake.
Absolutely, and that looks like what he's going to try and do with 4 minutes plus 1 lap remaining of this race. This is the fight that we are focusing on. There is the 94 car, and that is Mathis Jobert in second place, and the 78 car, Ariel Levy, behind him. Fight for second place is going to continue all the way to the checkered flag. You just know it. Alex Tauscher, well, his biggest enemy at the moment is probably going to be himself. He needs to keep it together. Interestingly, the gap has dropped. It's down to 1.689 between first and second.
And you know the reason for that? It's because Levy is really up the wick now and is kicking the bottom, metaphorically, of Mathis Jobert. And both of them are quicker now, and they are reducing that gap to Alex Tauscher, who is P1. That's the reason for it. It's not that Tauscher is slower, it's the fact that these two have sped up and they're really, really beginning to push each other along. And you get the question of, or you get the position that surely it's going to be when, not if, that Levy tries to find a way past Mathis Jobert. But at the moment, Jobert driving a really, really good race. He's clean, he's tidy, he's making sure that he is positioning his car perfectly. He's still quick, even though he is defending.
And with these cars so identical, so evenly matched, it is just basic setup that differs them, and of course driving skill. You can't just dive bomb past the car in front. There is no major speed differential, and we saw that in qualifying. The top 17 separated by 1.5 seconds. That's how close it is. And so, as long as Mathis Jobert just holds it together, keeps it on the racing line, Ariel Levy is going to be short of options.
Yeah, and we're running out of time, aren't we? So where can he do this? What he's trying to do is provoke a mistake. And thus far, those mistakes have not been coming. You could just see a little wobble from the Alex Tauscher car there, reinforcing the fact that they've taken everything they can out of the rubber here. And you could see that also with Mathis Jobert, just the back end of the car stepping out a little bit there, because we're reaching the conclusion of the race, and therefore tyre deg is really hurting.
And another car that's having track limits warnings. Now, I don't know if that's an old one or a new one. I just saw 13 flash up again. That might be the old one just reappearing. And also Sebastian Framer in 31.
Yeah, I think
so both the cars, I thought for 1 minute that Tauscher was going to get another warning. And I do wonder whether he has backed off as well.
Possibly,
because the team would have been saying to him, if you cross that white line, you are not going to stand on the top 7 of the podium, whatever. So maybe you need to back out of it. The battle further back, Marco Giltrap in the 84 car. He's had Horst Felix Felbermayr behind him, Sasha Norden all race long. The 3 of them have broken clear from Philippe Ugran. So the battle for 5th place between these 3 cars that you can see here. The number 84 car, Marco Giltrap from New Zealand. Austria's Horst Felix Felbermayr just behind him. And Sasha Norden from the Netherlands behind him as well. A great battle between these 3. It looks like they've managed to just drop Sasha Norden a little. This might be Horst Felix Felbermayr's last opportunity to make a move on Giltrap. Will he make a dive? Will he make an opportunity for himself? He's got less than a minute plus 1 lap in which to do it.
You are right. And is he going to throw away everything to do it? I would think he's made of sterner stuff than that, to be honest with you. And perhaps discretion just on occasions is the better part of valour, and you're better off banking what you've got rather than going too far out to try and advance just 1 place. That said, it's easy for me to say, isn't it? When you're in the cockpit and you're driving the car, of course, you want to get by the car in front. Big lock up there for somebody in not a place where you should have a lock up. You're uphill.
So more vibrations, more tires. I didn't see who that was. I was actually looking at the timing screens because I think Alex Tauscher is going to cross the line before the clock strikes 0, which means he's going to have to do another couple of laps. He would have done well just to back out of it, I think. Yes. But he's going to have to do an extra lap. That's an extra opportunity for him to pick up a penalty for track limits. But hopefully, Alex, you can hold it all together. Behind them, the battle rages on with Mathis Jobert and Ariel Levy. Levy also running out of time. He was so in contention for the top 7 of the podium. Third place is a great comeback, but he will not be happy with that. Here's Alex Tauscher, our race leader. Probably, I would say, about a lap and 3/4 to go.
I would have said that Ariel is probably looking at this now and thinking, do you know what? Where I'm starting the next race, am I better off banking the points that I've got right now? After saying that, under braking through turn number 5, he gets much closer once again to Matthias Jobert. So perhaps I'm wrong in that assumption, but I just the fight seems to have gone away a bit now. The gap has increased a little bit, Brian.
Yes, and it would be such a shame to put it in the gravel or to have an incident and end up pointing in the wrong direction, because you need to think of the bigger picture. This is the first of 8 rounds. You ain't going to win a championship in the first round. He's got 7 more to come. Plenty of opportunities. He does seem to have that car dialed in here, especially in Portimão. So he really does want to make hay while the sun shines, but he needs to bring those points home. A lock up there from Matthias Jobert going into the corner. Is it that the pressure of Ariel Levy filling his mirrors is starting to come home? Are those tyres wearing out? Alex Tauscher still in control.
I don't think that was the case. I think my analysis is that as Piers said during one of his very valuable contributions to our program, the front end of the Porsche car is light, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I just think it's very, very easy to lock up the front, and I think that's what happened then. I don't think it's the pressure, because he's withheld and withstood that pressure for lap after lap after lap, hasn't he?
He has, and that's what makes a great racing driver, isn't it? Alex Tauscher crosses the line, and by my reckoning, this will be the last lap of the race. So we've seen no more warnings. He did go very wide out of one of the corners just now, but he's around turn 4 at the moment, heading towards turn 5. The battle for second place still very much alive. Still, Matthias Jobert in second place. Still, Ariel Levy trying to come back from what was a difficult first lap that saw him spun out and tumbling down the order. And it was the incident that saw Alberto Cerqui receiving a drive-through penalty. Cerqui now well and truly out of the points, down in 17th place. Ariel Levy trying to come back, but third place will still give him a good points haul on this, the final lap of the race.
I don't think he's done with this now, you know. That was me saying that discretion the better part of valour. All of a sudden he is lit up once again, and perhaps that's due to the errors perhaps you've seen from Matthias Jobert. As there you can see the best of the Pro-Am drivers right in the mix there, Brian.
Brilliant stuff. Anthony Imperato going very wide off the track, and it was almost advantage Alex Ryman as he tried to get stuck in as well. Second place, still fighting on. Here we go. It is still Matthias Jobert in that second place. Here's Alex Tauscher, though, out of turn 15. This is the final lap of the race, so he's going to come out. He should see the checkered flag in front of him in just a few moments. Across the line he comes. It's Alex Tauscher who wins the first race of the season for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And it's advantage Matthias Jobert as he gets second place. Ariel Levy into third place. And then Sebastian Freeman ahead of Marco Giltrap, Horst Felix Felbermeyer, and the rest of the cars coming across the line. That was Sasha Norden coming very close to the pit wall to receive the checkered flag.
Receive, he nearly wore it. Absolutely brilliant stuff, and that was going on right until the final meters, and of course many cars still crossing the line and taking the checkered flag. Big well done to Alex Ryman for taking the Pro-Am victory for Est1 Racing, involved in quite a lot going on towards the end of that race as well. So Alex Tauscher from Matthias Jobert and Ariel Levy, the top 3. And for the Pro-Am drivers, it is going to be Alex Ryman for Est1 Racing on the top step of that podium. So well done. Checkered flag still waving furiously for the other drivers to make their way over the timing line, including Jules Grols, who will take P2 in Pro-Am. And it should be Thomas Winkler for P3 in Pro-Am if everything stays the way the timing screen is reporting right now. And I think that will be the case. So a great opening to the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe in terms of racing in anger. Plenty going on, lots to enjoy, and lots of overtakes, some drama as well. In fact, all the ingredients you need to be put into the melting pot of racing just the way we love it.
Brilliant stuff. What an entertaining start to the season. Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2024 is absolutely go. And already looking like it's going to be a classic season. You enjoyed that. We're going to do it all again later on this afternoon with the same runners and riders. Alex Tauscher, though, top step at the podium. He kept it all together. He managed to avoid the attention of the stewards. And Mathis Jobert, who put up with intense pressure from Ariel Levy for that second place ahead of Sebastian Framer in fourth.
I'm really impressed with Cool being kept there, to be honest, because the pressure was there pretty constantly. Here then is confirmation of the result with Brian Oliver.
Alex Tauscher taking the win ahead of Mathis Jobert. Ariel Levy rounding up the 1-2-3. Sebastian Framer and Marco Giltrap are ahead of Horst Felix Feldmar. Sasha Norden in the new car in 7th place ahead of Philip Ugran. Angus Whiteside and Pietro Armani round out the top 10 ahead of Hugo Ellis, Louis Rosset and Robin Knudsen ahead of Josh Stanton in 14th place. In 15th place, it was Alex Ryman who wins in the Pro-Am category. Hopefully we'll see that in a few moments. There we go, Alex Ryman for S1 Racing. He also takes the win in Pro-Am category ahead of Alberto Cerqui, who came back from a drive-through penalty and a penalty for 16th place ahead of Anthony Imperato, Sid Smith, Giuseppe Ghieri and Dreke Janssen rounding out the top 20. Then it was Fernando Monnier, Jules Grohl, Jurien Bach, Chenzik Ugazan, Thomas Kangro, Thomas Winkler and Senavan Solon, who was a non-finisher, the only driver not to take the checkered flag. Pure entertainment, great stuff here at the Portimão circuit in the Algarve.
Yes, every bit as exciting as we anticipated it being. And there you can see the victorious car from Proton Huber competition of Alexander Tauscher. Just unbuckling the helmet, hands device, getting out of the car, and there you can see the top three all lined up in front of the respective boards. And nice camaraderie between the drivers, because they're, of course, arch enemies when they're out there on the track, but when out of the cars, then really, really good camaraderie between them, and that's lovely to see. It's part of the atmosphere and the build that we expect to see from Porsche Racing, and it never disappoints in that regard.
Alex Tauscher, who came via ADAC GT4 a few years ago and has been racing in Porsche Carrera Cup for a couple of years and has been getting progressively better and better. Last year in Carrera Cup Germany, really found a new level. Came so close at Hockenheim, the season closer, where he picked up a podium position. This is his first win that I'm aware of in Porsche Cup racing, and he will be delighted with that. It's been a long time coming. A real talented driver, fairly quiet when you talk to him, but when he gets out on the track, he lets that do the talking.
We just saw a shot then of our P2 driver in Pro-Am, Jules Grohl, who's Christmas. He's got a couple of feet on his father in terms of height, that's for sure. I don't know what the weather is like up there. His head is, so that was good to see. So there's Alex Tauscher out of the car then, and it was a nice little CV you were giving us there of. So let's go down there right now. Working very hard for us is Piers Pryor, who, of course, as you can see, has got our race winner.
Alex, what a race. I mean, you had a lot of work to do at the start, you got it done, and then you held off the pressure the whole time. Tell us how it feels to win the first race of this year.
Well, obviously, I'm very happy, to be honest. Great way to, start off the new year. Couldn't have gone better. But now for the second race, sadly, I have a lot of work to do because I didn't get a clean lap in. And so we just try our best and see how far we can get forward.
Absolutely, a great race in this one. We saw, unfortunately, Levy had a spin at the start, which you may not have seen in your rearview mirror, but he managed to come through the field. So potentially, you could do the same thing?
I mean, I don't really want to wish anybody bad luck, So I just try to take it in my own hand, overtake as many cars as possible, and we'll see where we end up, yeah.
And the team must have done a great job to give you the car to win that race.
For sure. I mean, you saw it. The pace was good, I guess. So I can't complain. Everything's perfect.
Well, congratulations. We'll see you on the podium very shortly, in which I'll let Dave and Brian run you through.
Thank you.
Thank you, Piers. I told you he was quite a quiet guy. He's like, I don't wish to wish anybody else a bad luck. The rest of them are like, I hope they all crash on the first corner. But Alex, he's a real sportsman. I cannot tell you how happy I am to see him taking a win in Porsche Cup racing.
The first, I suspect, of a number to come.
Yes.
I would have thought the young man is enormously talented. Of that, there is no doubt. So well done indeed, and well done to Piers for catching up with him very, very quickly. I do Piers' job sometimes, and I know what it's like. Sometimes the last thing you want as a racing driver is a microphone up your hooter as soon as you've got out of the car. But well done indeed, and it was nice to hear from Alex too. So he, of course, will be on the top step of the podium, Brian.
Yes, let's have a little look back at what has been a fantastic start to the season in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. It was round one of what will be an 8-round season. It was a lively first lap, lots of 2 and 3 abreast driving. All the cars got off the line in the end, but the controversy was here heading in towards turn 5. And it was Alberto Cerqui who got together with Ariel Levy, and that caused Levy to turn around. There you saw it there. Levy, he got out of the way and he did a good job. He rejoined without falling to the back of the pack, but Cerqui was going to fall into the wrath of the stewards and he ended up out of the points. Levy making a good comeback. There he was on the inside of Sebastian Freimut. Meanwhile, this battle was raging. Josh Stanton and Robin Knudsen running side by side, just indicative of the battles that were raging up and down the pack. Alex Ryman was in the background in the number 47 car in the Pro-Am category, mixing it with the pro drivers. Maybe a little look at what might be next year, eh? The 29 car locking up into the corner. That was Louis Rosset, one of several cars really struggling, probably with tyre wear, tyre temperature in these changeable conditions here in Portimão. There was Marco Giltrap, Horst Felix Feldmar, the two of them, they were fighting all race long along the pit straight, running side by side. Anthony Imperato and Robin Knudsen. It was Knudsen who had the inside. In the background was Josh Stanton, ready to make a move past them as well. So the fighting continued. More lockups heading in towards turn 5. Track limits also very much an issue here. Ariel Levy, he put the pressure on Matthias Jobert all the way through the race as he tried to come back, but it was third place was as good as he was going to get. A really mature drive from Matthias Jobert, holding on to that second place. Ariel Levy left frustrated as he tried to find a route past the silver car. And again, more lockups. You saw the smoke in the background there as other cars were locking up into the corner. But it was Alex Tauscher out the front who led the way in car number 13. And it was Matthias Jobert in second place who held off the pressure from Ariel Levy. Tauscher, having received a couple of track limits warnings, Matthias Jobert having locked up, but still things remained as they were. It looked like Tauscher was maybe backing off a bit, or maybe the race was coming to him. But whichever way, it was car 13 that took the top step of the podium, and it was an entertaining opening race of the season for the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe.
We couldn't have asked for much more, really, in terms of on-track action. There was plenty of overtakes and, yes, a bit of drama in there to add into the mix of what was happening out there on track. And I love the fact that it's a short, sharp race, isn't it? 30 minutes plus 1 lap. And whichever way you look throughout the pack of cars, there was something going on. Absolutely fantastic. So we'll be going up to the podium in moments from now. And there you can see the top 3 are going to be heading up to the podium.
And there is Ariel Levy. Get the feeling that's not the last time we're going to see him on a podium this year. A man on the ascendancy. Second place, Matthias Jobert. We learned to pronounce your name by the end of the race, mate. On the second step of the podium. And taking the top step, he's going to have a massive smile. It is Alexander Tauscher finally getting the top step of the podium for Huber Racing in the number 13 car. What a win in round 1 of the series.
Lifted his baseball cap in honour of the fact that he's taken that win, and he will be delighted about that because, as you so rightly say, Brian, yet there is some real talent on that podium for P1, 2 and 3 in this very first Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe round that we have enjoyed thus far. So brilliant job done by all of the top 3. It's going to be, I would suggest, perhaps a different story when it comes to the second round to come a little bit later on today. And there you can see the smile from ear to ear. And as you said, Brian, Alex Tauscheré wears his heart sort of tucked under the overall covers on his sleeve. He's not one for saying a lot, but actually brilliant job done. And you know what? There was pressure almost constantly, early on in the race. He couldn't build the gap that he really wanted, but in the end, it was sufficient, and neither P2 or P3 were able to get close. Here come the trophies then. P3 being presented there to Ariel Levy, who has got a smile on his face. If I'm not mistaken, that's Lars making the trophy presentations there. Great guy, and makes the P2 and P1 trophy presentations as well. So all the drivers then pose for the obligatory photographs and, of course, for our shots as well. The focus of the worldwide media attention on the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe here from Portimão, and everyone's saving the spraying of everything for a little bit later on because, of course, they will be returning into those cars and didn't want damp overwear, let alone underwear. So Harry Mary with the mop will be out. Not necessary today because everything is reset, of course, because we have another podium to come, and that for our Pro-Am drivers who will be taking to that podium in moments from now. The Autodromo Internacional Algarve then has provided some great racing thus far. 2 categories in the first round that we have seen, and we'll be seeing the P3-2-1 coming up onto the podium in just a few moments from now. So brilliant stuff, and I, for one, really enjoyed that race.
Me too. I'm quite excited because we get to do it 3 more times today, because we've got round 2 for the sport division coming up later on this afternoon, and we've still got 2 rounds for the club division coming up as well.
Just see one of the engineers there driving the car. Did you see that?
I didn't see that.
Yeah, his bottom's against the barrier there, and he was steering through. If it was me, this is the way I'd have done it.
Yeah.
How many times have I said that and done that? And
gravel trap.
Yes, yes, that's precisely where I'd have ended up. You're right. Didn't need any help from you. Right, here comes our Pro-Am drivers to make their way onto the podium then. Which way is the right way?
That's Chengiz Oguzhan in 3rd place. In 2nd place, your friend Jules Groves.
Look how he is 7 foot tall.
He is 8.5 actually. I think star of the show, actually, the man who took the top step of the podium, Alex Ryman. We saw him last year in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany as a guest. He has proven he is one to beat. He was mixing it with the pros today, and now he stands on the top step of the podium. They're almost all the same height on there.
Well, they are, and when you consider the step disadvantage, I mean, I don't know what Roger, your family, fed him on, but boy, he's a big geezer, isn't he? Well done to all our drivers in Pro-Am then, and big shout out to our race winner, who, as you say, Brian, has promised much and delivered, hasn't he? And great stuff from our Pro-Am category within the first of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Round 1. Really enjoyed that, and more to come. They hardly get a rest of these drivers. Stand by. Wait a minute, chaps. Trophies to be delivered. P3 is awarded, P2 is awarded, and stand by. Here comes the race winner's trophy. Then he'll be thrilled about this. And well done. He has it. Hold it aloft and be proud and loud as all the photographs are taken there. And there you can see the trophies being displayed then, not only for our camera team, but also for the static photographers as well. So both the podiums done, and very enjoyable. Great to see those smiles from those successful drivers. Well done to one and all.
Brilliant stuff. There is only one way forward, and that is Porsche Cup Racing. Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe has entertained us massively this afternoon, and we've still got 3 more races to go. So our first podium of the afternoon is done and dusted, and in a few moments we're going to be getting ready for what will be race 1 for the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and it will be the club division.
So as you can see, cars making their way round to their grid positions now to line up for what is going to be another truly supreme race, we are sure. Weather conditions set fair. It's unchanged, really. The cloud cover has remained. Temperature has hardly changed. And the earlier threat of perhaps a little 1 or 2 raindrops has not materialised into anything, thank goodness. Jolly pleased about that. So the cars on their assembly towards the grid then to form up ready for this first race of their class during the course of this wonderful Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. So cars making their way around, and the first of those just entering turn number 15 now, so they'll be heading up to their grid boxes. And there you can see the undulating nature of this Portimão circuit is one to behold, and it's one that, unless you have walked the circuit or cycled the circuit or driven the circuit in anger, perhaps however good the broadcast pictures are, you don't really understand the elevations until you're actually out there. And when you are out there, it can take the wind out of your sails going up some of those hills, I can tell you with bitter experience.
Yes, indeed. That's an awful lot of wind to take out your sails, Dave.
No need for that.
Beautiful weather, though, and when you think that Germany is currently under a fair amount of snow, then this is exactly what we need. The only winter championship in Europe is Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and it provides a great racing. So the cars coming round now. This is going to be a bit different to what we saw before in the sport division. In the previous race, it was a standing start. In this race, it will be a rolling start. Also, these cars are permitted ABS. 2 categories in this as well. It is the AM class, and that is drivers who are 40 plus, and also the GT4 class. So the AM drivers are going to be running in a Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car, which of course is based on the latest 992 generation car. And then the GT4 class will be running in the Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport. Right, back down to Piers on the grid. What you got for us, Piers?
Well, at the moment it's just me for now because everyone's just arriving, but tell you what, the temperature is definitely rising. The sun is trying to creep through, which I'm very happy about. I did come from Portugal for some sun, and while I'm here I thought I might as well do some grid walking as well. Let's see if we can grab a word with Zdeka, who is starting in 3rd position. Can we grab a word? Do you reckon that's okay? I'm gonna, yeah, brilliant. 3rd position on the grid. Pretty good, right? Or was it 4th? 4th position. Sorry, 4th. Of course, this is a rolling start. I got confused with the standing. 4th position's pretty good opportunity for a good result here.
Yeah, we try to do our best at the start, you know. First 2 corners are the most important, and from that on we'll see.
Paulus, of course, it's a good result in the qualifying. What about race number 2? Were you equally as good?
Yeah, P4 as well. So I was supposed to be P5, but someone got a penalty. So P4 now and P4 the next race as well.
Rolling starts are always very, very close together. Do you think the first lap's going to be pretty intense?
Yeah, I believe so. Because if you look at the qualifying, the lap times were basically in 1 second. So I think it's going to be a good battle here.
We're looking forward to a good race. Good luck. Thanks for chatting to us. Of course, Paulus racing from Latvia, I believe. So it's, again, a truly international grid. Very much enjoying the sun just creeping through. Let's wander down and see if we can grab a word with, actually let's go with Lee Mole, who's starting in what, 2, 4, 6, 8th position. Lee has a lot of experience racing for many, many years. I remember watching Lee when I was a youngster, watching the British GT Championship. And Lee, are we all right to grab a word quickly? Absolutely, that's brilliant. Lee, thanks very much for chatting to us. Lee, I think P8, is that, am I right in saying it?
Sorry,
P8, is that right?
P8, yeah.
P8, that's a good opportunity for you to get a strong result in the first race of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe.
Yeah, hopefully. I just want to stay safe, to be honest. So it's my first weekend out in the Porsche, so I've got a lot to learn. So hopefully I'll learn that from some of the guys in front. So yeah, if I can make some places a bonus, but yeah, for me it's just to get the experience.
We're right in the mix here, right in that group where the cars are all going to be together. Of course, a 2x2 rolling start as well, so that keeps the pack nicely bunched up together. I'm expecting to see some good racing in the first lap. You said you want to keep out of trouble. How are you going to do that?
Absolutely no idea. I think we'll just wait and see what happens in front, and then kind of go from there. I don't think you can have too much of a plan. I guess I'm on the left-hand side, so it gives us room to move left if we need to, if there's some trouble on the right-hand side. But it pinches at 3 here, so yeah, we'll just wait and see.
Suppose this being your first race in the car, if I'm right in saying, is the car changing the way it handles from when it's on sort of cold tyres to the end of the race?
everything at the moment's a learning for me. So I've never driven this car. Friday was the first time out in it. So each time I'm kind of learning and progressing. So no, I mean, they're fabulous cars. Great fun to drive. I'm really pleased I bought it, and yeah, looking forward to a race now.
Lee, thanks very much for chatting to us. You enjoy yourself out there and stay safe as you're planning to do. I believe we've got a car that's trying to find its way on the grid behind us, but let's wander further down the grid. We're getting about towards the middle of the grid. Of course, you've got two classes in this one. We've got the AM class, which is the same 911s we just saw in the sport division, but we've also got some GT4 Caymans, like the green highlighted one back there. Again, should in theory be slightly slower. And we've also got Seb Hopkins here. I've already grabbed a word with Seb, but seeing as Seb is our leading GT4 RS driver, I'll grab a quick word. Seb, we chatted to you at lunch. It's crunch time, as I would say. What's the plan for the race? Not many cars in your class around you, so I suppose you're just going to try and put as many cars between you and the rest of your grid as you can?
Yeah, I guess so. That's the plan. The aim is obviously just have fun, yeah, we'll just see really with the other Cup cars. But for sure, maybe if we can gain a few positions or two, then that'd be nice.
Great practice for sprint racing, which is what you're planning to do for the rest of this season. I suppose you see how far you can get up the field in a car that is potentially inferior?
Yeah, for sure. Let's hope so. I'll give it a good go.
Brilliant, Seb. Thanks for chatting to us once again. Seb Hopkins from the UK is experienced in this car, but not in this current spec. That means we've got 5 minutes remaining, which means we've got time to actually chat to some more drivers, which is nice. Let's see if we can have a word with maybe Bastian, number 25. We're getting towards the back end, about 2/3 to 3/4 of the way down the field, but still a very, very close grid. One of the things that brings people to this championship, I suppose. Are we all right to have a word in here? Can we grab a word? Grab a word? Yes? Yeah, brilliant. Excellent. This is the number 25, Bastian. We've got a lot of cars around us. You looking forward to a fun race?
Yeah, absolutely. Great fun. Absolutely, yeah.
And where would be a good result for you in this one?
A few spots ahead of where I start.
How many spots do we reckon we can make?
I would say, 3, something like that, 3 to 5. That would be great.
Brilliant. Well, we look forward to seeing you try and do that. Thank you very much for chatting to us. And we're now towards the bottom end of the grid, which is great. We've managed to chat to quite a few of the drivers, actually, mostly on the left-hand side. So in the next race, I'll maybe go out the inside. Of course, 2x2 staggered, as we can see here. In the previous race, it was a starting 1x1. Now it's 2x2, and we're going to be going for a rolling start. As you can see, the Porsche safety car at the front of the field there. That will keep the group bunched together. And it's also something that means that, there's one less variable for those AM drivers to worry about. They do have traction control. They do have ABS in this race. And I reckon we're going to grab a word with Dobik, if we can. Can we grab a word quickly? We've got a fun race ahead of us. We've got a lot of cars to pass. Can you get up on the podium?
Not today.
Not today. What's your goal for this race?
I can listen to you.
Okay, we've got someone ready to do it. Good luck. Thanks very much for chatting to us. And then I think that's 3 minutes to go now. Why don't we grab a word with another one of our GT4 drivers, Henk van Norrel. Henk, can we grab a word? Yeah. Henk, you're on the back of the grid. You've got it all to do. You can make a lot of places.
It is op dit moment. Do you want English or Dutch?
Henk, you're enjoying the circuit though.
I don't know where to stay. They don't know yet where I have to stay. But okay, we will see what happens.
We will see what happens. Henk, thanks so much for chatting to us. I'll close this door. No, it's not closed. And let me make sure I don't want a door coming open in the race and it being my fault, because that would be very embarrassing. We're going to make our way back towards the middle of the grid, and I might be able to grab one more interview. I think if we could get a word with the number 24, that would be really good. It would be Corrado Costa. Let's see if we can get in with him. I'm very much looking forward to this race. It's going to be so tight. With all the cars, 2x2 staggered formation. We saw in the sport race that a moment ago, the racing was close right up and down the field, and I'm expecting exactly the same thing in this one. Do we have time for one word? I don't think we do, actually. I think the 1 minute board is about to go out. So if Dave and Brian are ready in the commentary box, I can't wait to see how this goes. You're going to be running us through it, so up to you in the comms box.
Oh, Piers, do you know what? I got a real telling off of still being on the grid. The 30-second board had gone and they were revving ready to go earlier on. So actually, I admire you for taking the rules perhaps a tad more seriously than I did last season when I got a right royal telling off.
Escorted off the premises, I think. Yes, absolutely.
I was.
Right,
Well.
enough of this frivolity. This is the first race of the season for the club division in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, as already mentioned. We have two classes in this as well. The AM category, running in the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars, course based on the 992 generation. And we have four drivers in this in GT4 cars. They're going to be in the Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport car, and they are running in category as well. I'm not expecting them to mix it too much with the AM drivers, but having said that, they proved pretty feisty in quali. These cars have ABS as well to help them on their way. So the other difference with this from the previous race is it will be a rolling start. We're going to take a look at the grid for this race 1 of the season for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. You remember Nicolas Salins? What a run he had to pole position, outfoxing Ian Logie on the front row. Robert Solma and Paula Sedajka on row 2, and Javier Ripoll Jr. and Mihail Mihailov alongside him on row 3. Row 4, Jürgen Vollet and Lee Moll. We heard from him earlier when Piers was talking to him on the grid. Felipe Wills and Yuka Irola are ahead of Niles Lofterod and Seb Hopkins on row 6. Row 7, Marabi Mekbabishvili and Camille Perrion line up alongside each other. And Corrado Costa has Dominique Bastien for company. Andrea Baratti and Ernst Inderblitzen line up on row 9. On row 10, it's Graham King and Alexander Dobik ahead of Henk Norrell and Jules Marion. So the cars on their formation lap. As with the previous race, it will be 30 minutes plus 1 lap. As already mentioned, it will be a rolling start. So the cars will grid up towards the latter part of this lap, and then they will form up side by side to receive the green flag.
Absolutely right. Rolling start then, and as you were running through the grid in full, it's a very, very well populated grid, that's for sure. If our first race action, as we've seen here on the circuit, is anything to go by, we know this is going to be jolly good as well as the cars make their way through turn 9, which is where we see them right now, and then climbing uphill towards turn 10, which provides another right-hander then through turns 10 and 11 before you start rolling downhill once again. And I was just taking a look out the window, of course, at the famed swimming pool that is here in the racing circuit of Portimão. Sadly, the weather is not particularly conducive, it has to be said, but seen 1 or 2 drivers thrown in there before the event has come to a close. So the formation lap for our second racing action on track. This is the club division of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe then. And cars, as Brian has indicated, will be invited to line up in grid formation before their rolling start. The pace car will, of course, peel off into the pit lane. Then it will be the responsibility of the front 2 cars, the first row on the grid, to control the pace of the rolling start.
So out towards turn 15 we come on this 15 corner circuit. 6 to the left and 9 to the right, 4.653 kilometers around. Drivers have to deal with undulation and blind crests, and they have to deal with each other. The 2 drivers that stole the show in quali alongside each other on the front row, but keep an eye on treble 2 Seb Hopkins, leading in the GT4 category, qualified 12th overall. Top job there in that black and blue car, but our eyes are going to be on the 2 black and green cars as the cars head out towards the start finish line. Now, according to my tracker, we should be, here we go now, right, out of turn 15 now, towards the start-finish line. We are going to wait for those 5 red lights to go off. The safety car is in the pits, and we are ready for racing Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division, race 1. The cars fan out as they head towards turn 1. It's Nicolas Allens to the inside, Ian Logie on the outside. Keep an eye on car 63 there, as well as 191, Javier Ripoll Jr. But it's the start that Nicolas Allens needed into turn 1 and turn 2, leading Ian Logie 3 abreast behind. The cars trying to make up positions while they are bunched together. Up the hill they go towards turn 5 and down the other side, and it'll be the heavy braking, the spot for many incidents. But at the moment, Nicolas Allens has this very much under control. Keep an eye on Jürgen Vollet. He's a little bit further back, looking to the inside. The rest of the cars getting around the corner. Do they all make it? It looks like they do, keeping within the track limits. But it is Nicolas Allens who leads the way.
Turn 5 was less dramatic than perhaps I expected, because still on relatively cold tyres, but the entire pack going through there seamlessly, and well done to each and every one of the drivers. The top 3 have really broken away to begin with, and you can see those. They've already gapped the P4 driver by some significant margin right at the start of the race.
Brilliant stuff. Cars now just settling down on this, the opening lap of the race, as we head out towards turn 13 and towards 14. It's Nicolas Allens who leads the way, and it is Ian Logie in that second place.
Ian Logie then doing the chasing down at the moment, and although he's under more pressure than he is piling pressure on our race leader at the moment, that P2 place is up for grabs at the moment, very early on, of course, in this race. Let's see how they do then, as the first lap is put in the book. And well done, all 3. The top 3 go through, and the rest of the pack coming through and passing the timing line right now. So brilliant job being done by each and every one of the drivers there.
So Robert Sulmer in 3rd place. He's working hard there to stay with the pack, but the top 3 certainly look to have broken clear from the remaining drivers. So Nicolas Allens from Ian Logie, Robert Sulmer, Javier Ripoll Jr. and Jürgen Vollet ahead of Lee Moll. Seb Hopkins leading the way in the GT4 category. He had such a strong qualifying. Graham King and Henk Norrell have jumped past 4 cars already. So the GT4 category very much alive and kicking.
Felipe Wills moving up a place as well. He's put himself into P6, but Salens, Logie and Sulmer, as I said, they have certainly got away fairly early on and built quite a margin between the rest of the pack. So the provisional podium setters then, very early on to talk about that in this race, but they have broken away significantly from the rest of the pack. It's Salens, Logie, Sulmer, then the top 3. Then it's Ripoll Jr., Vollet, and then it is Wills and Moll and Mihailov and Irola and Zadika then occupying the top 10 positions at the moment.
So very much single file at the moment, but still plenty of time to come. As with the previous race, it's 30 minutes plus 1 lap of racing, and Felipe Wills certainly wants to make a race of this one as he puts the heat onto Jürgen Vollet, the number 71 car, coming under pressure from car number 50.
Yes, Vollet under some stress there, isn't he? And is this going to be a job done and dusted through on the inside? So Felipe Wills then in the all-silver car, rounding that turn and heading for the start-finish line once again, as now Salens is under a bit of pressure from Ian Logie here. Ian Logie right on the gearbox of the car of Salens going into turn number 1. Wasn't quite perhaps close enough to be able to make it work, but what he's doing is trying to unsettle Salens ahead and just win that little psychological battle by saying, I'm here and I'm going to fill your rearview mirrors. There's only 3 tenths between them.
If you joined us for quali this morning, you would have seen that Ian Logie did have provisional pole position, but he had that lap taken away from him for exceeding track limits, and that gave the pole position to Nicolas Salens. Ian Logie clearly has the pace, but if he makes a move on Nicolas Salens and it doesn't stick, he could leave the door wide open for Robert Sulmer in 3rd place to steal that position away. So it's all about strategy. They've broken away from 3rd place at the moment, so Logie is in a position to make a challenge, but he's got to get close enough first. Nicolas Salens has already proven he is very rapid.
Got to keep an eye on track limits of Salens as well. As his approach to that turn, he ran really quite wide. And we know from the previous race that race control do take a look at that, and they rule it with a rod of iron, so just be warned. So it's Salens, Logie and Sulmer ahead of Ripoll Jr. Then they are the top 4 currently.
Quickest man on the track is, in fact, Ian Logie in 7:17. He did a 1:47.122 last time around. That's some 4/10 quicker than the race leader. But of course, catching is one thing. Finding a route past is something completely different. You're looking there at the treble 2 car. That is the leading GT4 driver, Seb Hopkins from the UK for Team Parker Racing, challenging hard as he moves through the pack. Now this is a challenge for the lead. Ian Logie sees a gap on the inside. Salons to the outside. It's going to be down the hill. Under braking they come. Has Logie done enough? Salons has the quicker line around the corner. Keep within the track limits though. They run absolutely side by side. Ian Logie through into the lead. Now Robert Sulmer as well sees the opportunity to maybe close in. Our leader down into second. Going to come under pressure from Sulmer as well. Down towards turn 5 they come very, very shortly. Over the top of the hill. Our race leaders first, second and third. Great move from Ian Logie, the Scotsman, picking his time, finding a route past.
Ian set that up through turn 15. That's where he made it work. Got to the inside and then had real bravery in terms of just hanging on to that, going through turn number 1. Fair play to Salins, respect and racing room was given. And that was a really, really good overtake. So we see a change in the lead with Logie now leading. However, Salins is coming back or trying to come back. He's not going to take this lying down. The top 3, Brian, are just head and shoulders above the rest. They've really broken away in the first 7 minutes of this race.
They really have broken clear, haven't they? And I thought for a moment Robert Sulmer was going to make a challenge on Nicolas Salins, but it looks like Salins has managed to keep control of that one, and now the front 2 have broken away from 3rd place. Now, has Nicolas Salins got anything that he can bring to Ian Logie? Because that was a very convincing move for the lead. You just got the feeling that Logie, he picked his time, but look at this, Salins is right with him again. Out of turn 15 they come, out onto the pit straight in just a few moments, and this will be an opportunity for Logie to break clear. It will be an opportunity for Nicolas Salins to make a move. Will he get a slipstream? Along the pit straight they come, lights flashing, trying to distract. He looks to the inside. Up the hill, down the hill, towards turn 1, a tricky corner, stay within track limits. Salins is close. They are well clear of 3rd place, but Salins is not going to make a move on Logie. Looks like he's got this one under control.
Yeah, he wasn't quite close enough to make a repeat move as Logie had done on the previous lap. He wasn't quite close enough to be able to do it. He did take a look at the inside, but he wasn't there or thereabouts. So will he have another go going into turn 5? Don't think he's close enough. It's going to have to be king of the late breakers to try and dive to the inside here. And no, surely not close enough. Absolutely not, as they sprint now uphill. And he is getting closer, taking full chat flat through this kink, which is turn number 6, heading towards the next turn. Logie's doing a very, very good job of making this P1 very, very convincing and making Nicolas Salins have to work really, really hard in terms of trying to come back. So we're being advised that turn number 15, maybe some fluid has gone down there. Now that's the last turn on the track with some perhaps some coolant or something that's gone down on turn 15. So we will keep an eye as our race leaders head towards that turn. It could be all of a sudden that the adhesion levels that they've been used to on the previous lap are not there, Brian.
Yes, now if the flag's out, now hopefully the teams will be onto the drivers in the earpieces to let them know, but we're going to find out in a few moments. Here they come, around 14, up towards that final turn 15, keep it together. Now how wide does Logie go? Was that something slippery that caused him to go wide, or was he just being very, very defensive? Nicolas Salins is behind him, taking a much tighter line. Looks like he's got more grip. Once again, Logie going very wide into the corner, out onto the pit straight they come. But Ian Logie looks to have this under control at the moment. Sulmer in the background, keeping an eye on these two in case they get together. Down towards turn 1 they come, under braking. It's still Ian Logie in the lead, ahead of Nicolas Salins.
Absolutely brilliant stuff. In the GT4 category, I must make mention of the Team Parker Racing driver Seb Hopkins, who's moved up to P10 in the race overall, and of course he's leading in the GT4 category.
Brilliant stuff from Seb Hopkins in a Porsche Cayman against all these Porsche 911, so really solid job there. But we are absolutely gripped by this battle for the lead. You get the feeling that Nicolas Salins is maybe plotting a comeback. Logie, we thought he might get past him and leave him in his wake. Far from it. Now Salins is fighting back. The Scotsman coming under pressure from the number 99 Belgium driver. Number 99 for Belgium Racing, ahead of HB Racing International, Harrow Projects team, leading this race at the moment. But there's still another 20 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Robert Selmer just dropping back a little bit, keeping the leaders in view in the Proton Huber competition car. And he is well clear of Felipe Wills in that 4th place. Felipe Wills some 7.9 seconds back from this lead battle.
Nicolas Salins has not given up on this fight by any means. He is really trying to maintain the pressure on Luggy here to try and find a way by, try and unsettle him. There is but merely hundredths between the two of them. Completely different lines taken there. That allows Salins to get ever closer to Luggy. But Luggy is carrying the momentum through turn number 15. That gives him just enough as they ride the crest of the hill and then go downhill in towards turn number 1. I don't think Nicolas Salins is quite close enough to be able to mount a move on turn number 1 on the inside. Well, you can see he carries a lot of speed into turn number 1, but just from a sheer space point of view, was not close enough. Both of them are propelling themselves around this track at an extraordinary pace, which is why they are leaving the rest of the cars in their way.
How much pressure must Luggy be under with that car just matching his every move, 1 little millimetre over the line, and the Salins car is going to be through. There's the GT4 leader. Great stuff from Seb Hopkins. He's in the top 10 overall. His main contender in the GT4 is Graham King. He's all the way back in 15th place. He's got Henk van Norrel for company. But Seb Hopkins, very comfortable indeed in the GT4 category, giving some of the GT3 drivers a little something to think about as well.
It's been a really, really impressive drive thus far from Seb Hopkins, who's certainly not done with it and is mixing it with everybody. And he's prepared to put as many cars between himself and the P2 driver of Graham King. And that's... Well, you can see him still. He's just watching this fight go on. Is he going to be able to take advantage of the hole in the air that was created? No, wasn't quite close enough to be able to do it.
This is great stuff because we've got Paulus Zadeka and Jürgen Vollet. They are fighting each other for position in a different category. Seb Hopkins is thinking, you know what, I could sneak past both of them. Yes. Never mind, I'm in a GT4 category. Great stuff here from Seb Hopkins as he lines them up. So ahead of him, Jürgen Vollet and Paulus Zadeka, number 71 and number 2. They are fighting for position. Seb Hopkins doesn't need to get involved, but I have to tell you what, if he does and he wins, it won't off look good. So, trailing the number 2 car at the moment, looking for the route past. It is car number 2, Paulius Zadeka, the Lithuanian driver for Team GP Elite, who is in that position. 9th place, ahead of him, Jürgen Vollet in the number 71 car, racing for lap time performance, the German driver who is guesting here this weekend, holding on to that position. Seb Hopkins with all that ambition, the driver for Team Parker Racing from the UK. He finished 3rd in the Ginetta Championship in 2021. He's been in British GT4 for a couple of years, and now he's trying his hand at Porsche Cup Racing GT4, and boy is he impressing.
I say he's making a jolly good fist of it, in my opinion.
Top job.
Pretty impressive. I have to say credit to all the drivers as well, because I've just looked at the our message screen, and currently all the drivers really behaving themselves and not even a warning up there, so fair play to all the drivers.
Brilliant stuff. In the background you can see Marabi it's easy for me to say, Marabi Mekbabishvili in the 39 car. He is behind Seb Hopkins in 11th place. I'm just going to go and put the right teeth in. You carry on, Dave.
Going to have a lie down different. Oh, a little bit of a wobble there from the Vollet car. You can just see the back end of the Vollet car looking a bit lively there, and that may have cost him some valuable 100s, it has to be said. Just keeping an eye on the gap at the front between P1 and P2. When last across the timing line, it was just under a second. So maybe the Salins fight has gone away just for a moment. Really rather feel that might resume in due course, but it is Luggy from Salins from Sulma. But we're watching this very enticing battle that is going on right now between Zadeka and Vollet. It is Vollet that is leading them in P8 at the moment. Zadeka is P9, and of course mixing it with them in the black and blue car is Seb Hopkins, who is driving the Porsche Cayman 718 GT4, and he's mixing it with these two in front as well, and looking pretty impressive, if I may say.
And in the background, the 39 car continues to close on all of them. You mentioned the battle at the front. Well, last time around, Ian Logie was some half a second quicker than Salins, but Salins is now responding and turning up the pace a bit. So the gap has opened up, and it was half a second quicker on the previous lap for Ian Logie. But we have only just hit the halfway point of the race. Still plenty more time to come. This battle is absolutely gripping that we are watching. Jürgen Vollett, Paulius Zdejka, Seb Hopkins are there in a row and now rushing to join them. Mirabi, Metvel-Bishvili. So it will be 4 cars fighting for that position. To the inside goes Zdejka, but the door is slammed in his face.
That turn number 5, you know, you can get it right and you feel brilliant, but it's so easy to get it wrong as well and just make a touch on the car in front. In fact, we saw it in the previous race, didn't we? Yeah, very, very easy to get it wrong there. And now Seb Hopkins is coming under a bit of pressure, and he won't like that, even though he's in a completely different category. I wouldn't have thought he's going to indicate right and let him through, but he does. So perhaps I was wrong.
Well, I think Seb Hopkins just decides at discretion
Not
for better
worth
part
it.
of valour. He is in a very comfortable position in the GT4 race. This is not the race for him to get involved in. His main contenders are a long way back down the road. He needs to finish this race, and to get in an accident with cars that are not even the same category as you would be a tragic way to do it, and he's just showing great maturity there. Whoever told a racer to back off, well, it's a brave man who does it, because racers know only one thing, and that is push, push, push. But Hopkins deciding that the 39 car needs to go through and fight the cars in front, and he just needs to bring it home where he is.
Yeah, very, very, as you say, mature driving there and very sensible. Well, if there were any track limits excursions, that was it, wasn't it, from Vollett there, as Zdejka has gone through. Vollett running really, really wide and losing out on a position there as Zdejka has moved up to P8 now.
Yes, that was a good move, actually, and found the route past.
I think he was given an advantage, wasn't
Yes.
he, by virtue of the fact that Vollett just ran so wide.
Yeah, and Vollett just having a tough lap there. And sometimes, maybe, if they're exceeding track limits, it might be that Vollett actually willingly gave up that position, to avoid a penalty that could be a lot worse. We'll have to ask him that afterwards. In the background, still, the treble 2 car is there. Seb Hopkins keeping an eye on it. Also, in the midst is still Mirabi Metvel-Bishvili in the 3rd position in those 4 cars.
Mirabi is looking really lively now, because now he's been released from that GT4 car. He has really, really got onto the back of these two, and I suspect, once again, it's a question of when, not if. He will take a look as he dives to the inside now. Whoa, that was close.
And actually, Hopkins just backed out of it. He says, "You're going to have an accident. I don't want to be part of it."
You're right.
So great stuff there. I'm just looking at our timing screen. Still nice and clean. Well, I have to say the sport division could learn a few lessons from the club division here. So the driver's keeping it clean. There is Jürgen Vollett, still in that 8th place. Paulius Zdejka just behind him. And then it's Mirabi Metvel-Bishvili also in that 10th place, and then behind them Seb Hopkins in the treble 2 car. Now to the inside goes car 39, number 2 going wide again. I'm wondering whether the tyres are starting to cry enough in that number 2 car, because he's really struggling with traction. 39 going through relatively easy. It's Mirabi Metvel-Bishvili who takes that position away.
Did really well there, didn't he? And I think you're right.
Oh, I just heard something.
Yes.
I don't know what that was, but we just heard some tyre squealing. Was that somebody going straight on?
Sounded like a pirouette or something, didn't it?
Yes.
But yeah, I think you might be right. I think you might have called that correctly, that perhaps there is just really, really struggling for grip there. And, well, because you can see now that Seb Hopkins is beginning to pressure once again as well. So, in the meantime, right at the front, Logie has pulled out a gap of now nearly 2 seconds over Nicholas Salin. So we are keeping an eye on that. But by far and away, the most compelling battle to watch is this one. In the meantime, lots going on elsewhere on track as well in this fantastic club division, Porsche Sprint Challenge, Southern Europe.
That was 2 FAC Autotech cars that came through then. There was Niels Lofterud and Ernst Inderblitzen. Both of them had fairly lively qualifying sessions, and they were running together on the circuit, albeit out of the points down in 18th and 19th place. Down the hill we come. And still another 10 minutes plus 1 lap of this race remaining. It's Ian Logie who appears to have complete control on it, the very experienced racer, seen alongside Jules Gounon in British GT, if I remember rightly, last year. There's a mentor if ever there was one.
Oh, I was going to say, he's certainly no slug, is he? Brilliant
Yes.
driver.
I've probably learned a few tricks from him as well, not to mention team owner Harold Prochik of HP Racing.
He can pedal a car as well.
He can pedal a car indeed, and in fact was running in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany last year himself. Now we continue the fight. So Jürgen Vollett going wide, car 39, finding the route on the inside. Marabi Mekvavishvili now looking at the back of the car that is in front. There we go. Stupid comment of the day.
Visually has been really supreme
Great.
over the last 2 or 3 laps.
He's
It's
been great.
The car and driver combo has really come good right in the middle of this race.
And look who's catching up, Seb Hopkins. Well, he's got nothing to hide behind. He's got machinery that is altogether more inferior than what is in front on the grand scale of things. But as they say, the naked man fears no pickpocket, and he has nothing to hide. He can actually just go for it, and his car is so quick.
E-Roller is under pressure here, Brian, going into turn number 5. Well, Mekvavishvili took a look, but he wasn't quite close enough. But now full chat flat through the kink, which is turn number 6, as they head towards turn number 7. We keep our eyes trained on this battle that is going on, that's going to liven up still further in just moments from now. And also not out of this is Jürgen Vollett. Look at that. He's right on the gearbox of the car in front as well. So it becomes almost a 3-way fight going on for P7 in this wonderful club division race.
Brilliant stuff. Great close racing. We've got GT3 cars, GT4 cars, mixing it up. Seb Hopkins, what a great job he's doing in the Treble 2 car in 11th place. At the front of that queue, though, it continues to be the UK roller car who is reversing back into this battle, really, because 39, Marabi Mekvavishvili is catching the UK roller car, and Jürgen Vollett there as well as Paulius Sadeka.
So Yuka then at the moment holding on to that P7 position, and for now he can breathe a sigh of relief as he rounds turn 15 and climbs up the hill and puts another lap in the book, feeling pretty comfortable about it now. What's the live gap between the two of them? Well, it's next to nothing, to be honest. It's about 5/10. So that's what he's got, and there you can see it's on the exit of that turn and down the start-finish straight. That is where Mekvavishvili really has got potency.
We've also got one eye on 4th place because Felipe Wills has just put in the fastest lap of anybody in this race. He's in 4th place at the moment. He's a couple of seconds behind Robert Sulmer, but clearly he's not done yet either. So we've got one eye on 4th place as well. Of course, that's ahead of this battle here, which has been gripping us. Vollett looking to the inside of the 39 car of Mekvavishvili. Mekvavishvili looking to the inside of the car. It is just like a game of chess, isn't it? It's like outfoxing each other into the corners. UK Arola at the top of that queue, at the front of that queue, holding it all together.
But of course, where Mekvavishvili has got a disadvantage is not only is he hunting, but he's being hunted at the same time. He's the meat in the sandwich, if you like, and therefore whatever move he makes, he's got to try and protect his back end as well, because just waiting to pounce there is Jürgen Vollett. And Jürgen would be through like the perennial viper if he could and try and wrestle that position back again, which of course he did lose out to Mekvavishvili a little bit earlier on. Good, sensible driving there from a back-marking car, keeping well out of the way, Brian. Brilliant conduct there.
Yeah, Andrea Berardi, he's not in this race. He's 8 laps down. So clearly some issues there. Moving to the outside of the white line to have a look. Track limits, what track limits? Marabi Mekvavishvili looking very wide indeed as he tries to find a route past UK Arola. He knows that Jürgen Vollett, whatever slowed him earlier on, well, Vollett is coming back. He needs to get past UK Arola in front of him as quickly as possible.
Oh!
He looks to the inside, into the corner.
My goodness me.
Yeah, the door slammed in his face. We were pleased that they didn't get together. And yes, he's saying, you can go behind me, sir. And it is UK Arola who holds on to that position.
Well, that could have been really dramatic. Are we going to see a repeat of that going into turn number 5? Well, hold on to your hats, knickers, or any other loose clothing that you may have, because here come the cars right now. I don't think anyone is quite close enough. Oh, maybe. Just Bullet took a look initially and then thought better of it.
I have to tell you that UK Roller's taken a very wide line out of the corner. The stewards' little lights will be flashing when they look at the track limits. He's running it very close to the mark. We've had no warning, so clearly staying within it at the moment.
Yes.
The bravery as they head up that steep hill over the blind crest. The stomach hits the roof of the car as they go over the top and then back down the other side. This is the most expensive roller coaster in Europe, and they are absolutely loving it.
And doing a great job and really entertaining us with some brilliant racing as well. Meantime, at the front of the pack, just to let you know, Logie has increased his margin to 2.5 seconds, but we are staying with this battle, and we have good reason to, because it is awesome, I have to say. Big hats off to Seb Hopkins, who has been involved in this and continues to be involved in this, and might even have an overtake up his sleeve at the moment. Bear in mind that that black and blue GT4 Cayman is actually in a different category, but he's mixing it with these GT3 Cup cars as well, Brian. So, may I say, some aplomb.
Yeah, aplomb indeed. Paolo Sadeko, I thought he was going to lose a position to him there, because he did look like he was having a little nibble on the inside. Arola still holding off Mekvavishvili, who is continuing to look very rapid indeed. This is the fight for 7th place. 7th, 8th, 9th running together. Small gap, then 10th, then 11th, but the leader in Pro-Am in that 11th place. All so close, all still to play for, but only a little over 3.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining.
Where has the time gone? I'll tell you where it's gone, in brilliant racing that we've been enjoying. So a 5-way fight that is going on here, and it really is a 5-way fight now. To the inside, couldn't quite make it stick. Bishvili he turned the steering wheel just right, exactly when he needed to.
And hope for the best.
Yes.
Really interesting, because Volet looked to be going backwards for some of the race.
I
and
agree.
now suddenly, the driver who was on the charge, Mekvavishvili, is the one who looks to be struggling. That's allowed UK Arola to open up a gap. You can see the gap there in the background. It's Paulis Zadeka and Seb Hopkins are saying, why don't you guys just get together and end up in a gravel trap? Then we can come through.
Well, I have to say, nothing is unwritten yet, because we've still got 3 minutes plus a lap of the race remaining. But you're absolutely right. It's played into the hands of Yuka Irola, who has now been able to gap just the others a little bit and breathe a small sigh of relief. In the meantime, there you can see our race leader. We've not seen a lot of him. The reason we haven't is because all the battles that have been going on elsewhere have been so important to watch. But Logie's gap is 1.9 seconds over Nicholas Salens in terms of P1 and P2. Then it's Robert Solma. Felipe Wills is running P4, Brian.
Yes, and I think Logie, well, I think if he can keep it like this, that will make up for what was a disappointing time this morning in qualifying, where he lost that pole position due to track limits. He's said, I will let my talking happen during the race, and that's exactly what's happened, because Nicholas Salens doesn't look to have any answers for him at the moment. Of course, this is the first of 2 rounds for the club division this weekend, in fact today, so we will get to see it all again later on, because the grid will be very similar. Did you see Logie's car drifting there? Has he got problems? Certainly the back end of the car, he's struggling for traction. And Salens is past. So while we were talking, Salens has found a route past Ian Logie. So I didn't even see that happen. Salens into the lead.
You picked up on the fact that the car was sideways, and sideways is never the quickest way round. So Salens then now crosses the timing line, absolutely confirmed as in the lead, with Logie then relegated to P2. Now, was that a very, very small error, or was it just a consequence of tyre deg that caused that car to be sideways? Only the driver knows the answer to that, but what we do know is there's been a change in the race lead, Brian.
Well, I certainly didn't see it happen. I might have been looking at the timing screen at the time, but certainly Logie, did I put the curse on him, saying that he just needed to bring it home? Well, he's got it all to do again now. He's clearly not given up. You can see there, look at his snaking under braking. He looks to the inside. Oh, brave moves, but he knows, look at that. He's got a problem. And that looks like more than tyre wear to me. He's looking like he's struggling to keep the thing on the track.
I disagree with you because the pace he's still got is okay, and if he'd got even if he'd got a minor problem, I would have thought we'd have seen him drop back more than he has. I'm not saying that.
No, I think he's cut the tyres.
I'm a professor here, far from it, but I do think maybe it is tyre deg, and I'm surprised by that because. He's been able to run really cleanly at the front, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Okay, admittedly, he's had to keep the pace on. There's no question about that. Whether Nicolas Salens has just been a little bit kinder to his rubber, and that is what has made the difference. And then that drift that you saw starting was just enough for Nicolas Salens to be able to take advantage.
To remind you, the drivers are given 2 sets of tyres for quali and race for both races. Look how wide Logie's going. He's struggling to keep it on the track. He's going to have a track limits issue if he's not careful in a minute. So I don't know what state the tyres are in when he started this race, but clearly traction is an issue. This will be the last lap that the cars are about to start now because the clock has struck 0. You get the feeling, so Nicolas Salens has also got issues with tyre. Now round the outside, can Logie make it grip? Surely not, he's got no grip at all. He has to steer back onto the circuit. That has just handed the advantage to car 99.
Well, where can he have another go? Turn 5 would be my guess, but I don't think he's close enough to be able to get there for turn 5 because they're going to cross that crest now, Brian. And I think Salens has got enough of a gap of him. It would be a real king of the late breakers to dive to the inside. And, well, Ian Logie is well aware of the fact that probably wouldn't have worked. I think both of them are struggling for grip now. And Logie is absolutely determined to wrestle this P1 position back again. This is not all over. You can see the car of Salens really sliding then into that turn. And this is not done yet because... wow, we've still got the remainder of this lap. Can Salens hold on to this from Logie?
It looks like both of their tyres are shot. In the background, it looks like Felipe Wills has found a route past Robert Sulmer as well. So, Wills up into 3rd place. Everybody is struggling with grip. Still, Seb Hopkins leads in the GT4 category, and he's in 10th place overall. But the lead, look at Logie, struggling to keep the car on the track. It's like he's driving on ice. And still Nicolas Salens holds on. He bided his time. He waited for Ian Logie's tyres to go off. That's exactly what happened. Ian Logie now staring at the back of the 99 car for the very last corner. They head into it, out onto the pit straight. It's going to be Nicolas Salens who takes the win. Ian Logie, he looks to the inside. It's a drag race, but it goes to Nicolas Salens. Brilliant stuff. Brilliant. And look at that. Felipe Wills through into 3rd place ahead of Robert Sulmer.
7 100ths between P1 and P2. What a brilliant race.
Fantastic stuff. Then what happened next? 191, Javier Ripoll Jr. He had a quiet one, didn't he? Lee Mole in 6th place, a shout out to Lee. Then Yuka Arola, who at the top of that 7th place battle, with Murabi Mekvabishvili in 8th place, ahead of Paulia Sadika. Seb Hopkins in 10th place.
What a start.
Someone get that man a GT3 car. That was fantastic stuff. And second in the Pro-Ams was Graham King, I do believe, and that was in 15th place. A solid drive from him, but very much a dominant performance from Seb Hopkins. But what a battle. That is what we came for. This is why Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe is the popular series that it is, because it's pure racing.
My colleague is off to drench his voice in gravel because what very little he had left, I think he's burst it now. Nicolas Salens from Ian Logie and Felipe Wills, then the top 3. Then when it comes to the GT4, Seb Hopkins from Graham King and Jules Marianne. Brilliant driving from everyone out there. Absolutely superb. I have to say, that club division race was absolutely awesome. Well done to all the drivers. Wow, what a race. All the way to the checkered flag. And may I remind you, forgive me for labouring a point here, 7 100ths between P1 and P2. Fair play to Logie, who you could almost feel him being metaphorically urged on by his team boss, Harold Prochik, on the radio saying, push, push, push.
but not too hard.
He was within 7/100ths of doing it. That would have been extraordinary. Here are the results with the resumed voice of Brian Oliver.
After 18 laps, Belgium Racing is celebrating. Nicolas Salens held it all together. Ian Logie, he threw everything at it. 7/100ths of a second in second place ahead of Felipe Wills, who just sneaked past Robert Sulmer in the closing stages for the final podium position. Xavier Repol Jr., Limol, Yuka Erola, Marabi Mekvabishvili and Paulie Sadeka all entertained us all the way, but none more so than Seb Hopkins winning in the GT4 category, 10th overall ahead of Camille Perrien, Jürgen Vollet, Corrado Costa and Dominic Bastien rounding out the top 14. In 15th place, Graham King, also in GT4, second in GT4, ahead of Michal Mialov, Niels Lofterud, Ernst Inderblitzen and Alexander Dobik. And then third in the GT4 category was Jules Martin, Henk van Norrel and Andrea Baratti bringing up the rear. I think I need to go and have a lie down after that race because it was spectacular.
Oh, look at that camaraderie once again between the drivers. There's Harold Prochik then, offering his congratulations to our race winner. It was awesome racing, and from the green flag to the checker, it was non-stop. Absolutely awesome stuff. Well done to all the drivers, wherever you finished, because you delivered some great entertainment for us. Absolutely wicked stuff. Love it. Love it, love it, love it.
Wow. And you know what? We get to do it all again later on. And rumour has it, it's the same two drivers starting on the front of the grid. So it might be a bit of a rematch coming up before too long. But at the moment, the celebrations to Nicolas Salens after what has been an epic race. You get the feeling that that race was won and lost on tyres.
Stand by, Piers Pryor is ready to talk to the race winner then, and he is down there right now. That's it. Do your hair, Nicholas. Make sure it looks good. You're live, and over to Piers right now.
Wow, 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 what a race. That was thrilling all the way through. We'll let you put your Michelin hat on, of course.
Thank you.
But Nicholas, you know, you were fighting hard with Ian the whole race. You went backwards and forwards, but just about managed to hold off. 0.073 was the gap over the line.
It was an exciting race. I'm very happy to finish first, of course, obviously. But yeah, the track limits were very not so easy, especially after 50% of the race. The tires were really melting down. But it was a great race. I'm happy for Ian. P2 is also good, and yeah, I had a lot of fun.
Great to watch at home. We loved it. There we go. Yeah. We also saw the cars sliding around on the stream. The tires were gone.
Tires were gone. It was really on character. I had to push, keep on pushing, and I pushed, and I'm lucky.
But no, it's excellent viewing at home, and the gap back down to fourth place was pretty close. So all of them were pushing you all the way.
Yeah.
That's got to be putting you in a good position for race 2 this afternoon.
Yeah. But still, Ali, we have to be careful. The race is still 30 minutes plus one lap, so we will see. We will do our best, and we will try to do podium or better.
Yeah. I think I'm going to grab a really quick word with Ian Logie, because I think it would be remiss not to chat to him having such an amazing race. Ian, wow. Normally we just grab the winner, but I think it would be right to grab a word with you because you led some of the race. Just give us a brief rundown of what it was like for you, so close over the line as well.
Yeah, it was close over the line. I think we've worked out the last corner, so we're pretty good off the last corner. And even when he said it was last lap, I thought, okay, I can still do it. But we never just quite managed it. I think it was half a car length or so.
Yeah, it was 0.073 over the line. So
it was pretty cool. But I'm happy that for the second race we start P2, and I know that we've got the speed. So I just need to be a bit cleaner and maybe a bit more decisive through the traffic, but it was going to be a collision at the top of 10 if I never left the track. But that's how it goes sometimes.
Good racing. We'll let you go to the podium. Ian, thanks very much for chatting to us. Dave and Brian will let you run through the highlights from that race.
Thanks, Piers.
Thank you, Piers. Yes, so it was a race that was won and lost on tyres. And, well, both drivers looking pretty happy with their performance. We're going to take a look at some of the highlights of that race. We need about half an hour for this, don't we? It was a spectacular race. It was Nicolas Salens who led Ian Logie into the first corner. But it wasn't long before Logie was putting the pressure on to try and take that lead back. In the background, Seb Hopkins was making great progress in the GT4 category, in amongst the traffic, staying out of trouble, but the fights were kicking off in front of him, especially around that troublesome turn 5. rest of the cars making it up the hill. And you can see Felipe Vils, well, he made great progress in this race. He started a long way back. Here he is on the inside of his teammates, working his way back up to what was eventually going to be a podium position. So the fighting all the way down through the pack. It was Jürgen Vollet who was the first to appear to have issues with grip. But Ian Logie found a route on the inside of Nicolas Allens. They ran side by side. Good, fair racing, no contact. They kept it all together. They kept it on the track, within track limits. Robert Selmer in the background, well, he was looking for an opportunity to jump. The opportunity never came. It was a change of lead with Logie taking up the running, and it looked like he was going to bring it home on the top step of the podium as he opened up the gap at the front. Further back, Jürgen Vollet continued his fight at the front, fighting with grip as Paula Sadeka put the pressure on him. But the very impressive Marabi Metvabishvili in the background was closing in as well. Seb Hopkins keeping a waking watch as he saw this battle in front of him, not getting involved, but close enough to jump if any of these cars did get together. Marabi Metvabishvili to the inside, finds a route past Vollet and takes that position. Yuka Arola was struggling for pace himself as the battle came to him. The number 18 car who was in 7th place, but could see the cars closing in on his rear view mirrors. Again, Marabi Metvabashvili did a good job to put up the fight, but suddenly Vollet was coming back and Paulius Sadeka was also joining the fight at the front. Suddenly, it was all changed. We didn't see it, but you could see what the problem was there as Ian Logie's car drifted out of turn 5, and it was Nicolas Allens who retook the lead, but both drivers with absolutely no grip left in their rubber. You can see Logie, you can see him snaking, under braking. He made a last attempt on the last lap. He tried to get round the outside into turn 1, but there was no grip to be had, and he dropped a long way back, but he wasn't done yet. All around that very last lap, Nicolas Allens had to try and keep it on the track. Ian Logie giving it absolutely everything to close in on the car in front of him to try and take the win of this race. But it was not going to happen. It was a drag race out of turn 15. Nicolas Allens winning by 0.07 of a second.
Awesome. Absolutely awesome racing from our club division of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Well done to all the drivers, but yes, a very, very close finish. Just 7/100ths between P1 and P2. We're going to be heading up to the podium next. Very much looking forward to this, to see the drivers celebrate on the podium and collect the silverware that they so richly deserve for having delivered such a compelling race for us. There is only one way forward. And here in Portimão, we have seen a truly, truly awesome club division race one, 30 minutes plus 1 lap. And the great thing is that you're going to do it all over again. So standing by here, the drivers then making their way up onto the podium. And, yep, just check it out. Felipe Vils, then Ian Logie, then what a great job he did. But on the top step of the podium, it is going to be Nicolas Allens. What a great job done by all of these drivers. They all deserve much congratulations because they delivered a really fantastic show for us, and all the discussions continuing to ongo as, of course, they will be presented with the richly deserved trophies. When we watched the qualifying for the club division earlier on, I just had a feeling that this was going to be good, and good it has been. And there you can see that the drivers still discussing what went on in the race, and the club division certainly doing a great job for us. And 7/100ths between P1 and P2 in the end. When it comes to close finishes, that was pretty there or thereabouts, I would suggest, and bodes well for their second round to come a little bit later on today. Here come the trophies to be presented then. P3 going to Felipe Vils, P2 to Ian Logie, and of course P1 goes to the Belgium racing driver Nicolas Allens. Well done to all the drivers. That's it, all on the top step of the podium, if you will, please, for the focus of the media attention on you. You are all superstars. Well done indeed. And there we can see, off they go. And not long for them to have to prepare for yet another race, I have to say, Brian.
No, absolutely. So they'll be getting recovered as quickly as possible. Felipe Wills, what a drive. He started ninth and he finished third. And in a series that is as close as competitive as this, that takes a bit of doing. Yes, the lead battle between Logie and Salons was spectacular, but Felipe Wills, he just nibbled away and he was suddenly there at the end, wasn't
Nothing like a bit of nibbling. Just sometimes it can
Nibble
work
on.
for you.
Nibble on.
Stand by,
Yes.
of course, we have the GT4 podium to come, which contains Jules Marianne taking P3. It'll be Graham King that takes P2, and an epic drive, in my opinion. And I know I really extolled the virtues of Seb Hopkins earlier on, but Seb, you did a brilliant job. So there they are then, on to the podium. Here comes Seb Hopkins. Do rush along, Seb.
We got another 2 races to get in yet.
Here he is. Well done, Seb. And there, that young man has got so much talent and so much racing prowess, but credit to all of our drivers in the GT4 category, as well as this in the club division of the Porsche Sprint Challenge for Southern Europe. A brilliant job done. And
yes,
a real mix of ages and yeah, it's, you know, when you're on this trajectory with Porsche, that's no bad place to be. So standing by for the trophies to be presented then for the 1, 2, 3 in the GT4, and Jules there awaiting his trophy. In fact, all drivers are waiting their trophies. And we will see what will happen in their second round to come a little bit later on. As I say, there's not much time for these poor drivers to recover before they're asked to perform all over again. And it does feel like a really dramatic performance that we've seen from them. It's motor racing at its absolute best. Well done to all 3 there. You delivered for us, and we're so grateful. All onto the top step of the podium, if you will, please, as all the photographs are taken, and of course the shots for our stream and production as well. And incidentally, got to say well done to all our guys who manning the cameras around the track here, because they have made sure that the likes of you and I have got plenty to talk about. That's for sure. And those are the cars then as we look down from the podium balcony.
And there's a GT4 car next to a GT3, or 2 GT3 cars. Seb Hopkins, he started in 12th place. He finished overall in 10th place. So he made up 2 positions, despite the fact he was in a car which, well, GT3 versus GT4, I mean, yeah, Google it. They are very different machines, and he really wrung the neck of that Treble 2 car. He is such a talent. So that was a GT4, and that was the AM category, collectively known as Club Division. We are now getting ready to head back to Sport Division. It is round 2 for Sport Division, Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, coming up. So we are ready now for the next round. We've just only got over round 1, so round 2 Sport Division, and it's time for the Pro and the Pro-Am drivers to come back on track to entertain us once again. And what a great first race we had. Of course, it went the way of Alex Tauscher. I think it's going to be a bit of a tall order for Alex Tauscher to get even even into the points in this race is going to be a challenge, because he had his fastest lap taken away in quali, and he will be starting from the very back of the pack. Once again, our pole sitter is going to be Ariel Levy, and he will be fighting from that position. So the cars are now getting ready to go out on track. and we will have them on the grid before too long. Hopefully Piers is going to be down on the grid before too long, and he will be able to have a chat to some of these drivers. But at the moment we're just waiting for them to get onto the track. It was a thrilling first race in the sport division. We are at Portimão circuit in the Algarve, and once again Porsche entertaining.
Oh, beyond doubt. I mean, absolutely every race. The qualifying was good. The races have been superb. And if anything, talk about a cursor for everything that is to come. We are so looking forward to it. I have to say the venue is a perfect one to kick off this Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, of course, here in Portimão, a track that I've been to and I've always been welcomed here. We're about, well, my rental car is anything to go by. It's 57 minutes from Faro. Yeah, it's a great place to be. And the driver's side. If I'm honest with you, the weather is not quite as balmy, B-A-L-M-Y, as I expected. But there we are. It's still perfectly pleasant. And the racing has more than made up for it, because that has been red hot thus far. There you can see a little bit of harmless high cloud there. I say harmless because there's no moisture coming from those clouds at the moment.
Yes.
No, because it was predicted earlier on that there was just the potential. And 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm just trying to check my room there. I'm
I
joking.
bet you wish you hadn't packed your speedos there, didn't you? You didn't need them, did you?
Move on. Yes, we are getting ready for the Sport Division Round 2. 30 minutes plus 1 lap once again. And there's just a great shot of the paddock area here in Portimão. And it's a great circuit to be at, and a perfect place to launch the Sprint Challenge Southern Europe for 2024. And yes, there you can see, and there the undulation of the circuit that we tried to sort of articulate, really. But even as good as our production team and cameramen are, there's nothing like actually being out on the track that you realise the elevation changes that there are here. As you can see, a little bit of wind fluttering around as the turbines are going around.
It's a very unique circuit. There is nothing like it. We head to Estoril after this, also in Portugal, and then we head to Spain. And if you've been looking at the news, you'll see that Spain have been enjoying temperatures of 30 odd degrees centigrade this week. So it'd be quite nice if it stays like that, maybe a little bit too warm. But rounds 3 and 4 are going to be happening this coming Saturday at the circuit in Estoril. So make sure you join us then. And very much the same format. It'll be 4 qualifying sessions in the morning, followed by 4 races. If they are anything like what we've seen today, it will be absolutely thrilling. So we're really looking forward to that. Then it'll be Valencia on the 24th of February, so into Spain for rounds 5 and 6. And then the championship comes to a close in Barcelona the week after that for rounds 7 and 8. And that is on the 2nd of March. So lots of racing, a lot of guest drivers potentially as well. So keep your eyes open on all the socials for any guest drivers that might be appearing. And it will be great racing. We've got a number of clashing events this weekend around the world due to various world issues. And having said that, the grids are still packed, and the club division, the sport division of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe is sold out. We have a very full grid. On that very full grid is Piers Pryor. He's been doing a great job all afternoon. We're going to make him run up and down the grid again. Piers, it's over to you.
Sport Race Division number 2. Round 2. Very much looking forward to this one. We saw a very close race. Unfortunately, our pole sitter, Ariel Levy, had an incident on lap number 1 in the first race, but managed to recover back to 3rd position. An incredible drive there. He was pushing Mathis Joubert very hard, and they are our 2 front row sitters in this one. I'm going to grab a quick word with Ariel. Ariel, really unfortunate lap 1 on the previous race, but an incredible drive back to 3rd place. You're starting on pole again. What can you do?
Well, I guess the obvious target is to win, but yeah, let's see how it is.
Last time out, Alexander got a jump on you at the start, so though you were in second place, that kind of led to, I suppose, then causing the incident. What are you going to do differently off the line this time to try and keep the lead and then pull away?
Well, it's true that my start was not the best, but the few corners that came afterwards were quite good, and I managed to come back to the first position until the moment I got pushed from behind. So, yeah, honestly, I don't think I need to change anything.
Very calm and collected. We'll see how you get on in this one, but your pace has been imperious so far, so good luck in that one. And I really want to grab a word with our driver in second place. You know, Mathis Jobert, for such a young driver from France, he's really had a very mature race so far. Can we grab a word with Mathis? Mathis, excellent drive in race number 1, second place. Can we go better, one better this time?
Yeah, we can. We have to do a very good start and keep focus and not do mistake.
We saw, of course, Alexander Tauscher in the last race got the lead into turn 1, beating Ariel Levy to that. Is that your plan?
Yeah, it's my plan.
And then what are we saying about Ariel's pace? His pace in the last one, he went down right into the middle of the pack, came right up behind you, put a lot of pressure on, but you held that pressure. If you get in the lead, I suppose you're going to be doing the same thing again.
Yeah, I think I can. We try to change maybe the setup, so we will see.
We will see. Can you give us any more insight what you've done to the setup, or is it all secret?
No, it's a secret.
It's a secret. Maybe you'll tell us afterwards. Okay, good luck. Of course, this round 2 of the championship. 8 rounds over 3 events. Very much looking forward to seeing how the season pans out. We've already got a bit of a sort of a championship group building in. We chatted to Marco Giltrap in the previous on the previous grid for round number 1, but we didn't grab a word with Alberto Cerqui. Can we grab a word with Alberto? Alberto, a quick chat? Yep, brilliant. Alberto, a good start in the previous one, but unfortunate contact ruined your race, but you're going to go better in this one, I'm sure.
Absolutely, yes. Yes, in the first race, I had the contract with Levy in the hairpin, but after I see the onboard, he touched behind me, so I have unfortunately not correct decision of the steward, but we have also the race 2. For me, it's a good chance for take a podium.
Very good chance for a podium indeed. We look forward to seeing how you get on in this one. Good luck. Thank you, Alberto. I'll let the team close the door there. I don't want to not close it correctly. Why don't we grab a word with Monsieur Rousset on in 6th position? No, 5th position. I forget because it changes based on the rolling and standing starts. Louis, good position for a good result. What's your plan in this one? Can we get a podium?
Yeah, I will do everything to get the podium. I missed a bit my Q1, so in Q2 I do a good lap, so I will try everything to perform in this race.
Brilliant. Well, good luck with the race. I hope it goes well for you. I really want to grab a word with the Freymuth, Sebastian Freymuth, who is starting in 6th position. Didn't quite grab a word with him in the previous one. One of them let's have a look at the livery, actually. I mean, wow, what a livery. It's one of my favourites on the grid. Really, really stands out. Am I all right to jump in and grab a word? Yeah, brilliant. Sebastian, we're at the front of the field. Car looks good. Does it drive as well as it looks?
Yes, it does. Hopefully we can get to the front now. Hopefully it's quick again, like last race, so we'll see.
We will see indeed. Good luck in the race, so we'll be keeping a close eye. I think it would be great to grab a word with our driver that is starting in, what position is that? Number 9, car number 9 starting in 9th place, Philip Ugran, because he is going to be, he was looking quick in the previous one, and we're hoping to do the same thing. Can we grab a quick word? Philip, what's your plan for this race? Where do you want to end up? Sorry, can you move your arm?
For sure forward.
Do you think you have the pace to move forward?
Well, it's my second race in this car, my first time this weekend, but I think we are getting there slowly.
Brilliant. Well, good luck in the race. Thank you very much for chatting to us. I think we've got time for 1 or 2 more interviews. Do you want to jump in? Should we jump in and grab a word with the car number 10 on the left-hand side, 11th place, Pietro Armani. Pietro, right on the cusp of the top 10. Can we get inside the top 10 in this race?
Yeah, in the race 1 I made a mistake in the start, but then I take some position, so I'm quite happy with the car, so I think we can do a good job.
Brilliant, thank you very much. It's good to have an insight into how Pietro's getting on in that race. I reckon we've got time for one more interview. Let's go over to the car starting in 10th place, Senna van Solen. Senna had a really tricky race in that last one, having to actually finish early. Can I grab a word with Senna again? Senna, sorry to interrupt. We chatted to you in the previous one. It didn't go as planned.
No, sadly not. The first couple of laps were quite difficult. Somebody in front, he dropped his clutch, so we backed off to the grid. Then in lap 2, somebody hit me in the side of the car, and then somebody completely crashed to my rear tire. And then I had to retire the car, sadly.
But the team have done a great job. You're back on the grid. Optimistic for this one?
Yeah, we're starting now from P10. The team, of course, did an amazing job to repair the car for this race. And let's see what we can do now from P10.
Let's see, indeed. We'll look forward to you having a better race than you did in round number 1. I think that's about all we have time for on the grid now. We'll look forward to the dulcet tones of Brian and Dave back in the comments box. Over to you guys.
Why?
He's too kind, that bloke.
Thank you. Yeah, lots of shouting, not much information. That's the normal priority.
Dulcet or dull?
Dull, I think is the word you're looking for, yeah. Right, okay, as you were, cars on the grid. Clear the grid, chaps. We are getting ready to go. Now, if this is anything like the last couple of races we've had, we are in for a treat. And I'm very pleased. We've only got 6 days until the next round because this is proper racing. And it is the rematch. It is Ariel Levy back on pole position. And it is Matthias Jobert alongside. Let's have a look at the grid properly. There we go, confirmation. The 144.099 didn't quite get into the 43s, but Ariel Levy convincingly on pole position with Matthias Jobert alongside. Marco Giltrap, strong qualifying from him alongside Alberto Cerqui. And then Louis Rosset and Sebastian Freimut on row 3. Row 4 of the grid, and it's Hugo Ellis who lined up alongside Oswin Spelbermeyer, Philip Ulgran and Senna van Solen on row 5. And they are ahead of Pietro Armani and Giuseppe Chieri, rounding out the top 12. 13th on the grid, the very impressive Josh Stanton been looking strong alongside fellow Englishman Angus Whiteside. Sid Smith there as well, making it a very British section of the grid. Sasha Norden, a lot of work to do from 16th, and Alex Ryman, the leading Pro-Am driver on 17th ahead of Anthony Imperato. On row 10, Thomas Cangro and Dierik Janssen in car number 17. Jurgen Bach and Fernando Monnier are ahead of Robin Knudsen and Jules Grell, who bring up the rear of the pack. Not quite the rear though, because Thomas Winkler, Tenzing Ogzan, Christoph Langer, and with that cancelled lap time, Alex Tauscher. What can he do from 28th on the grid?
Move forward, I would suggest.
Yes, I mean, I think I would be surprised if he finished in that position. It would only be because of some kind of high drama, no disrespect to those around him.
And as good as he is, I think a podium will be a big ask here. A big ask.
I mean, a safety car could shake things up, and
which, to be fair, on that very note, if I may interject, just when interjection was not necessary, it allows you a swig of your coffee. The racing has been so clean and tidy across every.
Now you've done it.
Every division.
Now you've done it.
At the risk of commentator's curse, it has been, really, really tidy, hasn't it? And in fairness, credit to all the drivers for what they have delivered. I think part of that is the fact that, as you mentioned, in just 6 days' time, they're going to be competing all over again.
Yeah, and they'll all be rebuilding these cars. It'd be nice to see Senna van Solen and see what he can do in that race, because he obviously didn't finish the previous race. Don't know what was wrong with it, but he's starting 10th in this race, so he's in a very good position. Of course, this is a standing start, unlike the last race, which was a rolling start. Doesn't look like the threatened rain is going to come close. Of course, if that did, that would also play into Alex Tauscher's hands, and I suspect he's been doing a rain dance around the pits. Look at Sasha Norden properly lighting up the rear tyres as he tries to generate some heat. Also, Alex Ryman behind him, all weaving to get the heat into the tyres, into the brakes. You want to arrive into turn one knowing that you've got the ability to stop and the ability to get around the corner. Now, I'm looking at my driver tracker. I think, oh, that's wrong. The driver tracker is showing Ariel Levy is still moving, but I can see out the window that that is not the case. So as you were, I'm going to refresh my screen, and we will be getting ready for this, which will be really helped. For will be round 2 of an 8-round season for the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. So the final few cars just lining up on the grid, and Ariel Levy, well, I was expecting him to be less happy actually after that incident that saw him spinning on the first lap of round 1. But if he can get on the top step of the podium, the young Israeli driver will be delighted.
Just sometimes when a wrong happens to you, it gives you the extra impetus and you drive even better as a result of that.
We shall see. Are we ready? Green flag from the back. We are clear. Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, round 2. 5 red lights on, 5 red lights off, and we are go. Ariel Levy moves across to try and block the number 94 car of Matthias Jober, but Jober has the line into the first corner, and it's 94 who leads the way. Ariel Levy relegated down into second place. Giltrap up into third place, but now Ariel Levy trying to fight back. There's all sorts of drama behind. 3, 4 abreast. Somehow they make it. There's one that doesn't. Is that Josh Stanton? Certainly one of the cars. No, it's not. That is the 52 car of Angus Whiteside, who spins. He's able to rejoin, but he's got a lot of work to do. The car's now coming down towards turn 5. Still 3 abreast as they head in towards the braking zone. Cars going wide, exceeding track limits, but keeping it all together. It's Ariel Levy who's dropped down into second place. Matthias Jober, he beats him off the line. It is Giltrap into that third place. The rest of the cars come filing through. A lively opening lap. 30 minutes plus 1 lap of racing ahead of us, and it's kicking off already.
Matthias Jober just stuck his elbows out, didn't he, going into turn number 1, and he was absolutely not going to be denied that P1 going into turn number 1. Great battle between him and Ariel Levy. I suspect that's going to develop over the next few laps as the top 2 break away a bit from Marco Giltrap, who is running in P3. And already Ariel Levy, I can just see from the back of the shot, putting himself almost alongside the car of Matthias Jober. But Matthias, for the moment, has got it all seemingly under control as he heads into turn 15. Excuse my squawking colleague, as Anthony Imperati has gone around. And that looks like the number 91 car. He can get it going again and just avoid any oncoming traffic and get it pointing in the right direction. For the second time of asking, they head into turn number 1 then.
The lead 2 have broken away from Marco Giltrap in third place. He looked like he was having a bit of a wild ride towards the latter part of that lap. The rest of the field still fighting for position further back, and Levi gets together with Matthias Jober. So Jober manages to gather it together. He's lost a load of places. Now, could it be Ariel Levy who comes under scrutiny by the stewards? We'll have to see a replay, but Ariel Levy, if he gets a drive-through penalty for this, it will ruin his afternoon. At the moment, he's the new leader. Giltrap up to second. Philip Ugran coming under pressure from Horst Felix Felbermeyer, and car spinning. That really was Josh Stanton, this time with Giuseppe Ghieri. Dave, I'm going to blame you. You were saying how clean it was. Now cars pointing in all sorts of different directions. So Josh Stanton, he got turned around as well. Keep an eye on the timing screens because there may well be penalties incoming.
Don't blame me, I'm not peddling. And yes, we'll see. Ariel Levy then, that was really bold move and one that didn't pay off. So currently it is Levy from Giltrap, from Rousset, and then it, as we can see, dropping down the order then is Josh Stanton. And as you said, like Angus Whiteside, disaster has befallen. So we continue to watch the race. We continue unabated. Those cars presumably are pointing now in the right direction, with the exception of some that have had to make their way into the pit lane. As around is that number 95 car, Nastricken.
Yes, this could be a safety car.
It could be. He's off the track, of course. He's on the runoff area, but we all know that when a car is stationary, even if it's on the runoff area, that can sometimes bring out the safety car. We will see what happens as we put another lap in the book with Ariel Levy. For the moment, is leading the way.
Right, so we're going to keep one eye on any message from race control. I should think Matthias Jobert will have a very strong opinion about this. He's managed to rejoin in 9th place, so he hasn't dropped to the back, but we are going to keep an eye. Right, we've got a code 60. So for those of you that are new to this, code 60 means that the cars have to reduce the speed to no more than 60 kilometers an hour. It's this equivalent to a full course yellow. So all drivers release the throttle without braking, so they're not allowed to stand on the brakes, slow down to 60 kilometers an hour. And if they do make any advantage during this, they will get a penalty. So our first code 60 of the year, Josh Stanton has managed to get it going.
Yes, well done, Josh. He'll try and get that car to safety, which means the code 60 will be rescinded in due course. So the order is Levy from Giltrap from Rousset, and there they can they pass on the exit of turn number 5 the stricken Josh car, and he's managed to get that to a position of safety. So it's going to be a short-lived code 60, I would suggest.
Yeah, well, that's good news, and that actually helped the likes of Alex Tauscher, who where had he got himself up to? I'm looking for car 13 on the timing screen. Blimey! 13th place from the back of the grid. That had happened while we weren't looking. Make that 12th place. Alex Tauscher is just 10.2 seconds off the lead of this race. With everything kicking off, he's kept it all together. Well, if he can just stay where he is, he's in the points, but who knows what he can do from there. So very impressive stuff from Alex Tauscher. Our leading Pro-Am driver is Jules Grohl, who has made it up into 17th place. So Jules Grohl in 17th place, leading in the Pro-Ams ahead of Alex Ryman.
And they are together on track, aren't
they? Are. So Ryman not had a great start to the race, so Grohl has got past him and into 17th overall, but the lead in the Pro-Am race. So it is all to play for. You see Robin Knudsen there just going through, keeping the heat in his tyres. And of course, this is important because although the sun's out, it's not exactly boiling here, keeping the heat in the tyres so that when they go back to green flag conditions, you've got some grip. That's going to be important.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And so we're expecting the code 60 to be rescinded any moment now, to be honest with you, because insofar as we are aware, it was the Josh Stanton car that was the stricken one. And we think that's been put into a position of safety right now, which will allow us to go back to racing then with just under 23.5 minutes plus 1 lap still remaining. And it's going to be like a all over again, isn't it? We keep our eyes on the message screen just to see the Ariel Levy car, whether that is going to form the focus of our race steward's attention in due course. Because, of course, now, where did that put Matthias Jobert back down to?
9th, was
P9.
it last time? Yes.
P9, yeah. So,
of course, with full course yellow, i.e. code 16, the drivers can't close up the gaps.
No.
There are advantages that can be had, but unlike a safety car, there is no big advantage to those further back. We have lost Dirk Jansen. He's into the pits. Has only managed 1 lap. I think he might have been one of the cars involved in the incident we saw. Of course, we lost Josh Stanton as well. We saw Anthony Imperato and Giuseppe Guerrieri. They were having a little moment, and certainly Imperato was pointing in the wrong direction, but he has rejoined and is on lap 2. Our lead is currently on lap 3 here. They come across the line. The slowest motor race you've ever seen. Yes, they are still racing. And it is Ariel Levy who leads the way, but very shortly we hope to be getting back to green flag conditions. We are looking, I can see Dave as well, you're always looking at the screen because what comes out of race control may well affect this race. It's a great way of seeing what's going on there. Ariel Levy, there's Marco Giltrap. You can see the gaps. You can see what they are when they get back under green flag conditions.
I'm looking for the code 60 to start flashing, which will be the warning that is coming off.
Yes, absolutely. And that will be any second. I'm wondering if the's debris out on track,
possibly,
which may be why we are holding fire. Of course, the clock keeps ticking. So still 21.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining of this race. There is your leader.
What happens is that the longer this effective code 60 or full course yellow, depending on which way you look at it, continues, of course, does mean that the remaining race time means that it ever more becomes a dash for cash, metaphorically, doesn't it? You know.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And Alex Tauscher would have very much liked it if it had a safety car, because that would have really closed him in. But
he's done well already.
He's
with
done
respect.
brilliantly, and that would have been worth just if he had an onboard camera. I think it would be good just to sit and watch that, to be quite honest, because that would have been entertaining. There is your race leader, Ariel Levy, involved in an incident that saw Matthias Jobert pointing in the wrong direction. Marco Giltrap, the New Zealand driver, very impressive in second place.
I agree.
And behind him, Louis Rosset. And then behind them is Alberto Circuit.
Here we go.
So we are back to green flag racing. Suddenly, as all systems go, this is your chance to get a jump. Horst Felix Felbermayr under pressure from Pietro Armani. I think Felbermayr possibly snoozing a little there, and Armani found a route past. Now, Ariel Levy leading the way. Marco Giltrap in second. Here come the rest of the pack up over the hill, and we'll see what they look like when they come down the other side. There is Marco Giltrap. Now, he's had a dreadful start, hasn't he? So he definitely got caught snoozing there. So Alberto Circuit is up into second place. Sebastian Freeman. So a number of drivers anticipating the green flag a lot better than others. So Alberto Circuit up into second place. Great stuff from him. And Sebastian Freeman looking for a great result from him up into third place. And Marco Giltrap, big loser in that. Felipe Ugran in fifth place ahead of Louis Rosset, Pietro Armani, Horst Felix Felbermayr, Senna van Solen, and then in 10th place, Matthias Jobert. So he is still heading the wrong way down the pack. A lot of work to do from there.
Yes, and we keep our eyes also on the car of Alexander Tauscher, who's up to P12. So you can see the cars weaving from side to side there because the tyres have gone off. They've lost one of their some of their temperature. So trying to generate temperature into those tyres then, as we are back to racing now. And the order is Ariel Levy from Alberto Circuit then, who is P2. Then it is Marco Giltrap in P3 now. Louis Rosset is P4. So heading down towards turn number 5. Here they come.
This is our race leader, at the moment in control. All he needs now is to keep it as it is, and he's hoping the stewards don't get involved. Alberto Circuit, good job in second place. Marco Giltrap trying to come back from what was a difficult restart. Just caught snoozing when the green flag came out. Our leading Pro-Am driver is still Jules Grohl in 15th place overall.
He had a good restart.
He did, because Ryman has dropped back as well. He's down in 18th place. So there's a couple of cars between Grohl and Ryman. So that gives him a little bit of breathing room in the Pro-Am category. Still, Ariel Levy leading the way, 1.7 seconds over Alberto Circuit in the number 37 car. Marco Giltrap, 2.3 seconds off the lead.
Alex Tauscher has made it into the top 10 now as he continues his quest to get up the order.
Man on a mission. Now, of course, it's the long game. We have seen it already today as we see Robin Knudsen fighting with Senna van Solen in the number 12 car. That is the fight for 11th place. But we've seen it today already, tyre preservation, because if you take too much out early on, you're going to be on ice when the clock strikes 0. We saw it in the club division earlier, and we saw it in the sport division.
Forgive me for slightly disagreeing with you, but the Code 60, of course, will have played into the hands of the tyre longevity a little bit. I'm not saying that there'll be no deg, but of course it will be less now because, of course, when they're running round at that much, much reduced speed, that, of course, plays into the hands of keeping some life into the tyres.
No, absolutely, and that would have helped a lot. Giuseppe Guerri and Josh Stanton, that incident is under investigation by our stewards. Interestingly enough, the other one isn't. So it might be that our stewards have had a look at it and said, you know what? It was not the fault of Ariel Levy, and it was Matthias Jobert's fault, and he had his just desserts.
And it has to be said, they have access to many, many more pictures than we do, and they can make and do make the right judgment.
So that is Sebastian Freeman into the pits. Now that is a shame. He had such a good restart. He was looking for what would have been probably his strongest ever result in Porsche Cup racing. Looks like he's got some damage to the left front, but the number 31 car running as high as third place for a while, but that is now a dim and distant memory. 31 into the pits. Looks like his afternoon is over, and even if he does rejoin, he's going to be far from any points. Ariel Levy in the lead, Chirqui in second, Giltrap up to third, Louis Rosset in fourth, Philip Ugran in fifth place ahead of Pietro Armani. Horst Felix Felbermeyer, he's been solid all afternoon, into seventh, and now Matthias Jobert finally coming back into eighth place ahead of Sasha Norden and the very impressive Alex Tauscher. You can see Tauscher there at the back of the queue. There is the 94 car. That is Matthias Jobert. He's got Horst Felix Felbermeyer tracking his every move. Then it's Sasha Norden. So it is Matthias Jobert who's found a route past Horst Felix Felbermeyer. He's taken that position away up into seventh place. And now Felbermeyer has his mirrors full of Sasha Norden. Alex Tauscher, though, the danger man, is on a mission.
Matthias then, another one with the bit between his teeth, isn't he, in trying to come back. So Ariel Levy leading by some very nearly 3 seconds over the P2 driver, Alberto Chirqui, and in running in P3 is Marco Giltrap. So once again, wherever we look, there are plenty of battles going on here, and this is one of them then as they run downhill. And then around this turn number 5, where it's very easy to get it right and it's very easy to get it wrong. And yes, leading in terms of Pro-Ams, it remains Jules Grols then, who's doing a very, very good job running in P16 overall, but leading in Pro-Am.
We've also lost Alex Ryman, who's into the pits as well. That is a shame, isn't it? The driver who was so strong in the previous race. We've lost Giuseppe Ghieri. We've seen Sebastian Framer in. So a number of drivers falling by the wayside. And that will have implications in the championship come the end of this Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe season. Ariel Levy, very much a favourite coming into this weekend on account of some great testing. Look at Alex Tauscher on Sasha Norden. Sasha Norden, he's no slouch, but he's in a car that he's not familiar with. That replacement car that was brought in at the last minute after a crash yesterday. Alex Tauscher absolutely dialed in. The driver who gets better year on year, moving his way forwards, moving his way up the points, now challenging for 9th place. Ahead of him will be Horst Felix Felbermeyer. How long will it be before Tauscher is through?
Well, he gets a very good exit out of the turn. He'll climb uphill now. Is he going to be close enough to be able to try and pitch the car to the inside going into turn number 1? I don't think he's quite close enough on this occasion. Brakes very, very late, runs through turn number 1. Maybe next lap, maybe he'll be able to get close enough to have a go going into turn number 5, which is very likely here because all of a sudden Felbermeyer is just holding up Sasha Norden behind, so that may play into the hands a little bit of Alexander Tauscher here.
Also in the background, Senna Van Solen. He's acclimatising to Porsche Cup racing very well indeed. He is now behind Alex Tauscher, Robin Knudsen in the background as well. So this 4-way battle is very rapidly going to become a 5-way battle. Now, Alex Tauscher, the regular problem, if he tries to get up onto the outside of Sasha Norden, he could get hung out to dry. He needs to try and get past before Senna Van Solen gets any closer.
And he is certainly close enough to have a go, isn't he? Very, very close to a bit of paint exchange going on. That's how close they are. All clean and absolutely tidy for the moment. Once again, is it going to be a question of when, not if, that he tries to make that work? As we can see there in our picture-in-picture, then some of the coolant coming out of the, and that's, you know, where the front of these wonderful cars. That is where the coolant is and running through as. Well, we can see that Tauscher is really having a go now, and Sasha Norden having to stick his elbows out and really make the car perhaps a little bit wider than it really is in terms of trying to hold off Alex Tauscher.
So in the pits, that was Alex Ryman, who we saw with the fluid coming out. Such a shame after such a strong showing in the previous race, of course, winning in a category. There's going to be no repeat of that in this race. Currently the leading Pro-Am driver is Jules Gros, and now Tauscher looks to the inside, looks to the outside. Sasha Norden anticipates it well, under braking into turn 1. Norden still has that position, but Tauscher giving us a clue of what he's got in his mind, trying to sell the dummy into turn 1 and find a route past.
You're absolutely right. Now, turn number 5 could be on once again as they begin to climb uphill. Over the crest they will come then, and there you can see the Pietro Armani car. And let's see, as they head down now, once again, not quite close enough to be able to try and pitch it to the inside, but on the exit of turn number 5 again, not able quite to get the momentum needed to put the car alongside.
Brilliant stuff. Close racing. 11.5 minutes remaining plus 1 lap of this. Round 2 of 8 this season in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2024. The second ever season of this series. A season and a series that is growing and growing, providing great racing here at Portimão this weekend. Ariel Levy has stretched his legs 3.821 seconds, which is a sizable lead in Porsche racing. We're looking at car number 10 with Pietro Armani at the wheel, coming under pressure from Matthias Jobert, and that is for 6th place.
Yeah, Matthias really piling the pressure on right now and wants to wrestle away that P6 place from the number 10 car of Pietro Armani that we can see right in the shot now. Brilliant to follow this battle as they carry so much speed around this final turn and then climb uphill. Now surely Matthias is going to be close enough to dive to the inside and hug the pit wall. Well, you can see there's some anticipation of that happening. He's not quite close enough.
Armani looked as though he was going to shut the door. Of course, only allowed one change of direction under braking into a corner. Now Jobert sees the gap on the inside. It's a big gap. It's all he needs. He's through. He slams the door in his face and position taken away. P6 on his comeback after that spin. Matthias Jobert.
He's on a mission right now. And next in his target sights then is going to be the number 9 car, if I'm not mistaken. But that is some way up the road, so he's got some distance to make up first. Meantime, talking of distance, Ariel Levy in the lead of this race has built a margin of 4.5 seconds over the P2 driver.
Brilliant stuff, and he's been dialed in all day and still looking very quick. He started on pole position. Alberto Cerqui in second place, some 4.4 seconds behind. Then Marco Giltrap, who's a couple of seconds behind him. So Giltrap, solid driving, not really in the action at the moment. And Philippe Ugran behind him in that 5th place. But it's still all to play for. A little over 9.25 minutes plus 1 lap. This is Horst Felix Felbermayr with Sasha Norden right behind him. Felbermayr in 8th place. Pietro Armani's broken clear at the front. But keep an eye on Alex Tauscher, the man with the bit between his teeth. Maybe you were right. Maybe it was starting from the back was exactly the shot in the arm that he needed to really press forward. Senna Van Solen in 11th place and Robin Knutson just behind them.
Just sometimes you see these drivers that when Lady Luck hasn't been on their side, it just gives them the additional impetus to make them really push. And that's certainly been the case with Tauscher, who is up to P10, as you say, from a lowly starting position.
Back at the grid, that's how low it was. Horst Felix Felbermayr in the 88 car. 8th place, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, all in one camera shot. Up the hill they come once again. That is car 9, Philip Ugran in 5th place. Behind them is this battle. It's Matthias Jobert who's behind Philippe Ugran, then Pietro Armani in the 10 car, and then this fight that has been gripping us all race long. Around turn 5 they come once again, still no change, but you get the feeling that Senna Van Solen is now putting the pressure on Tauscher.
I agree.
And I go back to my original point that actually, did Tauscher take too much out of the tyres in the first half of this race? Because he's starting to look vulnerable.
Yeah, that's possible. That's absolutely possible. And we know what a talent Senna Van Solen is. So, yes, all of a sudden, Tauscher's not got it all his own way.
No, and it feels as though the big charge from the back has maybe petered out a little bit, and he's still in a very good position considering where he started.
Yes.
But it's not quite as far as he'd like to have gone. Now, Sasha Norden onto Horst Felix Felbermayr. Alex Tauscher will be ready to jump because if either of those two cars in front together, he will be through like the rat up the drain pipe. But Horst Felix Felbermayr gaining experience race on race. He joined Porsche Cup Racing last year, has been running in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany, Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux, has proven to be pretty solid, getting quicker and quicker as time goes on.
Seat time, oh so important, and as we said right at the start of our programme today, that's why this wonderful Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe is so important. The seat time, the experience it gives you with these wonderful cars, ready to mount a season-long campaign. Brilliant stuff. Tauscher, well, whether tyre deg was playing a part, all of a sudden he has got the hurry up, in my opinion, and is now really beginning to take it to Sasha Norden. who is having to stick elbows out now and try and protect. So we will see how it develops.
Of course, it might be that he was backing off just to allow the tyres to cool a bit.
Maybe.
It's interesting, you know, they call it the piano accordion effect, don't they? So the gaps that just open and close, because suddenly Senna Van Solen, who looked like he was about to make a move on Tauscher, now looking under pressure from Robin Knudsen, who is behind him and will be looking to close in on him. So Knudsen joining that battle. So very much a very alive situation. Not so alive is the battle for the lead, because Ariel Levy has stretched it to 5.85 seconds over Alberto Cerqui. So looking solid, still one eye on this screen, because you know, we need to see replays, but as we've already mentioned, the stewards have angles that we certainly don't have, and they will have looked at that, and one would like to think that if there was going to be any kind of penalty for that opening lap incident, we know by now. So Ariel Levy looking solid, looking hopeful for his first ever win in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe.
Well, his margin now has increased to 6.5, so he is doing a very, very good job indeed, and maintaining and increasing his margin in that P1 position. Meantime, where hence we thought things were going to happen with Sasha Norden and maybe Alex Tauscher, that hasn't quite developed yet. And we are into the final 5 minutes plus one lap of this round two of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division, live from Portimão.
Interesting. Horst Felix Feldmaier's now opened up a gap from Sasha Norden. Pietro Armani in a fairly solid 7th place. Matthias Jobert just ahead of him, reasonably well spaced out, but this is the fight that we're keeping an eye on. You can see Horst Felix Feldmaier in the blue car, just ahead of Sasha Norden in unfamiliar colours. That car that was drafted in after damage in testing, and then still Alex Tauscher staring at the back of the Norden car, wondering what he's got to do to get past. Can he move further up?
Just saw the back end of the Senna Van Solen car just getting a bit sideways there, which makes me think that's the reason for the lack of reduction in that gap, because I think he is struggling now perhaps a little bit, particularly with the back end of the car, which of course in these wonderful Porsche cars, that's where all the weight is, and that's where tyres take quite some punishment, it has to be said, and I just think that maybe he's taken a bit out of the rubber.
We've had a few warnings for track limits. Those are Hugo Ellis, Horst Felix Feldmaier, Pietro Armani, and the leader in the Pro-Am category, Jules Grohl. So the stewards are looking at all of those drivers and have warned them about track limits. Now, the incident between car 95 and 27, that being Giuseppe Ghieri and Josh Stanton, will be investigated after the race. Of course, neither cars are figuring anymore, so it's no point in rushing to look at that, and so that's something the stewards will deal with once this race is done and dusted.
Interestingly, Jules Grohl, who had a comfort cushion of 2 or 3 of the pro drivers, because of course Jules Grohl is leading the Pro-Am race, that comfort cushion is down to just one car now between himself and the next best of the Pro-Am drivers. That might be one to keep an eye on.
On Mr. Anthony Imperato, who stands between first and second in the Pro-Am race. All still to play for. 2 3/4 minutes remaining, plus one lap. This could all kick off yet. Ariel Levy has a 7-second lead. And a penalty.
Tauscher is getting a 5-second time penalty for track limits. And he's not the only one. The other one is Hugo Ellis, who's picking up a 5-second time penalty for track limits.
So Hugo Ellis, who was in 15th place, but that is a tragedy after such a strong drive. Alex Tauscher, 5 seconds will be added to his time once this race is over, so he will drop further down the order. You saw Jules Grohl there in the number 77 car. He has had a warning, but no penalty has been awarded, so he keeps pressing on.
Ariel Levy, look, he's got so much of a margin from the P2 driver. It's now 7.7 seconds. It's a really comfortable position to be in with merely 1 3/4 minutes plus one lap remaining.
So the race in those closing stages, 7.7 seconds. That is a very comfortable lead, and another 3 seconds back from that is Marco Giltrap. So the 1, 2, 3 looking fairly solid. The Pro-Am race, well, it's still very much in the hands of Jules Grohl at the moment, as long as the stewards don't get involved, and as long as second place Chenzik Ozan doesn't find a route past Anthony Imperato in the Pro-Am race. There is the number 10 car, Pietro Armani, up over the hill ahead of Horst Felix Felbermayr. In 8th place, Sasha Norden, Alex Tauscher. So I'm just going to do the maths and see where 5 seconds will leave him.
Anthony Imperato then with a 5-second penalty. So in terms of that Pro-Am race, the margin between P1 and P2 is about a second and a bit. And we've got less than a minute plus a lap remaining. So here is our race leader then, Ariel Levy, then 7.7 seconds last time across the timing line in terms of margin between P1, P2, and then Marco Giltrap running in P3, and Louis Rosset then is P4. So we watch the race leader then, and running downhill right now on this undulating Portimão circuit, and this little battle where there's been a big mix going on, P12, 11, 10, 9, all, and even the P8 driver, Felbermayr, involved in that as well. So there's been plenty going on and plenty to keep us entertained during the course of this race, but it has been a masterclass from this man, if I may say so, with what have we got? The timing screen now down to 0, so plus 1 lap, plus the remainder of this lap, of course, for Ariel Levy.
So about a lap and 3/4 left for him. Anthony Imperato is the next one to get a 5-second time penalty. Also, Sid Smith, and those are for exceeding track limits. So 2 more time penalties have been issued. Looking at Alex Tauscher, I think when his 5 seconds are applied, it'll probably only drop him a couple of places, but that's still going to sting. I think it will just be Senna Van Soerlen and Robin Knudsen who will get past him when all is said and done. But the track limits are coming thick and fast. Keeping one eye on the timing screen. There's as much going on the timing screen as there is on the track. Really good stuff. Ariel Levy continues to stretch his legs at the front, and looking to see where he is out on the track. And he will very shortly be starting. Is he on his last lap yet? I think he's on to his last lap, I think.
Okay.
So I might be wrong, I normally am. So Ariel Levy around turn 13 at the moment. And he certainly crossed the line when the just after the clock struck 0.
Okay.
So up into 14 and 15, but I wasn't paying attention. So here he comes into 15 at the moment. Ariel Levy, who started on pole position, he got involved with Matthias Jobert on that first lap. It doesn't look like there's going to be any punishment, so he will be very, very happy about that. Out onto the pit straight comes Ariel Levy, and he crosses the line, so it is just 1 more lap. So that'll teach me not to pay attention, won't it? So Ariel Levy out for his final lap into turn 1 for the final time today at the Portimão circuit in the Algarve.
And still increasing his margin. It's now up to 8.9 seconds, so he's in a very, very comfortable position, that's for sure. So Ariel Levy, P1 then. We take a look at the Pro-Am. That remains with Jules Grohl then for Team Racart, who is running P1 in that Pro-Am class. But this is our race leader overall as he goes through turn number 5, climbs uphill right now. Ariel Levy, who feel that the wrongs of round 1 have been righted a little bit, and that he, barring disaster over the final laps, then heading towards the checkered flag. He is on the last lap right now, and this little gaggle of cars, it's been the same way for lap after lap after lap, and it promised much and delivered not quite the overtakes that we expected necessarily, and I think it's because the cars are so equal, and you know, there's been no daredevil tries to make a move, and that we respect, because it means that the race has been able to run really, really well. So Ariel Levy then just showing his prowess and his ability. It's been a faultless drive thus far We wondered whether it was as faultless as it looked because of the coming together earlier on, but race control are better than us.
So out towards the final corner comes the 78 car. Ariel Levy out towards the pit straight. He goes wide out of turn 15. He sees the checkered flag in front of him. It's Ariel Levy who wins round 2 of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division here at Algarve International Circuit in Portimão. Fight still going on further back. Alex Tausch is not done yet. Sasha Norden looks to the inside of Horst Felix Felbermayr. This is for position, 8th place. Felbermayr looks to have it covered off, but to the inside goes Sasha Norden. Drag race to the line, but Felbermayr just holds off the fight from behind. Sasha Norden in 9th place. Alex Tauscher in 10th, but with that 5-second time penalty. Also, Felipe Ugran, he has been awarded a 5-second time penalty for exceeding track limits. Also, Alberto Cerqui has been awarded 5 seconds for exceeding track limits. That's just popped up in the last few minutes. That is going to elevate Marco Giltrap up to 2nd place. So, 2nd place, Alberto Cerqui with a 5-second time penalty for exceeding track limits. Who saw that coming?
And of course, it's played nicely into the hands of Matthias Joubert as well. And wow. It's not over until race control have given us their last message, friend. So checkered flag continuing to come down. Well done to Jules Grols then for taking the checkered flag for Pro-Am drivers. And, well, another very entertaining race and a real masterclass from Ariel Levy then in terms of that race. And the final cars then that will cross the line. And then, of course, it will be drivers heading up towards the podium for those that finish in the top 3 in each of the categories, whether pro drivers or Pro-Am drivers. Of course, we will be bringing you the podiums for both of those. So, round 2 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe then for our Sport Division cars. Just about done and dusted.
It didn't provide as much overtaking as we had hoped, but it was so tense, so good. The results are going to be very provisional because we have time penalties to be applied. So looking at the result as they cross the line, Ariel Levy in 1st place ahead of Alberto Cerqui. Marco Giltrap crossed the line in 3rd ahead of Louis Rosset. It was Matthias Joubert in 5th place after that spin on the 1st lap ahead of Philippe Ugran. Pietro Armani in 7th, Horst Felix Felbermayr in 8th, Sasha Norden in 9th, Alex Tauscher in 10th. To remind you, he also has a 5-second time penalty to be added. Senna Van Solen, Robin Knudsen in 12th ahead of Angus Whiteside and Sid Smith, another who has fallen foul of the steward this afternoon. And in 15th place, it's Hugo Ellis ahead of Thomas Cangro, Jurien de Back, Fernando Monnier, and then Jules Grohl, who wins in the Pro-Am category ahead of Anthony Imperato. Chenze Oguzan in 2nd place in the Pro-Am race ahead of Alex Ryman, who actually is credited with 3rd place. Now, of course, he finished in the pits, so we'll have to have a look at the rule books to see if he actually gets the points for that. No doubt about the winner, though. Here he is, Ariel Levy. It's the 2nd time I've witnessed him taking the top step of a podium in a Porsche Cup race, and this will mean an awful lot to him. He's been so strong all weekend. Surely he was going to win one of the races. He receives congratulations from his team, Team GP Elite, who have prepared the car brilliantly, and the Israeli driver takes that top step of the podium.
Well, the timing screen has been updated, and Marco Giltrap then up into P2, as you predicted. Louis Rosset then P3. So that, just as we were going through, the graphics has been updated. So that's the way it looks right now. And you can see the drivers there all being congratulated as applicable. And the drivers will be heading up to the podium very, very soon. And there's Louis then, who has taken a podium P3. And helmets off then. Ariel Levy then, as I say, something of a masterclass, really. And good job done. Stand by, Piers Pryor then, as always, with our race winner. He's live right now with Ariel Levy.
Ariel, it was a dominant race in the end. Talk to us about the second half of the race, because you just pulled away from everyone.
Well, yeah, it was quite fun the end of the race, honestly, because yeah, in the end, competing against yourself is the most fun. That's how I see it. And yeah, I just try to manage my tires and not make mistakes, and it looks like it worked out.
Very much so, of course, with a dominating victory over 7.5 seconds, I believe, at the flag. It looked like it was easy. You weren't even using all the road. The team at GP Elite have put a great car underneath you, clearly.
Well, definitely the car is amazing, but saying this is easy is, is a bit funny. If you would measure my heart rate, you would understand. But for sure, with this kind of car, it's not as difficult as for the others.
Yeah. Let's roll to the start of the race. Once again, unfortunately, to turn one, you lost the lead, and then a bit of contact with Mathis Joubert. Just talk us through that the whole first lap.
Well, apparently I'm not as good as I should be with managing the clutch, so I lost the start again. And after that, there was the unfortunate incident that he spun in the end. I'm not exactly sure what happened with him, but yeah, I'm happy that we're both okay. And yeah, from that moment on, I just said to myself that I need to stay where I am and get even further, and that's it.
And great start to the season, 2 strong results. You're going to be at somewhere near the front of the championship, if not in the lead. We haven't had a look at the championship standings yet. Surely that's a great position going into next weekend.
Yeah, for sure it is, and for sure it's the goal. So yeah, looking forward.
Is it championship already in your thoughts, or is it just one race at a time?
Well, I came here with it in my thoughts already, so yeah.
The goal is set clearly then. Well, congratulations, a dominant victory, and we'll see you on the podium very shortly. Brian and Dave, let's have a look at some of the best parts of that race once again.
Thanks very much, Piers. It was an entertaining race. It was round 2 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, the sport division. Let's have a little look at some shots from that race. And it was a controversial start. Ariel Levy needs to go to clutch school. He admits it himself, beaten off the line by the number 94 car into turn 1, but it was a dramatic opening lap. Cars spinning right, left and centre. A controversial one here at the start though, because it was the second place Matthias Joubert who went spinning, and Ariel Levy carried on into the lead. There was Anthony Imperato, one of the many cars pointing in the wrong direction, and that was that moment. The stewards clearly took a look at it, decided there was no fault in the front of Ariel Levy, and it was Matthias Joubert who had to do all the work. A big moment there for Josh Stanton and Giuseppe Guerri, both cars pointing in the right direction, wrong direction, and that meant a full course yellow, a code 60 that had to come out. Senna Van Solen making up for what was a tough round 1, fighting with the leaders. But it was Alex Tauscher stole the headlines coming from the back of the pack, making it up to 10th place. The fights continued. Car 94, once again, Matthias Joubert fighting for position as he fought his way back up through the field here, challenging Pietro Armani for position, finding a route pass cleanly on the inside, and then heading out after Horst Felix Felbermayr up ahead of him. Horst Felix Felbermayr at the front of a queue that involves Sasha Norden, Alex Tauscher, and Senna Van Solen. But the win went the way of Ariel Levy. He crossed the line to take the checkered flag. A dominant win by some 12 seconds, according to the timing screen. But I think that was on the wind-down lap. It was certainly 7 or 8 seconds. More seconds than I can count. All right. And it was Ariel Levy who dominated that race. Absolutely brilliant stuff here. Once again, to conclude the racing in the sport division for the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe here at Portimão. But of course, we've still got the club race yet to come.
So that was round 2 then of the sport division, and well done.
Thank you.
You got through that really rather well.
Somehow.
Much better than I anticipated. So we will, of course, be going up to the podium shortly, and the podium looking a little bit different with regards to the drivers that will be up there following the penalties that were awarded. So, yeah, we'll be going for that. And on the top step, it will be Ariel Levy for the Sport Division Pro. And for the Pro-Ams, it will be Jules Grols. And okay, the podium is ready then, and we'll see the drivers up there any moment from now. And there you can see just standing by for the second podium that we've seen in the sport division today. It comes thick and fast, the entertainment and the great race action from the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And do bear in mind, still another brilliant round to come before we close out from the Portimão circuit. So don't worry, still more race action to come. As we're a bit sluggish now.
Yeah,
well, the drivers have just done a...
I'd be sluggish after an hour of racing this afternoon. Yeah, not to mention the qualifying session as well. So, yes, it's a little bit of a trek up there. I keep thinking there's two people on the podium, but it's lots of mirrors. So the drivers will magically appear on the podium shortly. And maybe we'll actually get a bit of champagne spraying because they can actually get themselves a little bit moist now with the celebrations, knowing that they are not going to be having to wear those clothes again in a race. Right, here we go then. Here comes third place, Dave.
Yes, so third place taking to the podium then, and it is Louis Rousset who is up on that third step of the podium to take step 2. Marco Giltrap then. Well done, Marco. Congratulations all round. Great camaraderie between the competitors, of course. It's great to see. And then on the top step of the podium, it is going to be Ariel Levy then, who will climb to that top step. Well, climb, he'll vault up there. That won't be a problem to him at all. Well done to all our drivers then. And there they are then, our sport division for round 2. The 1, 2, 3. Ariel Levy then the race winner. Marco Giltrap P2. And Louis Rousset then taking P3. And, well, smiles mostly all around, I would have said. Louis perhaps not looking quite as... happy, of course, as Ariel Levy, who is on the top step of the podium. And I would think, having not done the calculations, that a championship lead going into the next round is a veritable possibility for that young man.
Yes, I've got my shoes and socks off at the moment, using every digit that I have, and I still can't work it out. But I think Ariel Levy in a very strong position. So
here come the trophies to be presented right now. And there is the P3 trophy. Here comes P2. And right, the P1 trophy going to Ariel then. Well done, friend. He looks very, very happy with that. So all the drivers will get onto the top step of the podium, and all the photographs will be taken, as well as the images that we're enjoying on this broadcast. It's great to see, and smiles all round. Well done, drivers. And
come on, you can do it. Oh.
Quite clearly, they're slugging that behind the scenes, aren't they? As opposed to sharing any of it, because we could almost get a splash of that from where we're situated, but maybe not. Okay, fair enough. We have another podium to come, of course, and that will be for our Pro-Am drivers. So once again, the bottles are replaced. Not the same ones. I hasten to add.
Steal them off them as they left.
No. Don't do things like that, you know. And we will see the drivers up there on the podium for the next one to come then. And they're standing by as we speak. And here they are then. So taking P3, Alex Ryman then. And here comes our P2 driver. Before heading to the top step of the podium will be the 7-foot-tall Jules Grols, who takes a victory. There he is. Razor clearly bust as well. And he goes to the top step of the podium. And baseball caps come off as the enjoyment of being on the podium is underway right now. So will we get any of the champagne being sprayed from our drivers here? Only time will tell. It's been a desire of my commentating colleague for those to be uncorked. However, no one has been kind enough to do so yet. So it proves how much notice they take of you, or indeed me. Come to that.
Well, they didn't take notice of you, did they?
No, never, ever.
Chenzig Oguzhan in second place. I thought I'd give him a shout out.
Yes.
Well done. And Alex Ryman, well, he looks quite serious. He did well there because he's got a podium and a trophy out of it, and he spent half the race in the pits. So that was a bit of a result for him in the grand scale of things. But Jules Grohl, I mean, he's always been good. I've had the privilege of commentating on him and his dad on a number of different classes, and a racing family. They do a great job.
Yes, they do. So trophies are awarded. Once again, the drivers will all clamber together on the top step of the podium for the photographs to be taken. And there you go, hugs and smiles all round then. Great camaraderie, as I've mentioned more than once, from these drivers. Yes, come on, Jules. See, he's not let you down.
Thank you.
Well done. Well done, gentlemen. And don't forget, still more action to come from our club division as their round 2 is about to take to the track. Also, there is only one way forward, that's for sure. What a day it's been thus far, and still a race to come. So looking forward to that. And there you can see, that is an extraordinary livery.
Wonderful.
It is really, really good. I'm sorry, I haven't given that enough credit, really.
See the Turkish flag on it as well.
Yeah.
I tell you what, I wouldn't have to match those panels when you're repainting it, but very, very dramatic indeed. And what a great day of racing so far.
I agree.
We've still got another race to come. Really has been brilliant. So that was Sport Division done and dusted for round 2. Let's head over now. We're getting ready for Club Division round 2.
Well, the lovely scenery of the Algarve that we can see that encapsulates this wonderful circuit here, which I've had the privilege of being at quite a number of times. And you can hear in the background the sounds of these wonderful Porsche cars making their way out onto the grid for the Sport Division round 2, Club Division round 2, I should say, at the Algarve International Circuit. Club Division round 2 then about to get underway. Once again, 30 minutes plus 1 lap. Different starting procedure, however, for the Club Division, because, of course, we have a rolling start. So as the cars approach the start-finish line, the safety car peels off and allows the drivers on the front row of the grid to control the pace of the rolling start. So there, and you can see the exit of turn 5, that's turn 6, and interestingly, you see this picture quite a lot in the images that we're able to bring you of hospitality suites, which is what they are there, as opposed to an opulent office complex. It really isn't the case. It is there for hospitality and such like.
What I really love is look at all those solar panels. I mean, that's great stuff, just generating their own energy, and this is what you need to do. We've got to look after the climate with what we're doing, and isn't it good just to see solar panels, wind turbines, the Algarve International Circuit management taking matters very seriously and regenerating the energy.
Brought to you by Brian Oliver. Eagle Eyes. No, you're
in
absolutely
association
right.
with Richard Attenborough. No,
Yeah,
but
you're
no,
right.
David Attenborough, wrong one. But oh dear, it's been a long day. But yes, a wonderful circuit, and like no other, it really is. And certainly undulation.
Certainly completely different to Estoril.
Yes, absolutely.
Which, of course, is just on the outskirts of Lisbon, with a wonderful, wonderful cityscape with the most magical natural harbour right in the middle, says he, of some nautical prowess, though I haven't yet bought my boat. It is on its way. Yes, so that's, of course, where we head to next, isn't it? Because
it is
this wonderful series that takes in here in Portimão, then we go off to Estoril, and then it's the turn of Spain and Valencia, and then the Barcelona circuit as well to round out this fantastic Porsche Sprint Challenge for Southern Europe. So much to look forward to, that's for sure.
They say that, once again, we use the quote, summer winds are made in the winter. And
Yes.
You're looking at Ariel Levy, Horst Felix Feldmayer, Alex Tauscher, Sasha Norden. It's going to be really interesting to see how what has occurred today and over the next 6 rounds, how that affects them in other series that they are registered in as this year progresses.
There is no doubt, and you mentioned this right at the start of the programme, being the oracle that you are, it makes a lot of sense that, you know, the seat time that they get here during this winter sprint challenge from Porsche, you know, it's going to be so valuable in whatever they choose to race during what we consider to be a more traditional racing season, which the season actually gets underway in parts of Europe pretty late this year. But in the meantime, never late, always on time, and he's down there is Piers Pryor.
Ready for race number 2 of the club division, and I'm looking forward to what was an excellent race in race 1. I'm hoping for a repeat in race 2, and the protagonists from round number 1 were Nicholas Sallins and Ian Loggy, and they are our front row once again. Of course, in the club division, it is a rolling start. You would have just seen, I'm sure, the sport division with their standing start, but that means that pole is now on the inside, the even numbers are on the outside. They're not on the grid yet, but that doesn't mean we can't chat to anyone. So let's go and chat to our 4th place driver, Paulis Zadeka. Actually, no, we chatted to Paulis last time, didn't we? So let's grab a word with our 3rd place driver, Robert Sulma. Is Robert okay for a chat? We'll give Robert a moment. He's just chatting to his engineer. We'll give him a few words because we don't want to interfere with anyone's pre-race prep, and Laura and I are going to get out of the way so Ian Loggy doesn't run us over. And Ian Loggy, of course, starting from 2nd place on the grid in that black and green car. Robert's still deep in conversation, so we're going to go and grab a word instead with Javier Ripoll. Javier coming all the way from Venezuela. Javier, he's happy for a chat. Thank you very much. Javier, good position for race number 2. We're right in the mix. I reckon you can have a good race from here. Do you agree with me?
Yeah, well, just trying to have a good start and they continue the pace with them. I couldn't before. I mean, I started having a few issues with the gearbox. Hopefully this time we're not going to have them. And let's try to keep the pace, and whatever mistakes they do, capitalize the situation. That's it.
Sounds like consistency throughout the race is your goal in this one, and that will probably do you well. What do you reckon you can do if you have a good race?
Well, hopefully be in the podium, you know. That's the main goal here. And it all depends on whatever the mistake the other people do. They did a huge battle the previous race, so they're really good. So.
Have you got anyone in Venezuela or anyone else in America watching from home?
Probably in Miami, Venezuela. Yeah, a few friends all over the world watching, so say hi to them. That's good.
A worldwide audience. Anyway, good luck, Javier. Thanks for chatting to us. Alongside Javier on row 3, we have Philip Wills. Philip, of course, had a great race number 1. Is Philip okay for a quick chat?
Yeah.
Philip, I just check he's okay, because some drivers like to be in the zone. Yeah, okay. Philip, good race number 1. We go again in race 2.
Yes, I have good hope because I was driving the last 15 minutes the quickest time, run time. So it was a shame that they put me 5 behind for a penalty, and I have to come back from 9 to 3. But I started number 1 and 2, so I will do my best to get first.
Car is clearly working well with that good pace, and you're going to use it in this one. I suppose you need to get a good start to be right up the front, though.
Yeah, the start is very important to get out of trouble, but I think I will manage to pass the first 2. That's very important, because if the top drives away, it's hard to catch them.
Catch them indeed, you'll have to, but give it your best shot. Thank you very much for chatting to us. Let's see, we grabbed a word with Lee Mole last time, and let's have further down the grid. It would be good to go a word with on number 71. Starting on the 5th row of the grid in 9th position, Jürgen Vollert. Jürgen, of course, in a very striking colours here, the black and yellow looking really good. Do you reckon I can jump in and grab a word with Jürgen? Is he okay, Jürgen? We have a chat? Doesn't look the most keen. Is that a yes? Yeah, why not? Quick word. Jürgen, 9th place. It's a good position to stay inside the top 10. Can you go forward from there?
I hope so. There are a lot of experienced guys in front of me. This is my 2nd season, and I will give it a try.
A lot of experienced guys in front of you, but you've done a fair few races in your years as well, haven't you?
I think so.
Let's hope. Jürgen, thank you so. Yes, Jürgen, thank you so much. Let's move on down. How long have we got? All right, it looks like 4 minutes. So that means we've got plenty of time. We chatted to Seb last time, and he was a winner in race number 1. You know what? Actually, he won race number 1. We didn't chat to him. I know we chatted to him last time, but you know, it'd be rude not to chat to our winner from the first race. Seb, we've already chatted to you a couple of times, but I thought, you know, we didn't get to speak to you after the first race, so that was pretty much as well as it could have gone. Same again?
Yeah, let's hope so. It was good fun. Kind of mix it in with some of the cup cars, so yeah, we'll just try and replicate that this race as well.
Sounds good to me. Well, carry on the good work, and we'll hopefully see you on the podium once again. Of course, Seb racing in the GT4 RS group. We chatted to Alberto Costa last time. Can we grab a word with number 22? That would be a good place to go, wouldn't it? And that is Andrea Baratti. Andrea, are you okay to have a quick word in English?
English, okay.
Yeah, English. Okay, so Andrea, you're right in the middle of the group. It's going to be an intense race. You looking forward to it?
But it's okay for the race, is the position, and it's important is this position for every race.
Brilliant, consistency is important.
The first is this.
Yes, exactly. It's good to keep the positions for the championship. Also, I really enjoyed the matching helmet and car combination there. The liveries all tying up with 3 minutes left on the grid. That gives us time for probably one, maybe two more interviews. We can grab a wheel with Niels Lofterod. Niels had a good race in race number 1. Niels, I thought we'd come and grab another word with you, if that's okay. We chatted to you at lunchtime. You were pretty relaxed. You seem pretty relaxed generally. Are you tense in the car or?
No. You just have to be relaxed, you know, and then go for it. But I was too conservative during the race, but you know, that's it. I have to learn this shit.
You mentioned that you're not the most experienced in these cars. You get into grips with it nowadays?
Yeah. Well, as I said, this is my first race ever in any car.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't quite realize it was, yeah.
Okay. No, this is my first race in any car, and this is my first race on Portimão, and it's the first race in a 911 Cup.
What a way to do it. It's great. It's a great race to do it in as well, especially with so many cars around you, but it's great fun out there.
Yes, I love it. It's super.
Brilliant. Well, I can see the smile through your helmet, so clearly you're having fun. Thank you very much to that team. And it would be, I think we haven't actually spoken to Jukka Irola. Hopefully he speaks English, because I don't speak much any other language, actually, to be honest. Jukka, are you okay for a quick word in English?
English?
Yeah, English, great. Your English is probably better than mine. Jukka, it's a very close race in race number 1, and round number 1. Same again in round number 2?
Round number 2 is a little bit difficult because we start from position 17. We had an issue with the tire in the qualification, but hope it's going to be a nice race and gonna pass like 7 cars. The target is like 9-10.
Target 19. We'll see how you get on at the end of the race. Enjoy it out there. With just under, I think about 2 minutes to go, we're going to walk towards the middle of the grid and potentially grab just one more interview, because that is the 1 minute board, which actually means that I do have to leave the grid. Very much enjoying myself. The sun's come out. A lovely evening here in January in Portugal. I'm going to go and sit in the sun while Dave and Brian take you through the race.
Thank you, Piers. Top job as always, and you enjoy the sunshine there. There's our hard-working crews. A big shout out to the Orange Army, the marshals who have been working hard here all weekend and are sweeping the track, getting all the gravel back where it belongs in the gravel track. And there is the safety car now pulling clear from the grid, because in just a few moments the cars will start their formation lap and we will be ready for the rolling start for this round 2 of 8 rounds in the club division of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2024. You can see the cars lined up on the grid. You can see that drop in towards turn 1. Let's take a look at the grid lineup for this, the final race of the afternoon here at Portimão. And it's Nicholas Salons who is on pole position with Ian Logie. The battle will recommence between the black and green cars. Robert Sulmer, Paulia Sadeka on row 2, ahead of Felipe Wills and Javier Ripoll Jr. on row 3. Row 4 of the grid has Michal Mayalov on the inside and Lee Mole alongside him, and then Jürgen Vollet with Marabi Metvavishvili on 10th place. Corrado Costa and Seb Hopkins, the very impressive Seb Hopkins, taking pole in the GT4 category. Dominic Bastian and Andrea Baratti are on row 7 ahead of Niels Lofterod. You heard it here, his first ever motor race this weekend alongside Graham King. Jukka Irola and Ernst Inderbitzin are on row 9. Row 10, Alexander Dobik and Henk van Norrel and Jules Marion and Camille Perrien bring up the grid. Yes, that interview that Piers just had with Niels Lofterod today was his first ever motor race of any sort. I have to say, hats off to him. He did a really good job, and he must be loving it here at Portimão. Baptism of fire, much, Dave?
Extraordinary, isn't it? You know, and well done and welcome indeed to the world of motor racing, which, of course, you and I and tens of thousands around the world love, and is great to see. Great to see. Well done, and a very creditable performance earlier on, that's for sure. No question about that. Another great job done by Piers Pryor, I have to say, and it was great that he catches up with pretty near the entire grid down there, and really good to hear from some of those drivers, including Javier Ripoll as well, who. And some of the drivers down there on the grid just making mention of the fact that around the world, how many people are tuning into our broadcast. So great to have you. We promise we'd give you a shout out.
I stand by what I say many times. Porsche Cup racing is some of the greatest racing in the world, and it's great that we can extend our season into the winter months courtesy of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and it is that very series that we are witnessing now. Club Division, the final race of the day. Have we saved the best till last? There is a distinct possibility, but the bar is very high indeed. Round 2 is about to get underway, and it will be Nicolas Salins and Ian Logie who lead the pack across the start-finish line to receive the green flag in just a few moments. The safety car will duck off into the pit lane. Instruction is given to the cars behind to grid up, keep the heat in the tyres, in the brakes. It will be the decision of pole sitter Nicolas Salins when he hits the accelerator, and it will be Ian Logie's job to anticipate that and to beat him into that turn 1. There goes the safety car. The cars are side by side out of turn 15 onto the pit straight. The final race of the day, round 2 of Club Division, Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and we are go. And just a little bit ahead, it looks like Ian Logie now. Nicolas Salins coming behind. The car's running 4 abreast behind in towards turn 1. Logie going to try and go round the outside, but Salins has it covered off. And it's Sommer in third place, slotting in. Will he be challenging second place at the moment? 1, 2, 3, clearly through. Felipe Wills also there. The rest of the cars coming round. Turns 2, turns 3, up the hill. Everybody's made it a good, clean start once again. It's very much battle resumed. So where you were with Ian Logie versus the 99 car of Nicolas Salins, the 2 cars fighting for the top step of the podium.
Well, the second phase of the start from Logie I thought was very, very good, but he wasn't able to hang it around the outside like he was in race 1 for this division earlier on, unfortunately, and now he's under real pressure for that P2 place as Robert Solma is right on the inside now as they go side by side. Solma means business now and wants to convert that P3 into P2.
And in the background, the silver car as well, looking to get in on the action. So, not the start that Ian Logie wanted, but maybe he is mindful of the fact that he ran out of tyres in the previous race and he needs to go a little bit gentler early on in this race. So, car 50 is Felipe Wills in the speed lover car. He said he was going to be working his way forwards. He said he was going to be giving it everything. That's exactly what he's doing. He is challenging the drivers who were fighting for the top 7 of the podium in the last race. He was so solid in the last race, and he pushes his way forwards. There is the other of the speed lover cars, Lee Mole. That's the Team Parker Racing number 56 car. So, filing through to complete the first lap is Nicolas Salins with a 9/10 lead over Ian Logie. Robert Solma in third place ahead of Felipe Wills. Then Juan Ripoll Jr., Lee Mole, Paulia Sedeka, Jürgen Volek, and then Mirabi Mekvabishvili ahead of Mial Mayalov. Rounding out the top 10, Seb Hopkins leading in the GT4.
Yes, with the cushion of 3 drivers between himself and Graham King, who is the next of the GT4 drivers at the moment. So Salins leading by very nearly a second after 1 lap. He's put in the book. He'll be very satisfied with that, I would think.
Yes, good, solid driving, and just important to survive, keep out of trouble, keep out of the gravel trap. keep on the track. So track limits have been an issue, certainly were a big issue in the last race in the sport division. I have to say, club division seems to be showing up everybody in terms of behaviour so far this afternoon. Can they keep this going? Nicolas Salins, he's opened up quite a gap at the front. It says 0.989. You can see that has grown since he crossed the start-finish line. That's going to be double that by the time they get round to the start-finish line, I should think. Ian Logie, very much occupied with Robert Sulmer, who has been very impressive once again.
Yes, and of course Logie is not able to focus on trying to attack Nicolas Salins. Why? Well, of course, he's having to defend from Sulmer, and not only Sulmer, but Felipe Wills, who is not far behind either, who's running in that P4 place at the moment.
I think Felipe Wills is the man on a mission. He just nibbled away in the last race, and suddenly he was on the podium. He seems to have been a bit of a tyre whisperer so far. He had the grip when everybody else was running out at the end of the last race. Now, once again, the 39 car, Marabi Babishvili, pushing forwards. He's currently in 9th place. Make that 8th place as he goes sailing through on the inside of Jürgen Vollitz.
That looked a really, really easy one, didn't it? But he made it look very, very easy. So well done. Great move there up into P8.
I should think Polias Zadaika will be looking in his mirror going, oh, come on, Vollitz, can you hold him up a bit longer? Because he is going to be closing in on him. Ahead of Zadaika is Lee Mole, having a quiet race, but a solid race in 6th place. So good job for car 56. But the fight behind them, you get the feeling this is going to kick off, as indeed the fight for 2nd place that we're witnessing here.
Well, Nicholas, as you predicted, had extended his gap to 1.487. It looks to me like Logie is now just getting the car into its comfort zone and is looking a little bit quicker, if I'm honest with you.
Yes, just keeping the tyres in the right place. And you do wonder whether he has learnt some big lessons in that first race, because he had 0 grip at the end of that first race. So just eking it out, making sure you've got something. 25 minutes of racing around here. It's not tropical conditions, but it is warm. And here at Portimão, you've got to have the grip at the end, otherwise you are on ice. Nicolas Salins, well, he's gone for the push strategy. So 1.4 seconds, he's extending that pretty well with every corner. We'll see where that one ends up in about 25 minutes time.
Yes, that's a very, very fair point. Plenty of action going on behind, though, as you can see. And that was the case in the earlier club division race, which was full of entertainment, full of overtaking, and lots going on. And that continues to be the case, as you can see here.
That's Graham King on the inside, car 22, Andrea Barati on the outside. So they are fighting for position. It was Barati who was in 14th place, and King who was in 15th place.
However, of course, they are in, Andrea Barati and King are in different divisions.
Yes, indeed they are. But of course, on track, they just want to beat each other, don't they? The battle for 14th place, that is what we've been witnessing. And now, the very impressive Seb Hopkins down towards turn 1 on the inside of Michal Mylov, and then the aforementioned battle raging behind them as well. But Seb Hopkins in the treble 2 car in 10th place once again, fighting with the GT3 cars and showing many of them a clean pair of heels.
Really, really impressive earlier on, wasn't he? And just as impressive in this race. Well, the margin between Salins and Logie has increased by another couple of tenths. And Seb Hopkins, as you can see there with Mihalov right behind him now. So we'll see how this develops. Now, we did see some mature driving from Seb Hopkins in the earlier race where he thought, I'm not going to get involved in wrecking here by being too hard in terms of defence. And you can't help but feel that if Michal gets close enough that maybe he'll be let through.
Well, if Hopkins is thinking about the championship, and I'm sure he is, if things just remain as they are now, he will have a mega lead in the GT4 championship. So he just needs to keep doing what he's doing. He's not going to get on the podium in the overall race, but in the in the AM race, I beg your pardon, he is leading the way, and that's the one that matters to him at the moment.
Keep on doing what you are doing, Seb Hopkins, in the GT4 Porsche Cayman car. So Salens then, well, again, another couple of tenths, Brian.
He's just nibbling away, opening it up, isn't he? Keep an eye on Felipe Wills in that 4th place.
And I just wonder whether the attack from Robert Sulmer on Logie has gone away, because Sulmer is now really having to focus on defending from Felipe Wills.
Well, he was such a slow burner in the last race. He had a grid penalty and has had to work his way further forwards than he anticipated, but he's doing exactly that, and surely only a matter of time before Sulmer starts to see that silver car actually making a challenge for position. He's got a lot of space because behind Juan Ripoll Jr. is a long way back, some 2.5, 3 seconds back, so lots of space to make a challenge.
Yes, I think you're right. I think it will come at some stage. When that will be remains to be seen, but once again, in certain parts of the circuit, he seems to be able to get closer, and then Sulmer is able to pull away in other parts of the circuit. Logie, I think, is just trying to break away from them a bit and try and take it to the P1 driver, Nicholas Salens, but at the moment, he's got a big margin to make up, 1.885 seconds, which is a lot to do.
This is an interesting battle. Graham King going wheel to wheel with Henk van Norrel, the 2 cars who are running together in the same category, so they are fighting for position. Ahead of them is the 18 car of Yuka Erola, so he's a lot further back than he was in the first race. He was right up with the leaders, currently in 15th place overall. But Henk van Norrel are there as well, getting stuck in. Graham King, who is 2nd in the GT4 category, so that is the fight for 2nd place, and it is Yuka Erola who is between them.
You're absolutely right, Salens, and we extol the virtues of his race strategy at the moment. He's just very quietly on every lap, sort of taking a couple of tenths, isn't he? It's just enough. He's built up a really nice margin now of a couple of seconds.
Now, I said that the car that was between them of Yuka Erola, in fact, he's in front of them now, so making progress in the different category. But that will not be of any concern to Graham King. He has just got Henk van Norrel, which he is the most occupied with. Along at the start-finish line we come once again.
I've just noticed on our graphics that Michael Mihalov has lost out to Corrado Costa, so that's a change for P11.
Right, so continuing to press forwards. This is the fight that we're looking at further back down the pack at the moment, because it does involve the GT4. You see the back end sliding on some of these cars already. With 20 minutes remaining, the tyres are starting to cry enough. There's Michal Milov coming over the hill. There is car 25, Dominic Bastien, in the speed lover car behind him. And he is in 13th place overall. Yuka Erola there challenging him, and then behind Erola, Graham King and Henk van Norrel. That's the one we're interested in, because that is for podium in the GT4 race.
The only message I can bring you from race control is Andrea Baratti, who has been given a warning flag for an unsafe rejoin at turn 2. So he must have lost out at turn 2 somewhere, and as he rejoined, race control took a look at that and felt that it wasn't a safe rejoin, so he's been given nothing other than a warning flag over that.
Salens continues at the front, a little over 2 seconds, and Logie just holding station. Across the line they come once again. Robert Sulmer in that 3rd place, 4 tenths ahead of Felipe Wills, and there is the 25 car once again. Dominic Bastien fighting with Yuka Erola, and that is again further back down the pack. It's Erola who's found the route past Dominic Bastien. So Erola, after such a strong race 1, qualified a long way back, but is now making his move as he comes up back through the pack.
So up to a better position by 1 place. Then he's done that. Look at the pace he's got.
Yeah.
Now he's been released from that almost cork in the bottle, as it were.
And look at Felipe Wills now challenging the back of Robert Sulmer. Sulmer, how long can he hold this off? The gap is now almost unnoticeable. They are right together, the 2 cars fighting for that position. That's allowing Logie just to break clear a little bit now. Up the front, Nicholas Salens continues his quest forwards.
I just think Sulmer is doing a good job here. He's managing it. He's doing exactly what he needs to do and just keeping the gap enough. And whenever Felipe just tries to turn it up a little bit, he responds, in my opinion, having watched him through a few corners.
And that's good racing, isn't it?
Of course.
It's looking after the tyres, it's making sure you've got something at the end. Warning again, of track limits again for car 22, Andrea Baratti, so a second warning for him. Yes, so he's had the unsafe release warning as well, so now a warning for track limits, so definitely attracting the attentions of the stewards at the moment. That is Robert Selmer in third place. Behind him is Felipe Wills in fourth place. This is the fight for ninth place. Jürgen Vollett, Seb Hopkins in there as well. Corrado Costa, remind you, Seb Hopkins does not want to get involved in this battle, but you try telling him to back out of it when there's a car in front. That is just asking to be passed. He's having a little look, but he needs to finish in the points. He needs to finish this race to score the points. He's the meat in the sandwich at the moment. A GT3 in front, a GT3 behind, and he is in the GT4.
Now, surely going into turn number one, Corrado Costa will dive to the inside, and I would have thought Seb is not going to defend that too steadfastly, and sure enough, I think on perhaps the first occasion ever, I've said something correct.
Yeah, very wise from both you and Seb Hopkins. I think choosing your battles for the day, an important strategy, getting it to the end. So Corrado Costa moves up into 10th place. He is in the AM category, and of course Seb Hopkins in the GT4 category. A little way behind them is Michal Mealov and Yuka Irola. So Irola still pushing forwards, but still about over 5 seconds of a gap between Mealov and Irola. But he's the man on a mission. He was so strong in race one. He's had a lot of work to do from further back in this round two. And he is pushing forwards, but into the points. Down the hill they come once again. Fairly quiet as things stand at the moment, but it could all kick off as we hit the halfway point of the race. It's Nicolas Alland continuing to lead in Logie.
So the next to feel the wrath of the race director in terms of track limits warnings is that Team Parker Racing driver Lee Mole, who has been advised that he's been warned about track limits. Now, of course, track limits become more prevalent as the race goes on because the rubber that is available to them and the grip that is available to them becomes somewhat less. As you can see, a car running very, very wide there, and that's the car of Jürgen Vollett, was it not?
It was indeed. Corrado Costa suddenly has found a bit of pace, and he's putting the pressure on for ninth place. So now Corrado Costa directly behind Jürgen Vollett. Heading up the towards turn 15 onto the pit straight now into turn 1. He has a little look to the inside. Is there going to be a gap? Vollett, will he shut the door? He sweeps around the other side. They make contact and both cars go spinning. Seb Hopkins says, I'll have some of that. Thank you very much. But both cars pointing in the wrong direction. The stewards are going to need to take a look at that. Now, the question is, can Jürgen Vollett get that car moving? Because if he can't, he could end up with a caution.
Well, the drive wheels are still on the tarmac, so
yeah.
I would think he'll be able to get out of that, but after saying that, don't know. It was just really, really unfortunate because I don't think he was aware he was there.
No, and, well, he looks a little bit stranded. Oh, he is moving. Oh, he's going to get it into the gravel trap. Not always a good move, but then again, you don't want to be reversing out onto a live track. And this is the battle in the GT4 category. That's Henk van Norrel, who is fighting hard for position with Graham King. So the two cars fighting for position. They managed to avoid contact, but Graham King and Henk van Norrel, that is 14th overall, but for second in category. Also in there is Dominic Bastian in the number 25 car. He's getting involved and mixed in with that fight.
Graham King's car just looked like it was really sliding, Brian.
Yeah.
Well, we will see how it develops.
It's tyres once again, isn't it? It's the story of the day, often the story when we've had 2 qualifying sessions and 1.5 races. Then it's the tyres that are the first thing that are going to cry enough, isn't it? There goes the 24 car of Corrado Costa after that moment, but of course a long way back down the pack now.
Can I just make mention of Nicolas Salens, whose gap at the front is reducing a little bit, and not only that, he has been warned about track limits as well.
So, did he take too much out of the tyres early on in this race? Well, we're going to find out in about 13 minutes plus 1 lap, or maybe even less. Nicolas Salens currently leading the way from Ian Logie, who has been a lot more measured and a lot calmer than he was in the first race. Towards us comes Corrado Costa. He's dropped all the way back to that fight that we're now witnessing with Graham King and Henk van der El in there as well. Dominic Bastian in the car, 25. Niels Lofterod is behind them in his first or second ever race now that he's had one today already, but in the FAF Auto Tech car looking very rapid and very solid in 16th place. And across the hill we come once again. Corrado Costa in that 12th place. There's Graham King in the GT4 category behind him. There's Henk van der El in the silver and yellow car, and then Niels Lofterod and Dominic Bastian, should I say, in the silver and yellow car. Then Niels Lofterod. Alexander Dobic is some way back from them, so that is the fight that we're witnessing for 12th place. 12 minutes remaining plus 1 lap of this race.
Nicholas Salen's lead has dropped by another 3/10.
Wow.
Just thought I'd mention it.
Yep, it ain't all over until the chubby lady warms up and
rotund, I would say.
Rotund indeed.
Whoa.
And a battle on the inside. Car 18, that is Yuka Irola, who has been so quick, and he's found a route past Michal Mylov, so that'll be for 10th place. So Yuka Irola, after a lowly starting position, now moving up into the top 10. So Michal Mylov relegated a position, and Yuka Irola, who has been so quick every time we've seen him, and clearly a poor second qualifying session, but this in round 2, moving forwards, making up for lost time. Ahead of him, Seb Hopkins, 9th place on the road, leading in the GT4 category.
And the thing is, with such short, sharp qualifying that we've enjoyed earlier on today, you know, you've got to make it stick, haven't you? And you've got to make it count. And wrong qualifying can really wrong foot you for the rest of the race. Brian.
That is Jürgen Vollet. We saw him earlier having that moment. Now, are we going to get a caution here? It's down to the steward to decide whether he is safe or not. We could get a code 60. We could even get a safety car. But he is stranded out there at the moment. Is he out of harm's way? We're looking just to check whether there are any indications of any cautions. Can't see anything at the moment.
Localised yellow, isn't it?
Yes, and if it remains like that, then we are very much as you were. A little over 10 minutes of this race remaining. We're looking at Henk van der El coming under pressure for position, and Graham King in there as well. But the car behind him is Dominic Bastian. And you've spotted something.
Only that the gap between P1 and P2 is now down to less than a second. It's just 8/10. So either Salens is running out of grip or Logie has found the hurry up button.
So 147.413. So it looks to me like Salens has run out of grip because he was a second slower than the 3 cars behind him on the previous lap.
And that would lend weight to the fact that he's been warned about track limits. You know, where he's steering the car is not exactly where the car is going. So this could yet still be very, very exciting come the end of the race, I would suggest. At the moment, still we're able to go with that localised yellow for the stricken car, which is great news. And here is that battle, Brian.
Yeah.
Now, I've been watching this very, very carefully while you have so competently been bringing out or bringing us up to speed with regards to everything else that's going on, as we do get a code 60 right now.
Going to be a gift for Nicholas Salens because there's going to be one, maybe a couple of laps that we're going to do at no more than 60 kilometers an hour. To remind you, code 60, absolutely no overtaking. The car's brought down to no more than 60 kilometers an hour. So the gaps need to remain the same if they don't want to pick up a penalty. But that is exactly what Salens wanted, because it allows the clock to run down and maybe gain a little bit, get a bit of heat out of the tyres while they remove the stricken Vollet car.
However, what we have seen in the 1 or 2 code 60s that we've seen across the entire race day today is that if you can anticipate almost the code 60 coming to an end and do it really, really well,
there's some big places to be
there
had,
are
aren't
some
they?
places to be going, but equally you can lose some as well. So
I bet you team bosses are on the radio. They will be counting them down because they will have seen what happened earlier today.
Yes.
And Nicholas Salens, he will be ready to hit the accelerator, but at the moment he's like, take your time, chaps. I'm happy to finish the race like this. You can take 8 minutes if you want, because I'm quite happy. I have to say that despite the fact we're under code 60, Robert Selmer, who did have a 2.4 second gap, is right up behind Ian Logie. Now, it might be that Logie backed off quite quickly, or it might be that Robert Sulmer was a little bit tardy in lifting off.
And
That's
remind
down
me,
to the
it's
steward.
lifting off. You can't brake.
You can't brake. So the rule says that the race director may use code 60 during the race. At the start, all drivers release throttle without braking. But if you do make an infringement, if you do go too fast, you will lose double the time advantage gained. So the stewards have all the computers and all the technology to monitor this.
Yes, they have the data, and they are pinpoint accurate, I would have to say. So that was just livening up, wasn't it? You know, as we get into 7 minutes plus 1 lap.
This could be a dash for the cash when we get this
I
one
think you're
going.
right.
Now, what's happening with the Vollet car? Not too sure at the moment, but the race director will need to make sure the track is safe before the green flags come back out. And Logie, well, if he has been saving tyres for the end of the race, he is going to be going all out 100%. And Nicolas Salins is going to have to defend. Right, there you see, that is the Vollet car that has been, well, it looked like it was being pushed back, but then now looks like they're going to tow it out.
Yeah, now that is not playing into the hands of Logie, because the longer this code 60 is in place, of course. Right, well, let's see, the recovery team here working pretty quickly, it has to be said, and they've decided that where it was on the track, it was not sufficiently away from harm to be left where it was, and therefore, perhaps now, I'm not trying to anticipate what they're doing here, but they put the rope on and then they've taken it off. So instructions being given right now
because
to Jürgen Vollet.
You'd think they'd be able to push it back behind the wall, but maybe
yes, and then it would
room.
be safe. Yeah.
Oh,
it's got to be out of the car, maybe.
Well, they ain't going to be towing it anywhere if there's no one in the driver's seat. So the marshals in contact with race control. Meanwhile, the clock ticks away, 5 3/4 minutes. Ian Logie probably getting quite impatient. Nicolas Salins getting a lot more relaxed, and we wait. Fourth place, Felipe Wills. He's going to be interesting when this one goes, because he's clearly been saving something for the end of the race.
Yes.
Seb Hopkins will be quite happy for it to finish now, because he's well ahead of Graham King and Henk Norell, who have themselves had very solid races. But are still some places behind. There is the aforementioned Javier Ripoll Jr., the S1 racing car coming through. So
we've gone back to green.
Oh, we're back to green. Gosh, that didn't take long, and we didn't get any warning of that. So what has happened to our leader? The news is that Nicolas Salins has anticipated it well. Ian Logie, less so. He's got a lot of work to do. Less than 5 minutes remaining. We are back under green flag conditions. The last 5 minutes of racing today here in round 2 of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Our race leader, Nicolas Salins, has Ian Logie behind him, but the gap is quite significant. What can Ian Logie do in 4.5 minutes? Robert Sulmer, what can he do to hold off Felipe Wills in that 4th place? It's all to play for.
This is all going to be down to the rubber, in my opinion, and who has got the best grip out there. So you're absolutely right. Nicolas Salins just got going absolutely when he needed to, when the code 60 was rescinded. He's increased the margin. As you can see, he's trying to generate some heat into the tyres. Ian Logie, then, he's got all the work to do, but he's running out of time to do it. 4 minutes plus a lap. Also under pressure is Robert Sulmer to a degree from Felipe Wills.
I think Felipe Wills is looking, of the four, the most likely to make a move, if I'm honest. He's been looking rapid all along. Clearly, he's going to have a go at Robert Sulmer before this race is over. He fancies a step of the podium. Here comes the race lead now. Logie, he's closed it up. You can see that the gap has closed. It was 1.174 when they crossed the line. So Logie has the pace. So does Felipe Wills. We've got 2 battles to watch here, not to mention all that's going on up and down the pack. Suddenly, this has come alive. Less than 3.5 minutes remaining. Nicolas Salins leading the way. Ian Logie in second. Robert Sulmer in the red and white car. The silver. Felipe Wills in 4th place. All of this could change in the next 3 minutes.
Absolutely, 3 minutes and a lap remaining. And 2 battles going on. The battle for P1, the battle for P3. Then Robert Sulmer able to show a clean pair of heels at the moment to Felipe Wills. Will it remain like that for the 3 minutes plus a lap? Ian Logie is looking pretty lively here, in my opinion, and I think that he has really looked after his tyres through the course of the early part of this race. And is he going to be able to mount a real attack on Nicolas Salens towards the end of this race? Well, he's certainly closer now than he has been. Is he close enough? I don't think so, as they run downhill through the sweeping turn 15. More action, as you said, up and down the pack.
Here come the race leaders to remind you Nicolas Salens has a warning for track limits. He cannot overdo it. Going into turn 1, a little look to the inside. Logie sells the dummy. He goes to the inside. Salens slams the door in his face. He says, no, you're not coming through. Logie decides to back out of it. He does not want to be pointing in the wrong direction, but time is running out. 2 minutes plus 1 lap remaining.
The gap is down to just under 4 tenths between P1 and P2. Is he going to be close enough to have a go going into turn number 5? Here they come, P1 and P2. No, in my opinion, he's not quite close enough. So they climb uphill right now. 1 3/4 minutes plus a lap. This is tense stuff in the round 2 club division, race 2 from the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Driving the entertainment and the action. This has been awesome. Maintaining his P3 position at the moment is Robert Sulmer, but Felipe Wells looks very, very determined as well.
On the last lap, Ian Logie was 8 tenths quicker in lap time to Nicolas Salens. You can see that by account of the fact that the gap was closing up. So we know there could be a fight for the lead about to kick off. Now, traffic up ahead. How is that going to affect things? Because Nicolas Salens is going to find back markers. What will the back markers do when he approaches them? Will they hold him up? This could be won and lost in the traffic.
Blue flag is being waved. That's advising those drivers to get out of the way of the leaders that are coming through right now.
Right, so here's the first one. It's Jules Marion who is ahead of our race leader. Nicolas Salens, he looks to the inside. Now through he goes. Now Logie's going to have to deal with the number 6 car. Will he take the opportunity? Are they going to go 3 abreast? Down the pit straight they come towards turn 1. Logie ducks back to the inside, and it's still Salens in front. But Salens holding on to the lead, still in traffic. 25 seconds plus 1 lap remaining. It's still Nicolas Salens leading the way. Ian Logie trying what he can to get through. A back marker still in front of him. This could all change. 10 seconds plus 1 lap remaining of this lap.
The blue flags and blue lights are being flashed furiously to allow these drivers to come through unhindered, as Ian Logie now takes a look at the inside of turn number 5. He is closer now. They are just a tenth and a bit between them. And the clock has counted down, so it's the remainder of this lap, plus 1 more. Talk about a fight to the finish, Brian Oliver. This is going to be awesome.
Absolutely brilliant stuff. Nicolas Salens leading the way. Ian Logie putting all the pressure on that he can. Robert Sulmer in 3rd place, ready to pick up the pieces if these two get together. Felipe Wills is not done yet, although he has dropped back from Robert Sulmer. So our focus very much on this lead battle. It's Seb Hopkins in 9th place leading the GT4 category. He's solid there, so he'll have that one tied up. This is the fight that we're looking at. Nicolas Salens once again looking to the inside, and now Logie through side by side. Is Logie around on the outside? Has he done it? The 2 cars absolutely side by side. Nicolas Salens just in front, but Logie on the inside. Salens coming back, and now the outside becomes the inside, and through. Ian Logie taking the lead of this race. Absolutely brilliant stuff.
The respect between these two drivers, it's been as close as it can be. But in fairness, Logie has gone through, but here comes Salens coming back. I have to say, Salens used all the space that he could, bar a little, but I do think racing room was left. Logie did go through, but what an overtake that was. This ain't done yet. We've got 3/4 of a lap still to go. Hold on to everything, because I don't think this is done yet.
No.
They'll ride the crest right now and head into turn 5.
Nicolas Salens, what has he got that he can bring to the party? Ian Logie has been nibbling away, has been the quicker of the two in this race, but now the tyres are worn out. The race is coming to an end. We are into the last few corners, and this is the last chance for Nicolas Allens to get that lead back. It's the opposite to what we saw in race 1, where we saw Ian Logie losing it in the closing stages to Nicolas Allens. It's the other way round. Is this the revenge that Logie had wanted all along? He's in the lead. They're well ahead of Robert Sulmer in that 3rd place. Salens, what can he do in the last few corners? Is it too late? I don't think he's got anything left that he can bring to the table now.
3 more turns to do as they ride uphill, and then they'll ride the roller coaster downhill once again. What can Salens bring to Logie? I just think Logie has driven a really intelligent race here, and he has got enough underneath him, but he does run wide now. Salens gets ever closer.
Out of the final corner, they're going to come onto the pit straight. It's Ian Logie for Scotland out of turn 15, out onto the pit straight. He will see the checkered flag. It's a win. Ian Logie from Nicolas Salens. What a brilliant race. Robert Sulmer had broken clear of Felipe Wills, but Wills had closed back in again, but now crosses the line in 4th place. We wait for Juan Ripoll Jr. to come next in 5th place, and that'll be ahead of Lee Mole, who has had a good solid run in car 56 for 6th place. So the rest of the cars now coming across the line. We wait for Seb Hopkins to take the win in the GT4 race, but he has been really solid. Here is Seb Hopkins, 10th place overall. UK Roller, what a good job from him. He's got past him into 9th place on the track. Seb Hopkins once again driving very wisely, bring the thing home, get the maximum points out of the day. UK Roller, great comeback from him. We've seen Marabi Metvabishvili come across the line in the meantime in 8th place behind Paulius Tadika. But now we're waiting for UK Roller and Seb Hopkins, who takes the win in the GT4 category. 2 top steps of the podium, 2 out of 2. That will launch him to the very top of the point standings. Then it's Michal Mialov, Corrado Costa, and then we wait for Graham King, 2nd in the GT4 standings, ahead of Henk van der El. We're still waiting for them to come around the final couple of turns. Here they come, and it is Henk van der El who is in 3rd place behind Graham King. And then it's Dominic Bastian and Niels Lofterod in 16th place. Solid driving from him. What a fantastic final few laps of the race. We had to wait a bit for it, but boy, did it kick off in the end.
And do you know what? I hate to take any credit because I don't deserve any, but I just had a feeling that Ian Logie was just being very, very clever about this race. And the Code 60 may have helped, it may have hindered, but whatever. He just preserved everything to when he needed it, and he had to strike, and he had to be determined. And I have to say, Nicolas Salens made it really hard for him. He made that car double its width. But respect to both of them for a clean and tidy battle, which raged not for many, many laps, just for a couple. But boy, they were intense and exciting. Well done. Well done to all the drivers. Big, big shout out once again to Seb Hopkins.
Well, it was revenge from round 1, wasn't it? This time Ian Logie coming out on top ahead of Nicolas Salens. Robert Sulmer solid to hold off Felipe Wills. Xavier Ripoll in 5th place ahead of Lee Mole. Paulius Tadika and Mirabi Metvabishvili in that 8th place. Then UK Roller, great comeback from him through the pack. And then Seb Hopkins winning in the GT4 category ahead of Michal Mialov, Corrado Costa, Graham King and Henk Norel rounding out the top 14 ahead of Dominic Bastian, Niels Lofterod, Alexander Dobik, Jules Marion, Andrea Barati and Jürgen Volle were non-finishers. So down into the pit lane, you can see the celebrations. There is Harold Prochik once again congratulating his driver. This time it's the top step of the podium. Good stuff. Ian Logie drove with his head as well as with his right foot.
I agree.
Yeah, brilliant.
Very good.
Good to listen in if we can. Oh, let's stop just as we listen in, never mind, eh? But there is Ian Logie, an utter entertainer. What an asset he has been to this series, and what entertainment he and Nicolas Salens have provided, and indeed Robert Sulmer. Really, really great to have them on board. And of course, to remind you, Seb Hopkins winning in the GT4 race ahead of Graham King and Henk van der El. That was a dominant display by Seb Watkins.
Look at this. I'd
Yes,
love to see that.
brilliant, isn't it? Brilliant. Right, Piers is down in the pits, so let's have a word with our race winner.
Wow, wow, wow. What another race in the club division of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Ian, that was a hard-fought race. David in the commentary was saying at the start of the race, oh, looks like Sullens has got a pace advantage, but I thought you were saving your tyres. Is that what you were doing?
I'll be honest, we started with slightly lower pressures, so I was struggling a little bit, but at the same time I was thinking, okay, if I save the tyres, if I keep this gap as soon as we come into traffic, I'm going to be there, I'm going to have better tyres, and also I'm going to have the pressures, and that's exactly what happened.
And the Code 60 as well gave you something else to think about. I think you actually lost a little bit in the Code 60 restart, didn't you?
Yeah, just the way you see the Code 60s, it was just sort of out of the eye shot, and I think I maybe lost 4 car lengths because I was thinking, okay, this is my time here, I'm going to make the overtake just as it goes green, but it just never happened. But yeah, I had to push it then, but we managed to get it done.
And talk us through the move as well. It was a good move. Did you set it up a few corners before? Was it an opportunist manoeuvre that when Nicholas made a mistake?
No, he was actually quick off a 14. But the sun was coming down, and I think he got a wobble on when he got in the sun, because I was totally blind, and by the time I got to 15 I couldn't see a thing. I just knew I was on the curb and he was beside me, so it was just a matter of drive off the curb and we'll be good. So it was good, yeah. It was nice clean racing.
Brilliant racing. We very much enjoyed it watching from the sidelines. The commentary, I'm sure you'll watch it back on the Alpha live stream that all everyone's watching at home, that you'll be able to enjoy that again on your trip home. And you mentioned that unfortunately you're not going to be joining us next weekend in Estoril, but you're going to be racing somewhere else in an LMP2, is it?
Yeah, I'm with Asian Le Mans next week, and quite a nice lineup that we've got with Nielsen Racing. So yeah. I raced at Sepang. It was total baptism of fire, but yeah, I think I'll get on top of it this weekend.
Well, hopefully we'll see you back at some point, but if not,
for sure.
Brilliant. Well, I'm glad you've enjoyed the race weekend. We're going to grab a word with of course, our second place, Nicholas. Ian, congratulations, a second and a first, a really good weekend, and mirroring. Nicholas Sullens, wow, again another awesome race. Ian pushed you really hard. At the start of the race, you got a little gap, and I bet you were thinking, okay, this is okay, but then came right back at the end of the race.
Yeah, definitely. Also with the double cars, we managed to get closer again, and I was messed up, but indeed Ian did a great job, and we both got a clean race. We didn't hit each other, so I think we did a proper race, and I'm happy with P2.
See, what I love seeing good, hard racing, but a lot of respect between you two.
Yeah, that's it. I saw his moment there, and he was a little bit faster in that corner, and so I let him, and I no touch,
and also
it's the Winter Championship. It's just for him to train and to make sure the car is all right. But it is not the day to fight and to hit each other.
But a championship it is, and of course, with Ian not being here next weekend, puts you in a very good position for the championship for this.
I'm not also.
Oh no!
It's not confirmed yet. Maybe they will have to see this weekend, but we will see. But also,
You have to come back. You have to come back now, surely.
Yeah. I'll see what they have to say. Yeah.
But you've had a great weekend.
Yeah,
Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe is clearly putting you in a good position for the rest of the year, regardless. So a few words on the championship, and maybe for your team as well.
Yeah, definitely. The team did a great job. As I told yesterday, the car, we had an issue with the wheel, but now everything went well, so I'm very happy.
Brilliant. Yeah. Congratulations on a very successful weekend. We're going to look back at some of the highlights of the race, which you can watch on the Alpha live stream when you get home.
Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, chaps. Thanks, Piers. Great interview, and really good to see and hear what had been going on. Let's have a look at some pictures and just take another look at what was a bit of a slow burner, but a very dramatic race in the end. We all started off nice and neatly, and it looked like Nicholas Sullens could potentially disappear off into the distance. Ian Logie made a challenge into the first corner. Robert Selmer in the background as well. The rest of the cars fighting through turn 5 Lots of drama up and down the pack. Lots of drivers trying to make up places in those opening laps. Certainly in the first lap, a great opportunity to make up places. Also an opportunity to lose them. That was Merabi Mekvabishvili on the inside of Jürgen Vollet in the number 71 car. The fight was on not only with GT3 but also the GT4 contenders. They were running hard for position. Up towards the front, it was Seb Hopkins who was leading the way in the GT4 category, but the remainders were fighting hard for position. This was Jürgen Vollet heading along the pit straight. There was Seb Hopkins in the GT4 car, and there was Corrado Costa, a fairly wild move into turn one, some would say, or maybe not. He made that challenge. The two cars got together. The question is, did Vollet close the door or did Costa have his nose in? That's for the stewards to decide. But whichever way, both cars had their afternoon ruined. The GT4 race continued. In mixed amongst them was Dominic Bastian in the Speed Lover car. Lots of great side-by-side racing. Real entertaining stuff in the club division as Yuka Arola made his way forwards from a lowly starting position. But our attention was on this lead battle. We had a code 60 and then it was all hell let loose for the last 4 minutes of this race. Ian Logie putting the pressure onto Nicolas Salins to try and steal that lead away. And finally, in the traffic, the attack came. Lots of cars. We wondered whether they might trip over the back markers. Nicolas Salins doing what he could to try and get through, flashing the lights, but it was here. Ian Logie had a look to the inside. Salins closed the door and Logie backed out of it, but then he went around the outside. The outside soon became the inside. The two cars ran side by side through the corner. And it was finally Ian Logie who had those tyres coming to him, started the race with lower pressures, as you heard there in that interview. And the car came alive in the closing few moments of the race. And it was Ian Logie who then led Nicolas Salins. Salins did try to come back, but Logie had the pace and he took the win in round two of the club division in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. The rest of the cars came through. Definite credit to Yuka Arola for working his way up through the order. But once again, stealing the headlines in the GT4 was Seb Hopkins in the Treble 2 car. Really, really entertaining. Once again, we've had 4 races this afternoon. All 4 of them have been brilliant.
Absolutely. What a start to this fantastic Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe series. Well done to all the drivers. And if you could have asked for a more dramatic finish, I don't think you would have got it, really, between the top 2. Super stuff. And great that they both have so much respect for each other as well, in terms of, it was his, he was on the inside, I wasn't going to squeeze, that wouldn't have been fair, that would have been, just fantastic to see such camaraderie. Okay, a couple of podiums to come, of course, then, in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe for the club division. Of course, the GT4s also having their own podium, but we will be seeing up there on the podium, of course, the drivers in due course. So we await them. The champagne is ready. And yes, interesting that both Nicolas Salins and Ian Logie potentially missing from the next round, but we will see. Robert Sulmer then, well done. Great job done. Step 3 of the podium. And then to step 2, something completely different. Nicolas Salins on step 2 of the podium, but taking the top step. A richly deserved race victory, I have to say, richly deserved. Well done to Ian Logie. Great job done. Well done to all 3 of our drivers, and in fact, to all the drivers, because they have delivered some utterly awesome racing for us, which has been so enjoyable for us to watch and enjoy. And great stuff indeed. And as I say, the camaraderie between the drivers when they get into the Parc Fermé area and just ahead of the podium, when they're in the podium assembly area, which is just behind the backdrop that you can see there. The healthy respect between each and every one of them. Of course, they're all uber competitive out there on track. But when it comes to gentlemanly racing. It's been exactly that. Brilliant stuff.
Brilliant stuff. Good, clean racing. Interesting what Ian Logie was saying about the sun in the eyes. You can see the light is fading at the Autodromo Internazionale Algarve here in Portimão. Light started to go and the sun in the eyes. And I've seen that before when you come out and the sun is there, and you've got to have a lot of courage to keep your foot buried on it because you're blinded. And he feels maybe that's what caught Nicola Salins out a little bit.
They've got the trophies around the wrong way. Come on. There's no mistake in the P1 trophy, though. That is going to the HP Racing International driver, Ian Logie. Well done indeed to all our drivers. Of course, do bear in mind there is another podium to come for our GT4 drivers as well, where we'll be seeing Seb Hopkins, Graham King and Henk van Norel, who will be up there. So well done. There you can see that Ian Logie, of course, has a...
Finally, a champagne fight.
Yes.
I've been waiting all day for this.
Uncorks it and does very well, I have to say. Fleet of foot there. Well done, friend. Great to see. And well done once again to all our drivers. I, for one, can't wait for Estoril next weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, I should think everybody behind Ian Logie and Nicola Salins would be quite happy if they took a week off because they were very much class of the field. But it would be great to see them battling at every round this year because the two cars so evenly matched, the two drivers so evenly matched, they have entertained us so much.
And that's credit to the Porsche system, isn't it? The Sprint Challenge Southern Europe then with cars that are pretty much identical, and it's all about the driving talent that we want to see. So stand by. Up next then, as I mentioned, we have our GT4 podium already is underway with Henk van Norel making his way to step 3 of the podium. And then it will be Graham King. And then, of course, on the top step of the podium is going to be Seb Hopkins. What a job Seb has done. As you said earlier on, give this man a GT3 car because clearly extremely talented indeed. So well done to Team Parker Racing and Seb Hopkins. Brilliant job done as they're enjoying their podium. The second podium, of course, for the GT4 category in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, our club division, which has delivered great racing. In fact, every competitor across this first day of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe is deserving of credit, really, for delivering an entertaining race spectacle. And you might want to do something about the hair, friend. Well done, Seb.
That's very good. Which one are you talking to?
The other two are very much like me.
You get the feeling that Seb Hopkins is going to be a name that we hear an awful lot of in the coming days, weeks, months and years. Clearly very, very rapid indeed. And looking forward to seeing how he does when we get to Estoril. I've got him knocked down as a guest driver, so I'm hoping he will be in Estoril as the trophies are handed out.
Thing is, when you've had a weekend like you've had this weekend, and you've been so successful, that must really put the pressure on thinking, do you know what? As the trophies dished out, there we have it. Of course, all smiles and photographs, as well as I think, hopefully, that Seb will blast the bottle right now, as it were, to enjoy the podium properly, along with Graham and Henk.
Oh, he's gone.
How disappointing.
Yes. I think you take the top step of the podium in the chicken race. Well, the other two are doing it anyway.
Yeah, they are. Well done. Well done.
Brave cameraman as well. The Alpha Live team doing a great job bringing us the pictures here from the circuit in Portimão of what has been a great afternoon.
I have to agree, gents, ladies, you have done a great job. A great job. It's been an awesome day's racing. And there we have it.
Brilliant stuff. So that was rounds 1 and 2 of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe here from Algarve International Circuit in Portimão. For myself and Dave Richardson, it has been a real privilege to be here. Looking forward to Estoril on Saturday. I will be there on Saturday, 3rd of February for rounds 3 and 4, where the runners and riders will regather to do it all again. We'll have a few extra drivers. Some that are guesting here might not be there, but it was going to be some great racing for what will be the second weekend in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2024 season. Of course, you can see it all live as well on YouTube and on the Alpha Live feed, so you don't need to miss a single moment of the action. So from myself, Brian Oliver and Dave Richardson, thank you so much for joining us. Back down to Piers Pryor for one last time.
Well, David and Brian, thank you so much for taking us through all the amazing action on circuit. I've been enjoying it around the back of the garages. I'm sure everyone at home watching the Alpha live stream has been enjoying it too. Brian, we'll be seeing you back in Estoril. Unfortunately, I won't be joining you, but I'll be back for rounds 3 and 4. But I have had an amazing time. We hope that you at home have enjoyed the stream. And it's been an amazing first 2 rounds of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe in both the sport and club divisions. We'll be back in just a few days' time, once again live on Alpha Live, so make sure you tune in then next weekend. Bye bye for now.